Hello, hello. Hello. Check, hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hello. Hi, Devesh. Am I audible to you? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because I was saying there is no. Are you able to listen anything what they are doing or saying, or they are put on the video, audio or video right now? So I can hear you, but nothing else. No, so okay. But what is happening there in that event, I can see, but there is no sound coming from there. Is that same with you? Yeah. All right. Okay. So let's see then. Yes. We can see only the picture. But this lady is speaking something on the mic.
Hello, hello. Yes. Good morning. I'm Mamta Pradhan and I'm working with International Food Policy Research Institute, and I'll be the master of ceremony for today and tomorrow. I'm from Odisha, so being from Odisha, it's my pleasure. It's a huge honor actually, and, uh, and a privilege to welcome everyone to this roundtable on transforming Odisha's agri-food systems. On behalf of Department of Agriculture and Farmers Empowerment and International Food Policy Research Institute, I extend my heartiest welcome. ମୋର ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କୁ ବହୁତ ହାର୍ଦ୍ଦିକ ଅଭିନନ୍ଦନ. It's a great benefit that Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Farmers Empowerment and Fisheries, NARD, Government of Odisha, Shri Ranendra Pratap Swai, has joined us. It's an honor that he'll be presiding over the inaugural session. We also have with us Sri Sanjeev Chopra, who is the Agriculture Production Commissioner, cum Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Odisha. Srimati Anu Garg, Additional Chief Secretary to Government, Department of Water Resources. Dr. Aravind Kumar Pari, Principal Secretary to Government, Department of Agriculture and Farmers Empowerment. Shri Sanjeev Chadda, Principal Secretary, Cooperation and Special Secretary to Government, Department of Agriculture and Farmers Empowerment. Dr. Shahidur Rashid, Director, International Food Policy Research Institute, South Asia region. We're also very pleased to be able to welcome the dignitaries from different departments, different divisions, different faculties. We have with us Sri Rohit Kumar Lenka, who is the Director Horticulture, Sri Yadula Vijay, Director Animal Husbandry, Dr. Shri Hemant Kumar Panda, who is Director Soil Conservation and Watershed Development, and other dignitaries like Dr. Pravat Kumar Rao, Vice Chancellor, OUAT. We are also very happy to be able to welcome those who have worked together for a long time on policies and programs on agriculture and farmers empowerment, and those of you who are new to the deliberations in Orissa. Very importantly, we have amongst us farmers from different districts for whom this event is all about. ଆମ ଗହଣରେ ଥିବା କୃଷକ ଭାଇ ଆଉ ଭଉଣୀମାନଙ୍କୁ ଯେଉଁମାନେ ବିଭିନ୍ନ ଜିଲ୍ଲାରୁ ଆସିଛନ୍ତି, ମୁଁ ହାର୍ଦ୍ଦିକ ସହିତ ଆଜି ତାଙ୍କୁ ସ୍ୱାଗତ କରୁଛି। ସେମାନଙ୍କର ଅବଦାନ କୃଷି କ୍ଷେତ୍ରରେ ଅତୁଳନୀୟ। In today's gathering, we are all here to mutual passion for farmers' welfare and the vision and mission to do it in a timely fashion. During the 2 days, you will be hearing and learning about different initiatives of the government and partners, the planned activities, discussions, and special events organized as part of the whole work program. There's a lot to learn from within the group and outside, why and where something has worked and why and where it has not. Thank you for listening, and let me welcome the speakers in the inaugural session on the dais. May I request the Honorable Minister, Shri Ranendra Pratap Swai, to please come on the dais. Shri Sanjeev Chadda, Additional Chief Secretary to Government. Yes, sir. Sorry, Sri Sanjeev Chopra, sir. Additional Chief Secretary Additional Production Commissioner and Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Odisha. Srimati Anu Garg, Additional Chief Secretary to Government, Department of Water Resources. Dr. Aravind Kumar Pari, Principal Secretary to Government, Department of Agriculture and Farmers Empowerment. Mr. Sanjeev Chadda, Principal Secretary, Cooperation and Special Secretary to the Government, Department of Agriculture and Farmers Empowerment. Dr. Shahidur Rashid. Dr. Pravat Rao, who is the Vice Chancellor, OUAT. May I request all to please. May I now request to please welcome our honorable guests with a bouquet of flowers. Anurudh Karibi, Atithi Manunko Pushpa Guchha de Swagat Karantu. Please.
Thank you so much.
May I now request Dr. Shahidur Rashid, Director IFPRI-South Asia region, to please present the Uttariya to our Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Minister Shri Ranendra Pratap Swai. Shahid?
Left side.
May I request Sunil Savesh to please present the Uttariya to other honorable guests to Shri Sanjeev Chopra ji. Thank you so much, Sunil, and thank you so much, Joshna. Thank you, Priyanka. Thank you, Ipsita. Before we proceed with our inaugural session, just an announcement. This event will be recorded, photographed, televised, and live streamed, and it will be promoted online. So, assuming that you are attending this event, we'll be capturing your likeness, your images throughout the event. To start with the inaugural session, now I request Dr. Aravind Kumar Pali to please give his welcome address and opening remarks. Dr. Pali.
Thank you, Mamta. ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ନମସ୍କାର ଆମର ପଲିସି ରାଉଣ୍ଡ ଟେବୁଲ ରେ ଯେହେତୁ ଅଲଗା ଅତିଥି ମାନେ ବି ଯୋଗଦାନ କରିଛନ୍ତି ମୁଁ ବାଧ୍ୟ ହେଇକି ଇଂରାଜୀରେ କହୁଛି କିନ୍ତୁ ଆମର ଯୋଉ ଚାଷୀ ଭାଇ ମାନେ କିଛି ଜଣ ଯୋଗଦାନ କରିଛନ୍ତି ୱିମେନ୍ ସେଲ୍ଫ ହେଲ୍ପ ଗ୍ରୁପ ମେମ୍ବର୍ସ ତାଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ଆମର ଅଧିକାରୀ ମାନେ ପାଖରେ ଅଛନ୍ତି ତାଙ୍କୁ କିଛିଟା ଯଦି ଅସଙ୍ଗତି ଅସୁବିଧା ହୁଏ ସେମାନେ ତାଙ୍କଠୁ ବୁଝି ପାରିବେ Honorable Minister Agriculture and Farmers Empowerment Fisheries and Animal Resources Development Department Government of Odisha Agriculture Production Commissioner come ACS Sri Sanjeev Chopra sir, Additional Chief Secretary Department of Water Resources Madam Anu Garg, Vice Chancellor OUAT Professor Raul, Special Secretary of the Department Dr. Chadda, Dr. Shahidur Rashid, Director South Asia Office of IFPRI, and many experts who have joined today's roundtable, and also few have joined online. All other officials, my team members, representatives from the partner institutions and private sector organizations, and all the delegates, and especially our women and tribal farmers who have joined today's roundtable. I am very happy to welcome you all for this two-day high-level policy roundtable on transforming the agri-food systems of our state. I am particularly delighted by the agenda of this particular roundtable and to note the presence of a wide range of actors who work on issues encompassing several sectors that directly or indirectly affect the welfare of the rural population in general and the agriculture sector in particular. I congratulate each one of you to have been a part of this very ambitious journey. Friends, I would just like to mention few of our initiatives from the government side. The state government is deeply committed towards reinvigorating the rural economy of Odisha, a large part of which comprises the agriculture sector. However, all of us are well aware about the efforts in the agriculture sector are more likely to succeed when they are supported by the convergence of initiatives in other sectors as well. I'm very happy that the director and senior officials from the allied departments and sectors have also joined. I wish to welcome Dr. Bijay, the director, animal husbandry and other fisheries there. And to this end, the MOU which we have signed with the IFPRI, the MOU signed between the government of Odisha and IFPRI that aims to achieve this convergence. I wish to pick up few of our key initiatives from the whole portfolio of the state policies and programs. The Odisha Millets Mission is now known to everyone. The crop diversification program, particularly in the mega lift irrigation projects that Madam Anadar would also speak about that. We are also taking a very ambitious rice fallow management program, and there are few estimates which say that Odisha has about 2.7 million hectares of rice fallows, though few other estimates from OUAT say that it could be 1.2 million hectares. So we want to harness the available soil moisture to achieve the end positive outcomes. And with the Honorable Minister's guidance, we are now also taking up a very unique program called Nutrition at the Doorsteps of Vulnerable Families, the integrated farming systems, APC clusters, and many others. And of course, the enhancement of value chains through FPOs and women self-help groups. We are going to launch few of new missions as well. One has already been launched on jackfruit, but then we have missions like spices, floriculture, mushroom, and very recently coffee mission they are also going to be launched. And within the agriculture sector, some of our initiatives such as supporting the FPOs to promote high value horticulture crops and providing them with better market linkages have already started giving positive returns. The ambitious millets mission, as I told some time back, has also sparked some changes in the right direction. It not only promotes the diversification in the fields, but also provide healthy and nutrition options to a wide range of consumers by diversifying their dietary choices. So such win-win initiatives are more likely to be sustainable over time, and it should be our endeavor to innovate and come up with similar measures through this kind of partnership. Another important flagship program launched under the 5T initiative is the Farm Pond Plus. Our director, Soil Conservation and Watershed Development is here, and a number of officers from the directorate are here. So this Farm Pond Plus and this particular program has been conceptualized as an initiative about intensification, diversification, and surplus generation from various farm-based livelihoods. It could be in agriculture, horticulture, or fisheries and livestock activities. We know that the agriculture sector is a victim and a contributor to the climate change, and therefore in all our policy designs, we are keeping in focus on this suitable mitigation efforts and adaptation practices. We fully understand that there are several evolving challenges that need to be overcome to realize the vision of enhancing the incomes of farmers and make their livelihoods more resilient to shocks. There are avenues where new initiatives are needed. Then there are few others where existing initiatives and efforts have to be streamlined, and there are few more where we need to take a step back and reflect on some of the shortcomings. We are well aware about the challenges. This particular roundtable is an appropriate platform to do brainstorming on all these sets of areas that I told just now, where we need to reform our existing programs and take off new initiatives. The diverse knowledge and experience that each of you would bring to this roundtable is going to be an asset going forward, and we look forward to your meaningful participation and commitment there. I once again wish to thank the IFPRI for this particular roundtable, and also to other participating institutions. We want to leverage on the strengths of each one of you and expect that this partnership will act as a springboard for areas of cooperation and innovations. I once again welcome you to this very important meeting and roundtable, and look forward to the rich discussions today and tomorrow. Welcome each one of you once again. समस्तों आउथरे धन्यवाद. वंदे उत्कल जननी.
Thank you, Dr. Pari, for that very warm welcome. Now, may I request Dr. Shahidul Rashid, the Director of IFPRI-South Asia region, to please present concepts and framework on transforming agri-food systems.
Thank you, Ma'am. It's indeed a real honor and pleasure to be sitting with a very distinguished panel of policymakers who thinks, works, acts on changing agriculture, transforming economy. Before I begin, I would like to say special thanks to Additional Chief Secretary Sanjeev Chopra, Dr. Chadda, who worked with our advisor, Mr. T. Nandakumar, former Secretary of Agriculture, in getting this MOU done. So thank you very much. Honorable Minister, Shri Ranendra Pratap Soin, Additional Chief Secretaries, Madam Garg, Mr. Chopra, the Special Secretary, Mr. Chadda, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Rao, Dr. Arvind Padi, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, and Krishak Vice, a very good morning to you all. So I might sound a bit skeptical about our food system that we have today. So let me begin reflecting on a small historical event. In the mid-60s, India had 2 consecutive years of drought. Country needed 10 million tons of food to feed its growing population. And the RBI did not have enough reserve to import from the global market. Situation was critical. Then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi went to Washington, came back, and we all know US even had called up a shipload of food from Atlantic. To cut the story short, it had a good ending. Eventually, US had supplied 8 million tons of food aid, but the lesson is in 10 years from that point, India was self-sufficient. And today, India is the largest exporter of rice. And what India does has a ripple effect in the global market. Whether it's trade policy, import policy, it's a real achievement. But all is not good. So that is going to be a point of my presentation. Slide, please, second one. Can you move on the next slide? Okay, I'll talk actually precisely 3 points. One, I'll try to explain how the idea of food system evolved over time. Second thing I'll do, I'll try to distinguish between what economic transformation means vis-a-vis what food system transformation means. And then I'll talk about a framework to think about the food system transformation in the future. A lot of these things already happening in Odisha. As Dr. Padi pointed out, some of the initiatives that the state has adopted clearly has elements of food system transformation. But idea is that we need to reflect on it, we need to keep at it. All right, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, here is a slide, export-led and import-led industrialization model of development. So what happened at the beginning when the countries got independence, there are two main streams of development thinking. One was promote export. Colonial masters wanted that. Another one, which was dominated from the Latin American countries, Raul Prebisch and Singer, they said, no, let's go for import substitution. If we supply raw materials to our colonial masters, we will remain perpetually poor. On the export-led, on the other hand, who came back more powerfully later on, they said, no, we can create our markets. And we have seen that in the case of India. Next slide, please. But that import substitution waned. All right. So evolution of food system concept. Food and agricultural policies in our region, in India particularly, was dominated by the thinking I started with. How to feed hungry people. More specifically, how to feed people with rice, wheat, chapati, and others. Food meant that. And that was the challenge. That is what kept policymakers up at night. So then began to change. In the early 70s, there was a food summit. They said, no, feeding is not enough. You have to think larger. Work from Amartya Sen, who talked about the entitlement failure, meaning you can have available food, but if you don't have the purchasing power, people will remain hungry. Famine can still happen. Starvation can still happen. That was one. And by the end of 70s, most countries, especially Green Revolution countries, not Sub-Saharan African countries, were producing enough, eating enough, income gone up. All of these indicators are good. But then there came the study that even though people are consuming more, that those are not nutritious. So the food security does not mean nutrition security. That literature was expanded by Mark Pitt at Brown University. Two of our colleagues at IFPRI, Howard Bowie and Lawrence Haddad, both of them got World Food Prize for their contribution. They are the one who started Harvest Plus program globally. Okay, next slide, please. So now in the food security idea has expanded from availability, access, utilization. Then came repeated shock, natural disaster, where safety net system broke down. And food security idea added another dimension that is called stability. It is not just being able to eat and supply food in good times, but we have to be ready for bad times too. If you think about natural disaster, Odisha is a state, I'm from Bangladesh, that is the country that dealt with all of those shocks and had to come up with the strategies so that there is a stability in the flow of food to the poor. All right, so here is the food system idea then. All of these that we are talking about doesn't have thinking is only increasing income. It doesn't have the elements of sustainability. What are we going to leave behind for our future generation? That is when came up this slide here that you're looking at. It was developed by Joachim von Braun, again former IFPRI DG, who was the chair of the science group for the UN Food System Summit. The idea is simple. The food system is linked with multiple areas. So we cannot just think about the production per se. We cannot think about a particular sector of the economy. There has to be thinking that integrates all actors and activities that leads to the economic output. I think that is the broad message. Can we go to the next slide? Okay, now the question is transformation idea. I think we need to clarify that too. We all have heard about all of these IT terms, especially the policymakers sitting here. We have heard about economic transformation. We have heard about structural transformation. We have heard about agriculture-led development. We have heard about import substitution, industrialization, agri-food system transformation, food system transformation. A lot of transformations there. And we need to understand what we mean by that. At least in our thinking, we need to bring about a system thinking. That was the main focus of the UN Food System Summit. So, okay, next slide, please. I cannot see. Let me see if I can read from my PowerPoint slide here. Oh. Okay, good. So this is one of the oldest, for now, idea. In the 1950s, Arthur Lewis, who eventually got Nobel Prize in Economics, put forward this idea of transformation. His thinking was precisely how economies grow, how the structure of the economy change. And I'm not going to go into the diagram there, but the idea is fairly simple. Idea is that when you pursue industrialization, industrialization will require raw materials, they will require workers from the rural areas. So initially when workers move to urban sector or the industrial sector, there will be no impact on wages because you have unlimited supply of workers in the rural areas. But over time comes a point when wages begin to converge. They call it Lewis's turning point. At that point, economies become integrated and then share of agriculture continues to decline. So this is very consistent with historical evidence. In 1875, US had 75% of its population employed in agriculture. 75% of the population. 100 years later, they had less than 4%. Today, it's less than 2%. So that is the kind of a structural transformation that happens over time. Next slide, please. So then, in this, up to that point, the idea was just grow income, move people from the agriculture to industrial sector, and change the structure. Then came a very powerful theory, Johnstone and Mellor, 1961. They said, no, invest in agriculture because that can create more employment, that can supply raw materials, that can generate non-farm income, and that will trigger process of transformation. So the agriculture came at the forefront at that point. All right, let's move to the next one. Now, come back to the food system, framework for food system thinking. I'm saying this is a framework with a very complex set of actors. But at the heart of it are two things. One is the societal element, another one the natural resources element. When you say societal elements, we are talking about organization, policies, infrastructure, investment, all those factors. 2 minutes, okay. And when we're talking about the natural resource factor, that is the air, climate, ecosystem, all of those factors. Question is, how can we develop a system that can have elements of all of this? So let me just try to illustrate with just one simple example. So suppose we are thinking about agriculture sector policies. We first begin with the production. When we think about production, our ancestors in the Green Revolution era did not think about the negative consequences of the use of chemical fertilizers or extract that into their system. When you think about processing, distribution, and supply, we have to think about industry because food industry is an industry. And that industry meaning it goes beyond agriculture. It relates to the industrial policies. Go beyond that. What people consume. Are they consuming right food? If industry is supplying junk materials, that has health implication. So the health should come in there as well. And when you are wasting food, that has environmental implication. So that can come in there too. So this is a framework of thinking which needs to be detailed out, translate into policy action. So at this stage, it is a thinking. But the problem that we are trying to solve in our generation is not as difficult as the problems that our ancestors had to deal with in the 50s and 60s. So I'm sure we can do that. Let me end with another positive note. 50 years ago, CGIAR system to which I belong to, was created. IFPRI-South, where Dr. Padi was, celebrated 50 years. 50 years ago, India was on the receiving end. MacArthur Foundation, Ford Foundation, Rockefeller Foundation, they dictated the policies. 50 years down the line now, India is fifth largest funder for the CGIAR system. This is a huge accomplishment. And India can lead the way to bring about this system thinking, and Odisha, given its agroecological diversity, can be a real test case. Thank you so much. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, Dr. Shahid, for setting the tone of the policy roundtable on touching upon issues of evolution of food system concepts. Now, may I request Srimati Anu Garg, Additional Chief Secretary to Government, Department of Water Resources, to please conclude her remarks.
Honorable Minister, my colleagues on the dais, Director IFPRI, Dr. Rashid, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, let me say that I'm absolutely delighted to be here, to be part of this very, very critical dialogue on increasing, doubling farmers' income. As a Secretary of Water Resources Department, my biggest consumer, my biggest user is agriculture, and it is only, it's so clear that for us, what is important is that each drop of water that is created is put to the best use possible. And when I say that, I say it in the context of the vagaries of climate, which we are all seeing, the huge demands on water that are happening these days and are only going to increase, and also that as we create each drop of water, the cost that goes in. In these last 2 years, where I have headed this department, I've realized the cost is not just financial. The cost is environment, the cost is displacing people, and so it is really critical that whatever is created is used. So more crop per drop, but I would even say, in the era of integrated farming, more fish per drop, more hydropower per drop. Basically, each drop of water should be utilized to the maximum extent possible. I'll just go over some of the highlights of the irrigation strategy in our state. And in 1951, when we had started, the irrigated area was only 1.8 lakh hectare. Today, 1.8 lakh hectare is what we create as new irrigation every year for the last 10 years. So that is the kind of access that has been given to farmers through irrigation in our state. And today at 46 lakh hectares, each year around 1.6 to 1.8 lakh hectare being created. A change which came in the strategy was that while major and medium projects were taken up, in the last decade, to harness the groundwater resource, the dynamic groundwater resource, a scheme for deep bore wells was also initiated. So 1 lakh deep bore wells, and then now another 1 lakh deep bore wells. And you'll be happy to know that even though we have gone for this very major scheme, Odisha still is using only 46% of its groundwater resource compared to many other states where overexploitation and all is there. And there is no block so far which is overexploited or even semi-critical state. But that is not to say that we are complacent, and a lot of efforts are going in simultaneously to ensure that recharge of water takes place through huge big schemes and small schemes in the government. Another strategic intervention that was made was to, so while our flow irrigation, we realized that it was very important to cover the uplands, and a huge scheme again for mega lift was started in the state. In India, I think we are one of the 2-3 states that have such a large scheme for mega lift. And we have been able to install 208 such schemes with 170 more in the pipeline. The other one which we are presently following is that whatever major and medium projects were started some years back, the intention now is that to ensure that there is no more cost escalation or time overrun, we are trying to ensure that those are completed and again put to good use. A hallmark of our strategy also has been equity. So be it geographical equity, be it social equity. So geographically, you will be happy to know that areas hitherto uncovered are being covered. So Bolangir district, let's say, was one of our drought-prone areas. And now with a major project, Lower Indra, some parts have been covered. Another major project, Lower Suktel, is coming up. So another 40,000 hectares would come up. And likewise, even in areas which were considered irrigated, there were pockets. I have been the collector of Bargarh district, which has the bounties of Hirakud Dam. But there were pockets there, Gaisilate, Bijepur, which were never covered. And now with this Gangadhar Meher project, another huge project that is coming up, 30,000 hectares irrigation, that is also being done. So we are trying to address whatever geographical inequities were there. And socially, we are through our lift irrigation points or through tribal development departments, Mission Ajivika, we are trying to reach people even with subsidy, so that more of these people who were not able to get irrigation easily are covered. So far, we've been talking about more crop per drop. Now I will be trying to tell you about how to have more drops reaching you. So basically, with the same pot of water, how do I ensure that more water reaches the fields? Water use efficiency. And so for that, in our state, we have been focusing on underground pipeline system. And in this Gangadhar Meher project, which I was talking about, so far Hirakud had only 3 major canals. I mean, now we have one whole canal in a pipeline, so to speak. So the idea is to have less evaporation and so better water use efficiency. Then command area, which is an age-old practice, but we are continuing with that so that our command area is developed, and so field channels, even some of the field channels through underground pipeline system, lining the canals aggressively, that is another thing we are doing, and 1 hectare chucks. So this is another thing we are focusing on. So all our mega lift projects, all the big projects that we are taking up, including Lower Suktel, we are taking the outlet, the lowest level is 1 hectare, which I feel can be very effectively used by agriculture department for micro irrigation, because that lends itself beautifully to micro irrigation. Another strength of our state has been our Pani Panchayat system. So we have a very robust system of Pani Panchayats, the water user associations, and we have been using them, and we can further use them to ensure rotational irrigation and things like that, which is another area. I'm just giving you some more food for thought. Another strategy which we adopt is focus on maintenance. The general thought is that in India, we make a dam and then we forget about it. But in our state, we have evolved a couple of schemes which are ensuring that that kind of maintenance is taken up. just to give you an example, we have a scheme called Navakrishna Chaudhary scheme for maintenance, in which there are two focus. One, the lost eye cut. So, for example, in a particular area, because the canal is not really reaching the people or something like that, if it is not catering to its full eye cut, then those projects can be taken up in this scheme. And I had gone to Telangiri project. It's a project in Koraput. And there I found that when I talked to the people, they said that while we are showing 9,000 hectares as the eye cut of this project, actually it can be 12,000. But that we have realized over time. So such type of potential eye cuts, that also we can cover under this scheme. So this is one thing which we are doing. Apart from, for dam safety, for example, we were told that only Odisha has this scheme, DPIW, where we go, where we try to address the schematic, the issues, structural issues which with our dams, so that their utility can be improved. On sustainability, we have been focusing a lot, and we have a project, Odisha Integrated Irrigation Project for Climate Resilient Agriculture. Then with Green Climate Fund, we have another huge project for 10,000 tanks. And we have a huge scheme again for lift irrigation projects using solar pumps. So there is a lot of focus, but again, that is an area which I would think many of you would like to discuss further. And convergence. So while I was sitting on stage, I was discussing with Arvind how we need to sit down together for so many things. And OPICRA project also we have with fisheries, with apicol, with agriculture, with horticulture. So all of us sit down together to decide how in some areas at least we can have a very integrated kind of development. Nonetheless, our concerns are there. There is a huge gap even now between what we say has been created and what is finally being utilized. And so we need to collectively discuss what is it that can be done. Then crop diversification is another area where I would feel all of you should discuss, and how we can increase micro irrigation in our state. And looking ahead, we are going to be focusing much more on IT interventions. So using remote sensing, we are trying to sanitize our data, because over time, there are many projects where some of it may have been encroached or put to some other kind of use. So we are trying to find that out through remote sensing, sanitize our data. We are working on irrigation management IT initiatives, including SCADA. The focus will have to be on Rabi, so that that second crop is very critical for doubling the farmers' income. And a few other ideas we are working on are, of course, benchmarking our projects, maybe even benchmarking the Pani Panchayats, and as to how much crop diversification they have been able to get, and maybe even award them for that. And also conjunctive use. So whether we can, so far, if there was an eye cut overlap, it was frowned upon. But in this conjunctive use, we are actually encouraging that in case near the water source, you can have a deep bore well, because the water table is much higher, then the water will reach the tail end more easily. But these are ideas which we are working on, and I'm so glad that all of you are going to be discussing these and many, many more ideas. And I look forward to actually getting a synthesis of that, so that we can also put some of those ideas to good use. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Srimati Anugar, for highlighting different projects of your department, rightly touched upon the issues of water use efficiency, and you'll be glad to know that there is a full session in the later half of the day where we are discussing the issues on more crop, more per drop, or more drops per crop. Thank you so much. Next, may I request Sri Sanjeev Chopra, Agriculture Production Commissioner, come Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Odisha, to give his remarks.
Honorable Minister, Agriculture and Farmers Empowerment, Shri Ranendra Pratap Swai, my colleagues on the dais, Srimati Anu Garg, Sri Arvind Padi, Sri Sanjeev Chadda, Sri Raul, and Professor Dr. Rashid. It's actually a great pleasure to be a part of this particular roundtable which has been organized. And first of all, I'd like to thank both the Department of Agriculture and Farmers Empowerment and IFPRI for organizing this event, which has come very timely. When we were discussing with the IFPRI on the contours of the MOU in March, April, in fact, we discussed about various things, changing or trying to transform the agro systems in Odisha, of course, was an overarching theme. But we also wanted that there should be some focused inputs from IFPRI based on what's happening across the world as to what could be the practices, what could be the policies that Odisha could adopt in case one were to talk about doubling the farmer's income. So doubling the farmer's income has of late become more of a buzzword, but it's not that earlier the governments didn't want to increase the farmer's income. That was always the intention, that was always the objective, but probably once this particular buzzword or that particular catchword, whatever you may call, has caught the fancy of the policymakers and also the people who are involved with the agriculture sector. So that's given it a sense of urgency, which probably was lacking in the past. When I was trying to look at the figures and we tried to find out as to what was the reported average monthly income per agriculture household during 2018-19 as per the NSO report, the Odisha figures make very interesting reading, and that tells us where the cause of action lies. So agriculture household income has 5 components as defined by the NSO. One is the income from wages, income from leasing out land, net receipt from crop production, which is what we are talking about in detail, more detail in this particular roundtable. But whether we should be focusing only on this or others, that probably I think will become clear as I detail the figures. So the 4th one is the net receipt from farming of animals, and the 5th one is the net receipt from non-farm business. So when we see the Odisha figures, we find that the total income of a farm household in 2018-19 in Odisha was 5,112 per month. And the breakup makes interesting reading. About 50% came from wages. About 30% came from the crop production. And roughly about less than 10% came from farming of animals. And about the same, about 10% came from non-farm business. So that tells us that while it's good to focus on the farming sector per se, and obviously we should, but I think equal attention has to be paid to the non-farm income of the farmers and also the income from farming of animals. So these are 2 components of the farmer's household income, which probably need greater attention from us as policymakers to facilitate the income generation capacity of the farmers from the non-farm business and also from the FARD sector, the fisheries and ARD. Fisheries and ARD sector, unfortunately, until recent years, has not probably got the fillip it deserved in Odisha. Only of late, we are finding that there is a great boost in the activities, and people are taking to it very, very well, as revealed from the figures of the FARD in terms of the fisheries, in terms of the ARD. In fact, they are the major offtake of loans under the MKUY, the Mukhyamantri Krishi Udyog Yojana, is for these sectors. So I think in case we are to talk of doubling the farmer's income, we have to look at the non-farm income in terms of the Mukhyamantri Krishi Udyog Yojana, adding more agri-entrepreneurs, and also the income from the FARD sector. Now, doubling farmers' income in the Odisha context has a couple of challenges. The first challenge is the average farm holding. The average farm holding in Odisha is just about 0.95 hectares. So that limits the range of our interventions because of the sheer small size of holdings. The second one is the natural calamities which hit the state every other year. In fact, now we have been told that we'll have a cyclone on Diwali this year. So every year we are finding that we never used to have a summer cyclone, and we had the first one when we had Foni in 2019. So every year, whether in winters or whether in autumn or whether in summers, we are hit by a natural calamity. As a result of which, the farmer's income takes a beating. So how can we have more climate resilient agriculture to ensure that the farmer's income, although may be impacted, but not impacted to the extent that he is really impoverished? So while we have ensured food security, but I think that is just the base. Beyond the food security, there are other considerations that the farmer, in case he is to lead a life, a quality life, I think that has to be also ensured by the government and the policymakers. Now, if I were to talk of other things in terms of the keystones of what the Odisha policy framework has been for agriculture, I would like to focus on three things. One is the cluster-based approach that we are now trying to follow in all our policies, which I will detail in a minute. The second one is the convergence of various departmental schemes. So the departments erstwhile used to work in silos. The FARD would not know what the Department of Agriculture is doing. Water resources would not know what we are doing, and vice versa. Those silos are now being broken, as a result of which there is more convergence of the various activities, which is revealed by the various successes that we've achieved in the schemes, which I will just talk about. And the third one is the aggregation of produce. An individual farmer, to get a good price for his produce, when we are talking the farmer's income from the farm sector, in case he's to get a good price for the produce, there is no option but to aggregate the produce and give greater bargaining power to the farmer through various collectivization strategies. Could be the food, the FPOs, farmer producer organizations, or could be the WSHGs or WSHG federations. So we are trying both the channels, both the WSHGs and the farmer producer organizations with very good results. In terms of schemes that we are having, I would like to cite a couple of schemes that have seen very good success over the past few years. One is the agriculture production cluster, where we've covered about 1 lakh acres with high value vegetables and fruits, which has given very good result, which is a prime example of what strategies I mentioned in terms of convergence, in terms of cluster-based approach, and in terms of aggregation of produce. The second scheme I'd like to mention is the Farm Pond Plus. This scheme, again, I had the occasion to visit a couple of such projects in the field, and it's very heartening to see how the scheme, where a farm pond has been taken up under the wage employment schemes like Manrega, how this particular scheme has been leveraged to have integrated farming in terms of converging the various schemes of the fisheries, of the ARD sector, and of horticulture and soil conservation. So it is something which really tells us that this is the way forward in terms of, in case we are to increase the farmer's income. When I talk of these three capstones or these three keystones, one thing which is an imponderable, which as a layman, in fact, don't have any special expertise in this sector. I was fortunate to work in this sector over the past few months. I had never worked in agriculture before, but having worked here, I can tell you with a lot of pride that it is one sector where one gets a total understanding of how the rural India works. And one thing which I found out is that our systems of extension services need to be overhauled. Now, I don't have any clear answers as to how this is to be done. We have tried various strategies, various approaches over the past few months. But the fact remains that the present extension mechanism needs to be overhauled. And why I say this is because while we may try various approaches, we may try various schemes, but ultimately, it is the farmer. It is the farmer who has to adapt or adopt what we are recommending. And for him, we are actually an outsider who's trying to guide and advise something to him, which he may not be very forthcoming in accepting. So when we had set up a PMU, we have set up a PMU in the department where we are trying to lay down a vision over the next 5 to 10 years for the department in various sectors, and trying to see as to how we can implement that particular vision. So as a part of the team that we have deployed, I said we must have a behavioral economics. Because at the end of the day, in case we are not able to change the mindset of the farmer, his mindset has developed over decades. And to expect that in a span of 1 year, I can just go, my people will go and tell him, no, please do this, and he will readily adapt. It may not happen in majority of the cases. It could happen. Can I have a glass of water? So the farmer may adapt to our requests, but it would probably be an exception than the rule. The farmer has seen his forefathers, fathers, and ancestors following a particular package of practices, following a particular way of doing things, and for us to go and expect a change, a radical change in a year or two is something which is, for me, seems unrealistic. It has happened in exceptions, but then as a rule, as I said, we need to understand what works for the farmer. So behavioral economics is a field which I think we must introduce in the way we do the extension services, so that our entire strategy is attuned to the mindset of the farmer and how we can probably tinker with it in the next few years. The other thing I'd like to mention from my experience in this sector over the past few months is, in fact, I try to devote some bit of attention to, along with my team members, on digital agriculture, because I think that's the future going forward, because more and more farmers now with 5G coming in, more and more farmers are adopting technology. Many of them, we are told about 1/3 of our farmers have a smartphone, and that number will keep going up as the prices crash and the smartphones become more accessible. So in terms of the technology, the overarching or the guiding principle for us was that we must treat each farmer as an individual customer, a heterogeneous class, than a homogeneous whole of farmers who we can treat, let's say, one size fits all. So each farmer is a customer for the department, and each farmer must get individual and customized inputs depending on his requirements. So we have made some progress. It's been happening for the past few years, where we built in the Krishak Odisha database, which the Honorable CM launched on Akshaya Tritiya when Dr. Shahid was also present. And there we have now verified details on about 96 fields of 50 lakh farmers in Odisha. And that's a treasure trove of information. So with that information, now I'm able to know, and that information, of course, is dynamic, capturing the crop details, capturing other information, the profile in terms of bank details, the Aadhaar card, etc., etc. But that gives me the power now to target my strategies to a particular group of farmers. Let's say a group of farmers who are growing cotton would receive a different treatment than a group of farmers who's growing vegetables, than sending a let's say a general advice to all farmers, and they would just ignore it, and then probably after some time even stop receiving those particular advisories. It is now possible for me to target each farmer individually. On the side of the inputs, in fact, we are now trying to develop the agri-stack, which the government of India is now talking about. We are, I think, probably one of the front runners in the country, where we are hoping that by January, we'll have a new platform called Connect in place, whereby end-to-end treatment or end-to-end servicing of a farmer's needs, beginning with the inputs, beginning with extension services, beginning with post-harvest management, beginning with the other post-harvest services like assaying, like logistics, etc., e-marketing. Everything will happen under one platform. So that once that happens, and once we are able to get more farmers on this particular platform, it would give an immense boost to ensuring that each farmer is able to get these services which are targeted to him rather than a kind of a generalized approach to treating the farmers' issues. In terms of inputs, I would also like to mention that we are shortly on the 26th of this month, actually, we are launching the first portal in India for facilitating agricultural loans to the farmers. So it used to happen in various meetings of the state level bankers committee that we would talk about so many farmers' applications are pending, so many farm loans have not been given or given, but we were mainly dependent on the information that the bankers would give us. And we all agree that credit is one of the major inputs that a farmer needs. And in case we are to increase more capital investment in agriculture, there is the bankers have to step in. We need to increase the lending for capital assets so that the capital stock in the farming sector is increased, and that raises the yield for the farmer, the productivity and the yield for the farmer. So with this particular portal now, we have got about 40 plus banks on board, and the farmer can apply on this particular portal. There are about 75 project reports. A farmer can customize those reports as per the area available under different sectors like agriculture, horticulture, fisheries, ARD. So what it will do is that the farmer, once he applies using this particular portal, and he need not be very tech savvy, he can go to the nearest Mo Seva Kendra that the state government has set up, and he can apply for these particular loans. And then once there's a checklist of documents to be given, he checks that particular list. And once that application goes to the bankers, then we would also be able to monitor the disposal of these applications. What we are requesting bankers is we don't want any kind of special favors, but the fact remains that you should dispose the applications timely. And what will give confidence to the bankers is also the fact that this loan application, this loan portal, is linked to the Krishak Odisha portal that I talked about. So Krishak Odisha portal having verified details of 50 lakh farmers, and that the bankers can access so that they know, yes, the information given by the farmer is correct, verified by the government. It will improve the turnaround time for granting the loans for the agriculture purpose. So this is something which I feel would also be a bit of a game changer for the agricultural loans sector. And coupled with this, the Connect portal that is coming up now in the state and will be launched hopefully in the month of January will give a big fillip to the agri-tech scenario of the state of Odisha. So it's very heartening that a state like Odisha, which is supposed to be very, very backward in terms of, let's say, the adoption of technology, is a front runner, not only in agriculture, but of course many sectors, but agriculture particularly, keeping in view the kind of clientele base that we have, that the farmers are adapting technology is augurs very, very well for our forthcoming plans. And I'm sure that we would make a big headway in the coming few years. So this is something which I thought I will share with you about what we have been doing in the Department of Agriculture with the support of all our stakeholders. Doubling farmers' income is not just a buzzword. It has to actually be realized for the major chunk of our population to not only lead a quality life, but lead a healthy life. I think this is something which is of an importance which I think all of us will agree on. So with these words, I'd like to thank the department and also the IFPRI for collaborating on this particular roundtable. And I'm sure that the workshop will throw up many suggestions and many recommendations, which we'll carry forward in the coming few years. And I see a very bright future for agriculture in the state. And collectively, I think we can all make it happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shri Sanjeev Chopra, sir, for your remarks, which rightly focused on issues of convergence of different streams, farmer-producer organizations, extension services, adoption of technologies, and a plethora of issues. Thank you so much. Now, may I request our Honorable Minister, Shri Ranendra Pratap Swai, Agriculture and Farmers Empowerment and Fisheries and ART, Government of Odisha, to please deliver his inaugural address. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister Shri Ranendra Pratap Swai.
समस्त को नमस्कार. High level policy roundtable on transforming agriculture, agri-food systems. That is the buzzword in the entire world now. Every time you go to any newspaper, you will find something or the other story about this food systems changing world over. This is not only in our place, in our country, but world over. Now the climate change buzzword is also picking up. And now the world is riveted with war, the economic scenario world over. All these things have a concomitant pressure on our thinking and how we evolve our policies. So in that background, we are now discussing the food systems and how to increase the farmers' incomes. A very good morning to all brilliant people present in this roundtable. Sri Sanjeev Chopra, Agriculture Production Commissioner, Mr. Sanu Garg, Additional Chief Secretary, Department of Water Resources, Dr. Arvind Padhi, Principal Secretary, Agriculture and Farmers Empowerment, Sri Sanjeev Chadha, Principal Secretary, Cooperation, Director Empowerment, Shahidur Rashid, Director IFPRI-South Asia, distinguished delegates, authors, researchers, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to see such a band of brilliant persons from the field of agriculture and allied activities from all over the country on a single platform, virtually and actually. This is the best you can get to deliberate on this theme, which is heart and soul of Indian economy. Odisha is no different. In this state, about 70% of its population depends upon agriculture and associated activities for their livelihood, and economy of our state revolves around agriculture. Despite our economy has received support from other sectors as well as in past couple of decades. So what is the mindset we are going to evolve? As our Sanjeev Chopra Sahib has already dilated upon. Nationally, more than 60% of the population depend upon agriculture, but contribution of this sector is around 18%. That was not the scenario as the initiator had told. The scenario in 1950s, the agriculture sector's contribution to the GDP was much more than what it is today. Now, this is a paradox we have to address here holistically. We cannot push more farmers out of agriculture. At present, because there is no other suitable alternative available at present. We are reading headlines like an unemployment rate is at a 4-decade high, the highest in last 45 years. Now again, you want to shift people from one sector to the other. And what is the scenario, the financial scenario in the country, that is to be kept back of our mind. So at least in the foreseeable future, there is no alternative to enhance income from farm and allied activities. As the economic scenario is evolving, the world scenario is evolving. At present, as on today, the scenario is something different and murky. ଯେତେ ଖଟିଲେ ମଧ୍ୟ ଚାଷୀ ତାର ଗୁଜରାଣ ମେଣ୍ଟେଇ ପାରୁନାହିଁ। फाइनेंशियल मार्केट जो भली भाव रे आमर दैनंदिन जीवन को नियंत्रण करुची सेथिरु बाहरिबा पई बाट कोन आज पॉलिसी रे हमें डिस्कशन करबा उचित. And unless we do that, and unless this is done, we will be in real trouble because so many people engaged in an economic activities contributing not proportionally to the GDP, as has been already dilated by Sanjeev ji. I will deliberate a little on the global and national scenario before I settle into conditions in our state and how we can contribute to do more for the farmers, our annadatas, जो माने हमको दाना दियंती. At the outset, we must recognize that there is a real problem staring at us on our face. Let's not applaud with false sense of pride of getting the tag of the fastest growing economy in the world. We are projected to grow by about 6.5 to 6.8 this fiscal by different agencies including IMF and the World Bank, while others should grow less. That is the scenario. Next fiscal, it will even be less, about 6%, if there is no other nasty surprises like COVID and otherwise. So what? Still we go around boasting we are the fastest growing economy. Is it so? Let us ground ourselves. US or other developed nations can afford to grow at 2% or even at 1% and still people will get away with minor scars. But that is not the scenario in our country. ମାଟିର ମଣିଷ ହିଁ ତଳେ ରହି ଏଇଟାକୁ ନିଜେ ଏକ୍ସପିରିଏନ୍ସ କରୁଛୁ ଯୋଉଟା ସେଇ ଅନୁସାରେ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକ୍ରମ ନ କଲେ ଯାହା କହିଲେ କଷ୍ଟମର ହେଲେ ଆମର ସମସ୍ତ ଚାଷୀ ଭାଇ ମାନେ ଯାହା କହିଲେ ଯେ ଆମର ମାଇଣ୍ଡସେଟଟାକୁ ଆମେ ଚେଞ୍ଜ କରିବୁ ଏବଂ ଟେକ୍ନୋଲୋଜି କିମ୍ବା କୌଣସି କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକ୍ରମ ଆମେ ପଲିସିଟାକୁ ଜବରଦସ୍ତ ଯଦି ନେଇ ଥୋଇଦେବୁ ଯାହାକୁ ଆଡପ୍ଟ କରିବା ପାଇଁ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକ୍ରମ ହେବା ପାଇଁ ଆଜି ଡିସ୍କସନ ହେବା ଉଚିତ. But as the developing nation, our country, with such a large population, we cannot afford less than 8% of growth yearly. Otherwise, it will take much more time to pull people out of poverty. Here is the empirical evidence. Data don't lie. Post-pandemic, about 300 million or 30 crores of people who were pulled out of the proverbial poverty line between 2006 and 2016 again went back to poverty. That is the data. Data empowers, as Chopra Sahib has told. Why we are able to achieve this unwanted feat? The question mark. Simple. We are consistently growing about 8 to 10% for a decade between 2006 to 2016. However, because of many reasons which you are all aware of, post-October 2016, 2016 ମସିହା ଅକ୍ଟୋବର ମାସ ପରେ ଯୋଉ ସବୁ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକ୍ରମ କରାଗଲା ଭାରତ ବର୍ଷରେ ଗରିବ ଚାଷୀ ମୂଲିଆ ମେହନତି ଲୋକ ଯିଏ ତଳେ ଅଛି ସେ ତାକୁ ବୁଝି ପାରିଲା ନାହିଁ. ତାର ପେଟ ପାଟଣା ଉପରେ ତାର କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକ୍ରମ ଉପରେ ଯେଉଁଭଳି ଭାବରେ ପ୍ରଚଣ୍ଡ ଆକ୍ରମଣ କରାଗଲା, ଡିମନିଟାଇଜେସନ, ତମେ ଯେତେ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକ୍ରମ କଲେ ମଧ୍ୟ your hard earned money were gone. That is how it pulled down our growth consistently to about 4.3%. The last quarter during the COVID, January-March quarter, just before the pandemic, remember. Lockdown was announced on 25th March, which only worsened our woes. So you can witness pace of reduction in poverty was also slowing down, and more people were pushed to poverty because of our lower growth and reduction in income. In such a scenario, it is the farming class. Kahinki mu ekatha kahili? Kana apanko mane thibo je jetobale COVID aithila and COVID pore jetobale gote murky situation thela, in that scenario, it was the farming class who were and are the worst sufferers at that given point of time. We speak on many platforms that agriculture was the only shining spot during the pandemic, as it was the only sector which was in positive territory while others were in deep red. That is a fact. But we are thankful to our farmers who braved the virus to feed the nation. जीवन को पानी छड़े ସେମାନେ काम करते. But in fact, they were just trying hard to save their own skin against the gravest risk and to hold on to the only source they had in possession. That is the actual thing that I have experienced. So we had that regular 4% growth in agriculture. Now the question we should ask, is this 3 to 4% growth in the agriculture nationally is enough to fulfill the promises we make to our farmers or to our future generation? 2023, we are going to exceed China in our population. Are we in a position to feed them? What is the hunger index? Latest hunger index projects stark reality. This has to be borne in the back of our mind. No, it is not. It has to grow up substantially. In that case, what are the options? There are two ways to make more income in any business or economic activities. Earlier, increase your price. Dam badhai diya. Minimum support price ko badhai diya. Kiba tamara income ko badhai diya. Either increase your price if you are able to bring down the production cost, or to increase your profit margin. If you get both these bargains, then it is sone pe suhaga. But that may not be the rule in agriculture sector, or maybe the black swan event. There is no doubt agriculture operation has become expensive with all the input costs like diesel, fertilizer, seeds, and last but not the least, credit. That has been also highlighted by our leader, the leading person, agriculture department को leader किए अछती संजीव जी. संजीव जी हमको छाड़ी के जाउछथि. That is a sad factor. He is going on a promotion. He is going to Government of India. ताकू किए चलेइबो मु से कथा बसी भाबुथली. He may not have been in the department, but the time I have spent with him, he is down to earth. My God, he has unbelievable talent. बर्तन ताकू replicate किए करिवो. ये जो नुआ आइडिया टू इवॉल्व होबो ताकू नहीं आनी थोइबो किए. मु कथा मने मने भाबुथली. So credit विषय से जा कहचथि. Credit are going up substantially over the past 7 or 8 years, but the return has not been increasing proportionally. That is also the truth, data. However, in Odisha, we have done our best to insulate our farmers from these ever-increasing cost escalations. Subject to correction, Odisha is the only state in India which is giving farm credit of 1 lakh rupees at 0% interest rates. Because of this, more than 80% of our farmers are benefiting this facility, as they are mostly small and marginal farmers with small land holdings. Jette ichha kale madhya, because of the land holding, they will not be in a position to translate their dreams. Not only affordability, we have made loan also accessible. Our cooperative banks are doing the heavy lifting by extending credits up to 65% with the total farm loans, while the rest 35% are advanced by the commercial banks. Am I correct? Chada sir? Is it not correct? The situation in other states is just the opposite. Those who have come from different sectors must put this in back over their mind. Similarly, we are providing input subsidy at a discount to the farmers. All these steps with the leadership of our visionary leader, our Honorable Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik, has also yielded good results and ensuring decent income to our farmers. Despite being the disaster capital of the nation, as has been already dilated by Sanjeev ji, we have been producing record quantity of cereals, especially paddy. Now, from a deficient state, we are exporting surplus rice to other states. Similarly, we have become self-independent or at the verge of being self-sufficient in vegetable production, poultry, egg, fish productions. Thanks to all our directors. But still, I feel we can do a lot better, and farmers need to get a better price, which might not be the scope of this roundtable. We can take up the topics some other time. I would wish our Principal Secretary to dilate upon this subject. One way to increase income is to increase productivity or yield, as we call it in agriculture sector, and also how to bring down cost of farming. In this twin challenge, an organization like IFPRI comes in handy. We have a very new beginning. Only we are 6 months, very nascent beginning. 6 months old, I think. Perhaps the partnership is about 6 months. MOU. I would like to know what you have planned to have taken up regarding this. Why technology and research is important to us. I'll cite a simple example. From a 46 to 63% water deficient state up to September, suddenly in a week's time, we became a surplus monsoon rain state in a matter of, if I'm not wrong, in a week. I'm a deficiently chaluthulu. Hotad borsa ette jor se hela, we become, within 1 week, we became plus. So that data is erroneous. The ground condition. Dorkar nahi jetebele borsa setebele borsa hoch. And now when we have not even completed our post-flood relief and rehabilitation plans for our farmers, suddenly we are staring at the possibility of a cyclone and incessant rain at a time when we need the least of it. So this is our nation's disaster capital, Odisha. As has been already dilated upon, taku back of our mind re ame rakhi amara karjakama kariba uchit. I pray to God we do not come to this situation, especially when we are advancing towards the harvesting period. God forbid, if this happens, it will break the back of our farmers in the affected areas. Very sorry state of affairs. So we have to find out something which is drought resilient, flood resilient policies. This is what it seems we are lacking. During the post-flood meeting and reviews we indulged in, there was a demand of about 281 quintals of early variety of rice, but eventually we could give only 70 odd quintals as we did not have enough stock, and by the time it was sourced, farmers were not interested. This is a practical reality. Amara director, Amara Seed Corporation Nua director Aschandina. So this is the scenario. आमे इच्छा करथुलु 281 क्विंटल जो रिव्यू करथुलु सारा ओडिसा रो समस्त सहित आमर 281 क्विंटल दरकार थला, but we could only source 70 odd quintals to bridge the gap. तो हठात देखला बेलकू आमे ताकू सोर्स कला परे मध्य आमर फार्मर्स माने मध्य ताकू नवा पई रेडी नथले, बिकॉज़ द माने ଚାଷ ତର ତର ବଣିଜ ମଠ ଏଇ ନୀତିରେ ଆମର ସେଇଟା ମାଡ଼ ଖାଇଗଲା. So this is the practical realities which we are facing. Now we are at such advanced stage of science that mankind is planning to colonize extra planets, and we are not able to provide the farmers the varieties of their choice in time. But what କଥା କହୁଛୁ technology ଅନ୍ୟାନ୍ୟ କଥା ତେଣୁକରି ଆମକୁ ନିଜକୁ we should be on our toes. We are spending so much in agriculture research. We simply cannot put the blame at the doors of climate change to shirk our responsibilities. Yes, climate change is happening. It will impact the livelihood, and we know in that scenario the farmers will be the worst sufferers as their entire agricultural operation depends on the mood of the climate. But research is exactly how we can mitigate the risk. If not able to avoid that risk altogether, we have done it successfully to limit loss of life and property. During the flood, during the cyclone, zero casualty has been our Chief Minister's milestone, yardstick. If we could achieve that thing in that sector, why we cannot do something better in agriculture sector? We have now it is time to do it in this field of livelihood, especially agriculture, for which we are here together. In Odisha, there is a lot of scope for increasing productivity as we are at the lower end of the spectrum as far as yield is concerned on a national scale. So I expect agencies like IFPRI, CRRI, and our own OUAT to come up with ideas, ways, and means how to address these issues, which will change the lives of farmers to a great extent. I will cite another example. We have relaunched the potato mission, and some other missions are also on the anvil. And while relaunching the potato mission, we have a substantial budget to spend over the next 5 years. But sadly, despite a few review meetings I have taken in past 4 months, I'm not sure if we will be able to produce seed potato in our state instead of importing it from faraway states, pushing the input cost. These questions bother me regularly, and I have raised it in many occasions in our internal review meetings as well. My problem is I need an answer to the questions. It is something, if something can be done in other states, why it cannot be done in my state? I should be convinced. I'm happy that I have a wonderful team at my disposal. Dr. Arvind Padi, Principal Secretary of Agriculture and Farmers Empowerment, who is an acclaimed expert in the field of agriculture in his own right. Now our leader, Sanjeev Chopra, is leaving us. I am saddened by it, but I do not know who is going to be at the helm of affairs. But whoever is there, whatever will be discussing and bringing out, it should be not in lieu of the ideas what he has enunciated here, but it should be in consonance with his ideas. Dr. Suresh Kumar Basist, he is another person in my team, Commissioner cum Secretary, Fisheries and Animal Resources Development, who is a very experienced and no-nonsense taskmaster. They have helped my team. They have been helping and guiding my team of directors. Those are here right in front of me, and dedicated staff, those who are also operating these departments. But I'm little more craving as far as welfare of the farmers are concerned. I'm sure we all as a team are working towards that end and will do whatever it takes for the welfare of the 70% of the population of the state in right earnest, as it is directed by our Honorable Chief Minister, Navin Patnaik. I hope with this wonderful panel of experts, we will have answers to some of the vexed questions that I and along with me, farmers of the state have. You will be interacting with them. I would like to request to the director, IFPRI, to do a process documentation if they have not planned it already. I hope the entire audio-visual documentation will be available. Kindly give me a copy of all the presentation for my reference and to better understand the valuable inputs of you all. If time permits, prepare a set of doable suggestions for the government, for Agriculture Department, which I assure that we'll look into it with all seriousness. With these words, I wish all the best for a fruitful engagement over the next 2 days and help our farmers to make life little better by helping them earn a little more for their families by using our knowledge and expertise. Thank you for a patient hearing. Namaskar. Bande Utkal Janani. Jai Jagannath.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, Sir Sri Narendra Pratap Swainji, and you have rightly raised certain questions where we have 3 to 4% agriculture growth rate. Will it be enough? You did talk about the poorest nature of the poverty line. You did ask us to focus more on the welfare of the farmers, and that is the focus of the policy roundtable here. On a lighter note, there is so much of high pressure here. Let's not fear the low pressure outside. With that note, I have an announcement before I request Shri Sanjeev Chadda to propose his vote of thanks. Our team wants to have a group photo after the inaugural session, so I'll request everybody to be here and then we'll organize a group photo for that. Now, may I request Shri Sanjeev Chadda ji, our Principal Secretary, Cooperation and Special Secretary to Government, Department of Agriculture and Farmers, to propose his vote of thanks.
Good morning. It's my privilege to thank our Honorable Minister for sparing his valuable time for addressing this gathering and setting the context for the roundtable. I also thank our esteemed APC who has shared his thoughts, and I think whatever points he has raised that we'll be discussing in coming 2 days. I especially thank our ACS Water Resources, Srimati Anu Garg, for sparing her valuable time and joining us and sharing the roadmap they have for the Water Resources Department, because Water Resources Department is very important for the Agriculture Department. And whatever schemes we have, they are successful only when the irrigation is made available to the farmers. I thank our Principal Secretary, Dr. Padi, for joining us and sharing his thoughts. And I think he'll be available with us for the coming sessions also, and we'll be benefiting with his wisdom. Let me thank IFPRI for organizing this wonderful roundtable, and my team in the department, Dr. Pratap Mishra, Dr. Sangram Patnaik, working closely with the IFPRI team in setting up the different sessions for coming 2 days. Before we close this session, let me inform this house that in Agriculture Department, we have set up a committee for last 5-6 months under my chairmanship to look after, they come out with the recommendations and lay the roadmap for doubling the farmers' income. So as our APC has said, we are not looking at, is a buzzword, doubling the farmers' income. We are basically focusing on enhancing the farmers' income and through different schemes. And some of the interventions have already done it. One of them is APC cluster, and then Farm Pond Plus, or we have a millet mission. So all these, they are yielding the results. So this committee has a task of laying out the roadmap for the department. So I hope the deliberations in the coming 2 days will be useful for this committee and help us in finalizing the policy paradigm for the agriculture sector for coming 4 to 5 years. So let me thank all of you once again for joining us in such a large number, and I hope that the deliberations in the coming session for 2 days will be very useful, and we'll be sharing our recommendations and of course the presentation with the Honorable Minister also, as he has requested during his address. Once again, thank you very much. So I hope we have a tea break after this, and then we start with the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Sanjeev Chaddaji. Before we proceed for the high tea, may I request for a group photo with the honorable ministers and other dignitaries on the stage. May I request everybody to please come to the front.
Hey, ଭଲ ଜାଗାରେ ଆମେ ଠିଆ ହେଇଗଲେ ଭଲ ଜାଗାରେ ଠିଆ ହେଇଗଲେ
So we have for our plenary session one on experts' perspectives. We have the chair, Dr. Arvind Kumar Pari, Principal Secretary, Department of Agriculture and Farmers Empowerment. It'll be co-chaired by Dr. P.J. Chengappa, who is formerly Vice Chancellor, University of Agricultural Sciences. We have a line of speakers, and for this session, may I then hand it over to Dr. Arvind Kumar Pari and who is co-chair, Dr. P.J. Chengappa, to please take forward this session. Thank you. May I request Dr. Ranjit to please come on the stage, please, and Dr. Raka Saxena. Dr. Raka Saxena, please. May I request the other delegates to please reconvene for the plenary session? Thank you so much. Over to you, Dr. Pari and Dr. P.J. Chengappa. Thank you.
Yeah, namaskar to everyone. Respected Dr. Arvind K. Padiji, Principal Secretary, Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of Odisha, and the speakers here. Friends, this session is a session mainly concentrating on doubling the farmers' income or enhancing the farmers' income, keeping the sustainability as in the mind. Well, we have lined up, eminent speakers. My request to speaker is kindly adhere to the time. At the end of the 8 minutes, we will request you to, we'll give a warning so that, let us keep the timing so that there will be some time for discussion also. Otherwise, you will not be left with any time for discussion. Well, friends, I think the tone has been well set for today's discussion on the policy round. I hope you all know on the World Food Day on October 16th, the message was leave no one behind. That's very apt as far as Odisha is concerned. Leave no one behind. And this morning, many of the speakers indicated that many farmers are still left behind from technology and many other things. I think this particular session will really indicate what we must do for the farmers of Odisha to enhance their income, livelihood, and so on. Friends, with this, I invite Professor A. Ganesh Kumar from the Indira Gandhi Institute of Development Research. He will speak on raising farmers' income and public policies, insights from MSP, procurement, etc. I think this is a very important topic. Ganesh Kumar.
Yeah. Just for the information of the House, there are many people who have joined online, and also we have few speakers also online. So this session is not limited to the people who are present in this particular hall. There are many people who have joined online. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and let me thank IFPRI and other organizers here for giving me this opportunity to talk on what are the policy options for doubling or raising farmers' income. Well, it has already been mentioned that doubling of farmers' income has brought a change in the thinking in the government. From setting quantitative targets, it has changed the focus to thinking of putting the farmers' well-being in the forefront. A key question that has always bothered people, at least in the early stages when this came about, was what constitutes farmers' income. But by now, it's well recognized that farmers' income includes both farm income and non-farm income. And in fact,
This came up pretty clearly in the morning in the first session also. What I'm going to talk about will draw upon some research that my student Varun Das did for his PhD thesis, and some of the papers that we both co-authored, which is based on the national NSS data for the 70th round situation assessment survey for 12-13, combined with various other data sets. It is now that we have the 77th round, the task for us is to update, but there are a lot of insights that we can draw from the 70th round, and I would be presenting that. The way we measure farmers' income in our work is that we count all the 5 items that was mentioned by Mr. Chopra in the morning. In particular, we count the net returns to farming from both crops and animals, and also the net returns to non-farm or non-agricultural enterprise, and also the wage income. Okay, so when we looked at it, what are the drivers of farm income? Our analysis showed that the key thing is the on-farm diversification in terms of how many crops and how many animal husbandry products that the farmer is engaged in. And this we found to be having a very strong positive impact on farmers' income. And in fact, we also found that there is actually an inverted U shape in terms of the crop count. Okay, I'll come to that. And so also we found that there is an inverted U-shape relationship between animal husbandry count and farmers' income. What this means is actually that diversification is critical in terms of both crops and animal husbandry items, but there is an optimal diversification. Beyond that, if you go, then actually it can have a negative impact on the farmer's income. The logic is simple, that the farmer's managerial efficiency will go down if one is spread too far and wide. Unfortunately, the last row here is not visible. Okay, here it is visible. We show here the crop, what is the optimal count in terms of the crop and in terms of animal husbandry. And as you see, in both the Kharif and Rabi season, there is still substantial space at the all India level and for Odisha. We are way behind what is the optimal number of crops that the farmer should be cultivating in each season. Okay, it's not enough to say 2 crops over the year, but in each season there is an optimal count of crops to be cultivated. How many animal husbandry activities that one has to be involved in. So that, along with that, we found that off-farm activities, farmers engaged in off-farm activities, which is what we call, what we prefer to call as in situ occupational diversification. In situ because the farmer is still on the farm itself, is not moved out of the village. Okay, so in situ occupational diversification has a monotonically increasing relationship with farmers' income. That is, more and more non-agricultural activities that the farmer is engaged in, the farmer's income would rise. There are several other variables that matter in this regard. Amongst them, the critical thing is that agricultural commercialization is also important. Okay, we measure it as a ratio of crop sales to the crops cultivated. That is, sometimes the farmer cultivates a crop for his own use. That is not commercialized. Okay, so how many crops he is cultivating and how many of them actually he takes it to the market, that matters. Okay, and the other important driver is, there are several other important drivers. The farmer's education, we should not overlook this aspect. Proximity to urban centers, less than 5 kilometers. The number of village manufactured products. This is critical, and I'll come back to this as we feel that this plays a very crucial role in the strategy that one wants to think about. There are other things like electricity, soil type, and so on. I'm not going into the details. So that leads you to the question, what hurts or aids on-farm diversification? Okay, there are again many factors which have a positive or negative impact on diversification, but I'm going to highlight only a few. The one important thing is to notice that higher the relative price of the products produced by the household, lower is the incentive to deviate from those activities. That is, he's not going to diversify if the commodities that he's working on is already fetching a very high relative price relative to the other commodities. Now, this has an important implication when we are thinking of providing public support in the form of MSP or procurement. As you can imagine, there is a negative incentive for diversification built in here. Okay, that's very critical to note. Commercialization of agriculture is a positive factor. Technical advice actually is a very interesting thing. It was mentioned in the morning. Technical advice that the farmer receives from progressive farmers actually has a negative effect on diversification. But what the farmer sources from public media, mass media, in whatever form, okay, that has a positive relationship. So here again, how the information on extension services is carried through to the farmer, one has to think through that. Okay. Again, there are certain other things like the non-farm activity. If a village is already high on non-farm activity, then it has a high opportunity cost of labor, and therefore the tendency to diversify on the farm is much lower. There are other factors like positive factors like proximity to schools and colleges. You will wonder why. And towns. Towns, you can imagine what it is, but why proximity to schools and colleges? Basically, a school-going or a college-going member of the household is a labor available in the evenings for other activities on the farm. Okay, so that's important. So if the son were to or the daughter were to go to a college and come back by evening, then that person is available as a labor in the farm, and that aids in. So there is a labor channel that works here too. What about the off-farm diversification? Here again, there are several positive and negative effects. Farm size is negative. Okay, agriculture commercialization is positive. You can imagine why this would be, because a farmer who is already commercialized is exposed to what goes on in the urban areas, is likely to be more entrepreneurial, and therefore is likely to branch out into various non-farm activities. Okay, the extent, again, the village effects are there, and proximity to towns and access to transport services. So these are some of the positive factors that affect off-farm diversification. Okay, so based on this, what does it mean for public policy? And here I find that from what we heard in the morning, actually Odisha seems to be doing a lot of things already. That's my first impression that I get. Agricultural commercialization, proximity to towns, transport access, and soil types. These are all critical, directly affecting farmers' income, but also the diversification. So directly and indirectly, they play a role. And as I said, number of village manufactured products has a positive effect. So putting these things together, the strategy that I would suggest, okay, with all my limited knowledge, is that the government of Odisha should seriously push, support agriculture commercialization by improving the marketing and storage infrastructure, and also access to urban centers. So transport services are important. Good roads are important, but also providing public transport from the deeper villages to the neighboring towns. That plays an important role here. And the second element that I would suggest is to identify agroecologically suitable crop and animal products which are amenable to value addition within the village. And that would spur non-farm activity within the village, and it will have a positive impact on incomes. Okay, for this, there are several other sectors that one need to talk about: transport, infrastructure, so on and so forth. I'm not going to go into all the list here, but the simple message is that it has to be a multi-sectoral approach and coordination across all the departments, not just the ones that we saw in the morning, which is a good step, but one has to go beyond the agriculture and related sectors to even transport and power sector and so on. Focusing only on agriculture is not going to help. The last question here is, what about MSP and procurement? And here I was heartened that in the morning, none of the policymakers uttered the word procurement, which suggests that possibly the Odisha government is not going on that part. And that is heartening to me, because rice is the main crop in this state. But rice procurement has been increasing in Odisha, but it is, as a percentage in the country, it is declining. But there are a few important things to note here. Rice is a commodity facing negative income elasticity of demand, which means the growth in demand for rice will come only from population growth. It is not going to benefit from economic growth. Okay, and it is not wise to support such a commodity in terms of putting fiscal resources. And of course, as we have seen, it also hurts diversification. The experience of Punjab and Haryana is alive. And I am glad that the speakers in the morning, none of them talked about procurement. That's about all that I have to mention here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I have listed the references that one may want to look at. Thank you very much.
Thank you for highlighting what the need for diversification and also the commercialization. I will call upon the next speaker, Mr. Ranjit Kumar.
So Dr. Ranjit Kumar is the head of Agri-Business Management at the NAM, Hyderabad. And Dr. Ganesh Kumar is from the IGIDR, Mumbai, just for the information of the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and Co-Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I will be talking about role of market in transformation of agri-food system. And as we all know that the market is the important lever in entire agri-food system. And in the market, we are having this presentation. So in agri-food value chain, we know that farmers and consumers are at the two ends of the value chain. And whatever transformation we are talking about in agri-food system, we have to take care of these two main stakeholders, that how the transformation is going to help the farmers and how that requirements and changing demand of the consumers are taken care by the transformed agri-food systems. And this is all about the market, when market gives signal and whether our market are responsive to those kind of changes. And that's what we want to see in this presentation. In the morning session, inaugural session, we got several positive indication that how Odisha government and particularly agriculture department is has taken initiatives, and all those changes are very positive. Digital agriculture, or in fact data sanitization and other aspects, whatever has been dealt in, and those are very positive signals. But few more things which is coming from other parts of the country, and that's what I will discuss in this presentation. So here in India, in fact, not only in Odisha state, but in India, our agriculture market remained biased towards APMC, or in Odisha we say RMC, which is mainly wholesale market. Although in Odisha we are having several markets like Panchayat, Gram Panchayat market or Krisak Bazaar. But these markets are mainly local markets. They meet the need of local markets, local producers, whatever they are producing, they are bringing the commodity in the market. And they are also having very good regulations in terms of, there should not be exploitation of the farmers and other things. But at the same time, when we are having such kind of market, then we find that price discovery remains very limited in such kind of market, because whoever traders or buyers are there in that market, they are only bidding for the commodity which is offered in those markets. And at the same time, there is not much incentive for niche product in such kind of local markets. To overcome this kind of limitations, now, like Government of India launched the ENAM in 2016, and it has done tremendous progress over last 5-6 years. And currently we are having 1260 APMC Mandi or agriculture market on this board. But major challenge remain there, and still now all these markets are struggling to find out that how this price discovery can be made efficient, how the buyers or traders from other market, other locations can bid for this kind of commodities, which is available in these ENAM mandis. And when we try to analyze the data available on ENAM, commodity traded on ENAM in Odisha market, like there are almost 41 APMC Mandi or APMC Mandi in Odisha, which is on ENAM. And you can see that all kind of commodities are being traded here on ENAM platform. Almost 66 commodities, including all vegetables, are there. And but the challenge when we analyze the data, what we found that almost on 85% of transactions has same price, minimum, maximum, as well as model price. And that gives some kind of question that whether the trade is happening on ENAM platform, or the mainly digitization of transaction is happening on ENAM platform. The transaction is happening in offline mode, and then information is now placed on ENAM platform. So that challenge are there on ENAM platform also. And again, the participation of a smallholder farmers are still low. Hardly we find that now 20% to 30% farmers are bringing their commodities in this market. And then these farmers, 25 to 30% in consumers' price, whatever consumers are paying for the commodity. So how we want to have this marketing system which can really give this agri-food system in such a way that it meets the demand of the consumers, at the same time farmers get a better price and better share in the consumer's rupee. And to that happen, what we require is that farmers need to stay in these value chain for longer period. Currently, after production, consumers are bringing the commodity, it is being sold, and then after that, those farmers doesn't have any share in the value added in those commodity. So value addition is happening once that farmers are selling their commodities, and after that, those farmers are not having any share in those value addition. So those things can be done if like digitization and technology is being used in marketing. And in fact, agriculture marketing is one area where a very low technology adoption has happened in the country, and those things has to be taken care. And so what here we are talking about, that backward and forward integration of these farmers has to be done, and then we can find that farmers are getting benefited from those changes. And in that regard, it is not that wholesale market which gives leverage to these farmers, but instead of that, we need to have a small mandi nearer to farmers, and so that those markets can also give a signal to those farmers that what product crop should be grown. And so in terms of markets to be responsive, what we find is that there are several changes are happening in the country, like recent last 3 to 5 years, a lot of demand is coming for nutracereals or superfoods, right? And according to one study from ICR, Indian Institute of Millet Research, and it says that demand for millets has increased by 176%, and also exports has increased by 20% in last 2 years only. And so that requires several innovative storage and warehousing facilities, because millets are very much prone to store grain paste and other post-harvest challenges. Similarly, demand for chemical-free foods are increasing in the urban area, and the consumers are ready to pay premium price for these kind of commodities. And again, for such kind of commodities, now consumers are also looking for traceability. And again, there unless some technologies are not used, then we will finding difficulty in having those traceability of these foods. Same way, recently, like just these are the small example like dragon food, and you can see that now in last only couple of years, almost 50,000 hectare is already allocated by the farmers in growing such kind of crop, and such changes, until unless market is responding to such kind of changes, then farmers may not have may not get benefit from these kind of changes coming from the consumer side. And natural farming, again, Honorable Prime Minister is giving a lot of emphasis on this natural farming, and wherever rain-fed farming is happening, and then less input agriculture is going on, and that is going to change that entire agri-food system in coming years, because all the supply chain has to be adjusted to meet the requirement of this kind of a specialized product coming in the system. So here one example I want to give, where we have conducted some case study on Sahadri farmer producer companies. Some of you might be knowing. And this is the FPO Federation, and what they are doing is that they are currently having 10,000 farmers, and this is a federation of almost 11 group FPCs and 726 individual shareholders. So they have digitized all the farmer members' plots, and they get the data and they try to give the information to the farmers. At the same time, they are having advanced information that from which plot, what kind of produce is coming, when it is coming, and accordingly they are trying to adjust their entire marketing and distribution system. So currently this FPC is having a presence in domestic as well as export market, and in fact it has become India's largest grape exporter in the country last 2 to 3 years. So summing up, what we want to say that now in terms of market to be now responsive to the changes happening in the economy, it has to be farmers has to be co-owner of the market, and then we can see that farmers stay longer in the value chain. At the same time, use of technology is important in the market, and by doing that we can enhance production as well as we can reduce the production as well as price risk or market risk which currently farmers are facing. And we can also have a lot of future innovations which is coming from the farmers field, and we can give back to the farmers. So these are the few thoughts which I wanted to share with you in terms of markets as a transformation agent for the agri-food system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ranjit Kumar. Now I request Dr. Alka Singh, Professor and Head, Division of Agricultural Economics, Indian Agriculture Research Institute, New Delhi. Madam, please.
Thank you, sir. A very good afternoon to everyone. First of all, thank you to the organizers for inviting me for such an important issue and allowing me to put forth my perspective on how to increase Odisha's agricultural growth as well as increasing farmers' income. And it's a state which has really made very well strides in, just please the slides. Yeah. In recent years in terms of various growth and development indicators, but it is also home to disaster capital, as was said in the morning also. So it is all the more important to have our perspective in a whole holistic manner. So just to start with, just to start with giving a glimpse of 2018-19 farmers' income, agriculture households' income. And you can just see that Eastern India is having at the lowest rung as compared to the all India average as well as other states in 2018 and 19. And Odisha is at the bottom of, in this round in terms of average annual household income. And if you just have, sorry. This is not run. Yeah. If you can compare the other round, that is 2012-13 round, then you can just see that from 2012-13 to 2018-19, Odisha experienced the lowest as well as the negative growth rate. Unlike to the previous two rounds of 2002-3 and 2012-13 period, where Odisha has the highest annual growth rate, though exactly those two earlier rounds were not comparable. But even if we compared taking the income criteria of agriculture households, the growth rate was positive. And highest decline was observed in livestock sector, farm business, non-farm business, as well as crop sectors. Crop sectors, it was mainly in many of the states, it was a declining trend, but there was a noticeable decrease in livestock income. You can just see about the sources of income, and it was pointed out in the morning also that non-farm business income from wages and salaries constitutes the highest, followed by crop income, wages and salaries from agriculture sector, and livestock income is almost one of the lowest. Here also we can just see the wide disparity among the districts of Odisha in terms of the income earned in 2018 and 19. Once we just try to have this for the farm size class wise, then we just found that farm size and productivity are inversely related. But farm size and income per hectare is basically positively related. Here we have taken income from crop cultivation per hectare. But if you can just see, the crop share income has increased as the farm size increased. However, there is no such trend in case of livestock income, but share of non-agriculture income has decreased as the farm size increased. So now with this, we can just have additional challenge of malnutrition also, apart from those low income. And you can just see that the recent data basically showed that obesity, anemia, and undernutrition, now they are the three main problems to be addressed with. However, stunting and underweight, they have decreased over a period of time, but not much progress in wasting indicators. The good point here is that basically, if you can just see the difference from 2015 and 2019, those traditional areas of Eastern India, there the malnutrition indicators are becoming a little bit better. And as you can just see that northern and southern states are having the better nutrition indicators as compared to the eastern one. But in Eastern India in 2019-21 data, it showed little bit better. So now the nutri-sensitive agriculture growth is also needed here. And the other studies showed that productivity growth, dietary diversity, apart from the sanitation and mother's health and mother's education, they are the major determinants of reducing malnutrition. So now my viewpoint is that we have to have a transition from predominantly subsistence farming to small-scale producer entrepreneurship. And here three main dimensions is there. On the one side, we need to have sustainable intensification. On the other side, we need to support those intensification in terms of strengthening agribusiness, but well integrated with the social dimensions, and mainstreaming nutrition is must, empowering women is other aspect, and of course, various speakers, they spoke about the sustaining environment, then enhancing education and skill, for having more maybe shift to the non-farm business also, and collectivization and participatory approach. So this is a kind of triple combination of those indicators should be having, we should view as a perspective of the agriculture growth. Now, again, one thing is important, that Indian agriculture is not one concept. One size doesn't fit for all. So there is a need for granular assessment, because the dynamics of crops depends on the different geographical space, behavioral issues, psyche, cost structures, infrastructures, incentives, markets, and resource endowments. So we need to have a kind of granular assessment for the growth strategy. Rice, a very important crop for Odisha. We can see that rice yields is still lower than the national average, and a lot of reasons are there. Much of the rice is largely mainly in rain-fed, and in the submergence condition also. If you see the rice varietal release, mainly it is released for the irrigated areas. Very less number of the varieties are there for the drought resistance or submergence or hill conditions. So those aspects should be taken. Then water management issues are really important. Then in the morning session, rice fallows, increasing rice fallows are also important, which we have to tap. maybe with the better management of water as well as crop planning. And of course, input use, mainly important is the seed. So bridging the yield gap by harnessing potential of technology, by having higher seed replacement ratios, then a better seed quality as well as timely availability of seed is quite important for increasing crop productivity. Again, I will just say, as my earlier speakers, they have also emphasized about value addition. I would say that this includes basically not only the processing, but the whole production process, starting from the crop varietal traits suitable for processing. In one of the study, we found that in case of pigeon pea, processors' preference for the seed coat of the seed grain is very important for the marketability. Similarly, quality enhancement. Suppose tomato is one of the major crop here in among vegetables. Tomato shelf life, color. What is the processability? Much of the tomato basically we import for processing. So those kind of varietal traits should be targeted. Then biofortification. That is also the need of the hour to tackle those nutritional. Then earlier speakers also spoke about the organic produce, residue free. Then of course, developing regionally branded products also very much important to highlight. Then my point of view is that this kind of value addition should be treated as a rural development strategy, not only at the end of the production process. It should be well integrated in the farm, community, and village level. And of course, harnessing the role of ICT is quite important in that. Then emphasis on food processing is important, because if you see, only mainly food processing industries are in micro and small sectors. They have very less research expenditure and much of the less foreign capital. Very traditional kind of food processing are there. So that we need to modernize, and more research intensive we can be done. Then the other important thing is consumer awareness and market preference for safer food also. Okay, quantity is important, but quality is also important. Today's consumer, whether overseas or domestic, they want food safety, safer foods, food hygiene. So those aspects are very, very important. And of course, these things require strengthening of market information among all the stakeholders. Then the role of R&D expenditures, of course, regular scientific communication with the farmers also, not only the other stakeholders. Then my main emphasis here is that science of discovery to science of delivery. Public investments in agriculture R&D has declined in recent years. We have been saying this. And in last decade, if you can just see, the growth rate is quite less. And agriculture research intensity, which we measure as research expenditure, with respect to as a ratio of the agriculture GDP, that is well below 0.5%. As per the accepted norm, it should be at least 1%. So that is quite less. So that we need to basically think over if we have those kind of emerging R&D challenges for addressing. And building and maintaining local capacity is also important. If you just see that in case of Odisha, only 0.25% of agriculture GDP is invested in research, which is abysmally low. So developing and outscaling innovative extension model is also important. In IRI, we have already experimented post office extension model, where rural branches of post offices were tapped for our frontline extension activity to reach those farmers in the hinterland. So those things can be experimented. Lastly, what would be the way forward? As I said, it is not a straightforward, it's a kind of granular assessment, but still in general, we can say augmenting yield growth with resilience is important, because otherwise, a lot of shocks are there. So we need to have the bridging yield gap. Of course, sustainable intensification is important. Diversification, we can just have more in dairying, and fruits and vegetables and fisheries, and creation of non-farm opportunities. For that, we need to have the right skill so that we can have the shift of the workforce from the farm to non-farm, which makes them relevant. Then in investment in water conservation and technological innovation, as I just said, that much progress, but still we are underinvested. So if we have to handle demand-driven research agenda, then and address the emerging R&D challenges, then we need to invest. And we have more synergy with the private sector research also. But increase in private sector research is, public agenda is very, very important. Then many of the institutional innovations I heard, but they can be further strengthened in terms of delivery of services, market information, collectivization, partnerships, value chain, credit. Then one more thing is that rising investment need of the farmer is there because of the new technologies, more purchased inputs, information, precision farming, irrigation equipments. So access to credit institution is must. And the data showed that still many of the farmers are resorting to the non-institutional sources. Then policy environment for promoting corporate investment is also must for processing, for infrastructure, not only in the hard infrastructure, but in capacity building, soft infrastructure also. And lastly, I would just say that I have just vision of smart village model. We are developing, we can just have the like nutri-sensitive farming, then developing right kind of market incentive mechanisms for carbon neutral agri practices, because that is also important. We have to sustain the environment. And then, of course, the use of the ICT tools for better resource management and efficiency. So with this, I just wanted to end my perspective of my deliberations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Alka Singh, for covering various issues. Now I call upon Dr. Mekala Krishnamurthy, Center for Policy Research, Ashoka University, to make a presentation.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for this invitation, both to the Department of Agriculture and IFPRI. Congratulations on the launch of this very important and ambitious program of work. I think so much has already been said in the first opening panel, as well as this current panel already. And I thought what I would do, if the presentation could go on, is focus my comments very specifically on some of the sociological and institutional elements of agricultural markets and doubling farmers' incomes in that context. I would also, I think, urge us to spend a little bit of time thinking about, I think where you ended on institutional innovation, thinking about the capacities that we need in our own systems, public systems, to actually deliver on this. So I'll take my comments and move through quite quickly. But what I would really sort of start with is about diversity. And I think we've already talked about diversity and diversification. And in some ways, my plea would be for all of us to be a lot more grounded in our engagement, and at the same time, a lot more imaginative, right? The ground will not always give us all the answers. We need precisely the kinds of data and large-scale thinking that has been on display this morning already. But one of the most amazing things about agriculture and agricultural markets is how little time we actually spend thinking about the diversity of these markets. And market diversity, it's a kind of truism in India. We say diversity matters, we are like that only. But it is not really merely descriptive, right? It is about understanding the variations in market structure, organization, processes, and relations. And it is about the interactions and changes over time. And in agricultural markets, production, exchange, processing, distribution, and consumption all come together in ways that we go to great lengths to legislatively and programmatically and schematically separate. So I think, it does require us to spend a lot more time on the ground. And I would say in Odisha's case, defines Odisha's agricultural markets. We had a great privilege and opportunity a few years ago from 2018 to 19 to have a team of us, Shumitra Chatterjee, the economist, myself, Devesh Kapoor, Bhutan, and a team of field researchers to spend time in the markets of Odisha, Bihar, and Punjab. And in Odisha, we spent time in 3 districts, Sambalpur, Balasore, and Koraput. And it is extraordinary the kind of diversity you have, both between districts and intra-district diversity. I mean, if you go to a state district like Koraput, between Jaipur subdivision and Koraput subdivision, but within Koraput subdivision, again, you're going from villages and blocks, you're seeing enormous difference, right? And so there's agroecological diversity, diversity in land relations, cropping patterns and commodity networks, exchange and marketing practices, regulatory pluralism and state intervention, both of them which I'll come back to. I just want to take a few minutes. This report is available. I'm happy to share it with anybody who is not able to access it, but it's on the website of the Center for the Advanced Study of India. It's a report on the agricultural markets of Odisha, Bihar, and Punjab. But I just want to take you through some of the kind of commodity supply networks that you will encounter. And we've been talking a lot about paddy already. Here is paddy in Sambalpur. Here is paddy in Balasore, right? It's quite a different network. I think some of it is fully visible here. Sambalpur has one of the strongest procurement systems because traditionally this has been a very important procurement district. Koraput, again, there is procurement, but a lot more density in other kinds of local channels through which paddy moves, right? So just paddy moves very differently in these three districts. In other crops in the same district, you saw paddy in Koraput right now. This is the ginger market, right? And ginger, again, a lot more movement across other districts, but also states. You see people coming from outside Odisha, traders from outside Odisha spending time. You'll see a lot of movement with Andhra, with Chhattisgarh, with other states in some of these markets. Here, again, you're looking at, the Ragi network. Right? So you're seeing within the same district, different commodities will move differently. Within different districts, the same commodity will move differently. Right? This is not just descriptive. We need to understand its implications. This is the vegetable network. Again, a lot of movement with hats and bazaars. And here you're looking at the chili network in Balasore, and you're looking at the red chili. So green chilies in Balasore, red chilies in Sambalpur. Again, quite interesting markets, very, very differently structured. This is procurement infrastructure in Sambalpur. Here we have procurement infrastructure in Koraput. Very different kinds of investments that the state has also been able to make in these centers. And as people have already talked about, that most marketing in Odisha still happens at the village level and in local hearts. And we are looking at a range of different kinds of institutions owned by local authorities and with the RMCs involved in some cases, without RMC involvement in other cases. This is, the Solbaga, the primary market for red chilies. In Sambalpur, here's a market in Koraput. So again, you're seeing extraordinary dynamism in these markets, but we need to do more than just locate and describe them, right? Let me make a slightly different point now. What we found in our research is that across the farmers we interviewed in Odisha and in Bihar, but certainly in Odisha, and that's where we're focused today, about 45 to 50% farmers had marketable surplus. Right? So production for own consumption remains extremely important in this context. So even as we're talking about commercialization, and I think that is a very important shifting dynamic, I don't think we should forget that for a very large number of farmers, we are still in a level where it is a lot more of own consumption. And this is data that has already been shared here today, but we can see farm income as a percentage of agricultural household income in Odisha is about 35% on average. And even as you look at the shares of fairly mid-size and farmers, you're still seeing it at 35-40%, right? So it's very important to understand that as a percentage of agricultural household income, farm incomes from crop still remains extremely limited. So I just want to spend the last few minutes that I have talking about some of the achievements and challenges that remain. I think, I take the point about paddy procurement not being necessarily the best investment to make going forward. But I think it is important for Odisha to reflect on the remarkable achievement of paddy procurement in Odisha. Odisha is a state which has shown, a non-traditional state. It was not on the procurement map at all. And along with states like Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, it has shown that it is not just Punjab and Haryana that are capable of procuring. I think we should take the right lesson from this. Not that procurement and MSP are the way forward, but that when a state puts its mind to it, it is capable of transforming the way it intervenes in a market and engages in a market. So I actually agree with you very much that, paddy procurement may not be the way forward. I know that now we are trying to do millet procurement in the state. That has also come through remarkable challenges and is facing those challenges. But I think this is an important thing to remember, that the state has shown how a non-traditional state can procure up to 60%. It need not procure as the way forward, but that capacity to engage is present is very important to remember. I think what we found on the ground is that it was still larger farmers accessing procurement, that districts like Sambalpur did much better than districts like Koraput because there was a strong farmers union, that in the ability to actually negotiate deductions and other things, larger farmers did much better. Certainly in areas where procurement was active, farmers got higher prices, and that did make a difference. But I think the biggest challenge is that what we're seeing is that we're putting too much pressure on the MSP procurement system to solve too many problems. What farmers actually need is much better risk mitigation. They need a whole range of other kinds of interventions. And what we are doing is, because we can do MSP procurement, we are doing MSP procurement. But what we need is much greater dexterity and range of instruments that we use, rather than this very blunt instrument of MSP procurement, which does reduce risk, does increase the amount of income farmers get. We have shown we can do it, but it is carrying the burden of too many things and actually producing distortionary policy as a result. So I think we need to really think through the paddy procurement lessons well, but move forward with a different agenda for how we handle procurement in the future. I just want to point out, I don't know how many of you know this, but Odisha has one of the oldest APMC acts in the country. It's the 1956 Act. And unlike all the other APMC acts, Odisha has always allowed for regulatory pluralism. There have been many sites. So it hasn't been the traditional idea that all trade is concentrated in a mandi area. That's not the Odisha model. That has meant that multiple marketing sites and channels do exist. The truth is, however, that there has not been a great amount of investment, both public investment and regulatory capacity that has been put into these market sites. So what you see is that village exchange is still predominant, that if you're in a remote village, you really see very low bargaining power. Local market power is very strong in certain markets. So if you look at the chili markets, both red chili and green chili, in green chili, there's famously a chili syndicate. There is a lot of cartelization that you will find locally. Farmers repeatedly ask the state to help with better practices in marketing, but that has not been forthcoming. So what we really see is that, we need an imagination where Odisha takes its agricultural marketing system and thinks about the kinds of public investments now required. This is both investment in infrastructure, but I think Odisha must not make the mistake that many states have made, where you say every 5 kilometers you'll have a market, or you'll build a market site near a village. It needs to be an infrastructure that responds to commercial activity. It needs to be an infrastructure that engages with markets, with flows, with transportation networks, with where storage is. And it cannot be done with this kind of we will do it with a certain formula. Right? And I think that has been a big mistake in how we have done infrastructure development in agricultural markets. We have been very formulaic and we have not been responsive to commercial activity. So that's one very important thing. And ENAM, I think, exactly is that story. We built market infrastructure before we actually saw market sites. So in the case of Kuchinda chili, you will actually see the infrastructure is unused. The market happens right outside the gates of the market. Right? And it's a misinvestment. We should not be doing these things anymore. We can do better. We've seen the capacity of Odisha to develop and deliver extraordinary nuanced strategy. So now this is the time not to repeat these kinds of errors where we misallocate or put technology in the wrong place. So in the case of ENAM, it should be a case of back end first. We go to the markets, we figure out where the potential is, put appropriate technology, appropriate infrastructure in the right places, and that is what will strengthen the terms of engagement of farmers. So you won't have the situation where infrastructure is being misallocated, regulatory capacity is being misallocated. So this is where I would say Odisha has the opportunity to create for India a non-APMC centric, plural, dynamic marketing system that actually follows the patterns of commercialization rather than tries to direct and control them. And I think that's the kind of vision and investment that we can actually see in this market, with much greater sensitivity to the range of risks that farmers face. So I think we can go back to some of the traditional strategies and learn the right lessons and engage much more dynamically with the incredibly rich, complex, and dynamic farming practices of the state, as well as with its commercial life. Thank you.
Thank you, Michaela. You have brought up a lot of issues, especially the institutional issues. Thank you very much. Now I request Dr. Raka Saxena. She is from the ICR, National Institute of Agricultural Economics and Policy. Please, yeah, she is the principal scientist in
Yes, sir, you mind?
Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry.
Please put up the presentation. Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. And this has been an excellent learning since morning, and we have heard a lot about doubling of farmers' income and transforming the food systems, particularly in the states of Odisha. So my task has been made much easier by the previous speakers, minister and the policy makers present over here. So I would present some of my thoughts on this topic. We have been very closely working with Government of India on this theme of doubling of farmers' income. This is not working. Oh, yeah. So Madam has already shown this data that where does Odisha stand in terms of farm household income? If we look at Odisha, Odisha is the state which is the lowest, second lowest in terms of farm household income in the entire country. And what is the matter of concern? The matter of concern for all of us is that we have four broad sources of income. That is from crop cultivation, animal husbandry, wages, and non-farm business income. And Odisha has witnessed negative growth in all these four sources of income, making a negative growth in entire farm household income in the country. So this is a matter of concern for the state agencies, policymakers, and the stakeholders. Next, please. So when we talk about doubling of farmers, the task before us is that whom to target. So we have a lot of heterogeneity. People have talked about the diversity in terms of clientele, diversity in terms of markets, infrastructure, and everything. So task is that how to target the heterogeneity. If you look at the case of Odisha, Odisha is a typical state in terms of lesser land size classes. If we look at entire distribution of agriculture household in the state, we find that close to 96% households in the state are small and marginal farmers. They are basically, and so we have to identify who are the disadvantaged segments, who are the vulnerable sections, and then we have to target all those for enhancing the incomes. And if we look at the investments, if we compare at all India level, we find that investments in Odisha the farmers, agricultural households, they have made very less investments in terms of investment in plant and machinery and livestock and poultry. So this is the basic scenario for the state like Odisha. So I would present my thoughts on this, how we can target, how can we make a segmented strategy for enhancing the income. So what we have to do, we have discussed a lot about the high value agriculture. If you look at the area and value pyramid, we find that paddy is the most dominant crop, and particularly paddy is the most dominant system of entire country. In case of Odisha, it occupies close to 85% of gross crop area. But in terms of value, we find that paddy is not the first crop, but rather fruits and vegetable, along with condiments and spices, they occupy close to 45% share in the crop output. So we have to see where we have to target. So horticulture is emerging as an important source of growth for Odisha's agriculture. horticulture, livestock and fisheries, they are the emerging sectors. But the matter of concern is that Odisha has one of the highest shares in the fruits and vegetable output, but this share has been declining over a period of time. There has been negative growth in share of fruits and vegetable. So we have to see how we can further strengthen this particular sector. This is important for us. And then we have to talk about rice. As rice occupies the bulk of area in the state, we have to create an efficient rice ecosystem in Odisha. So we did this entire sustainability mapping for the country, and there we took number of parameters which could be responsible for creating an efficient rice ecosystem. We can see Odisha has number of positive parameters. Though state is the major rice consuming state, so we may not say that this is a major surplus state, but this is, some belts, some pockets in the state, they are actually the surplus regions in rice. And then we have groundwater extraction. Madam Secretary in the morning also said that, groundwater extraction in the state is at the safest level, and most of the area in the state is under the safe zone. And we don't, just one district is under the critical zone. So Odisha is under the safe zone. The paddy, if we look at the paddy productivity growth and paddy productivity potential, we have huge potential in terms of enhancing paddy productivity in the state, and we have huge potential which can be tapped to further enhance the paddy productivity in the state. So we can actually create an efficient rice ecosystem in Odisha, as compared to states where we have huge exploitation of natural resources in states like Punjab and Haryana. So we need to focus more on the advanced innovative technologies like we talk about DSR, SRI, local cultivars, stress tolerant varieties and all. Third thing is that we have been talking about agricultural trade, agricultural exports, which could be an engine of growth in the country. And we have seen that our exports have been increasing, and we have crossed close to $50 billion, and we are very close to the target of Government of India in terms of doubling of exports in just next 4 to 5 years. We did some kind of social accounting metrics based exercise, metrics we applied, and then based on that we had different scenarios where different export growth scenarios were assumed. And at all India level, we can see that these scenarios in terms of export growth, these have led to enhancement in farmers' income. So exports are an important engine of agricultural growth and farmers' income. This was objectively established also. And if we look at the export basket of the country, we find that rice is one of the important crops. Crustaceans, shrimp is another important item. And then we have livestock, bovine meat is another important item. Cotton is one of the important items. So we can see how Odisha can integrate itself into the major export ecosystem of the country. And we did detailed study on facilitating horticulture export. These are the major items which can be listed in Odisha's commodity basket also. So we have revealed we have a comparative advantage in export. We have also the trade balance in the country, and then we have huge untapped potential in the country. More than 50% of the potential is untapped, and which Odisha can take up as a case study. We can have export-oriented value chains, which can lead to enhancement in horticulture exports in the country. And we talk about shrimp exports. Venemi, we have scampi shrimp, and Odisha is one of the major contributors in the country and in production of these species. So we can the fisheries value chains can be further strengthened. For example, for tapping the untapped potential in crustacean exports in the country. But at the same time, we have number of technical barriers when we talk about exports. We have number of rejections from other countries, like when we talk about case of shrimps and prawns. The right bars indicate that how many export consignments were rejected. So here is the role of our research system. Here is the role of our R&D organization, that how do we address those technical barriers. Salmonella, we have not been able to perfectly address this kind of problem. So here the role of fisheries research institutions and all those academic institutions is extremely important. We have been talking about climate since morning, and climate, we did some kind of analysis that what is the probability of shortfall in case of paddy we analyzed what is the probability of shortfall in paddy below the trend by 10% or more. So based on that criteria, we can see that entire state of Odisha, it falls into medium and high risk zone. So that is the situation for farmers. I mean, when the uncertainty is high and we have low productivity levels, and productivity is one of the engine of farmers' income growth. So we have to make our system resilient. We need to talk about cultivars which can resist this kind of climate shock. And for this, we have done one study at ICR NIAP, and we have strongly found that irrigation and risk management in terms of insurance, these are the two options which can lead to some kind of mitigation and as a risk management option for the farmers at all India level, and particularly this could be the case of Odisha. And sir, Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana is one of the important scheme of Government of India, and Government of India under the chairmanship of Dr. Ashok Dalwai is revamping this scheme, and we were also involved in that. So I think the state can take advantage of that scheme as a risk management option. That could be one of the important thing. R&D, madam has also highlighted. Now, information, technical dissemination is actually very important for the farmer. And we can see like progressive farmer, input dealer, these are the important sources of information for the farmers. Now, where is the role of National Agricultural Research System? We have a very important university here, Odisha University of Agriculture and Technology. We have ICR institutes here. We have regional stations. We have CG institutes. IFPRI, said these are working here. Many international organizations are working here. So now we have to strengthen R&D along with this technical dissemination, and we have to make the farmer knowledgeable. And we can see that, the information sought in 2 seasons is different. Farmers seek maximum information in basically the Kharif season or July to December, but that information reduces to less than half in the next season. What is the reason? And most of the information is being used for crop cultivation. Anyone husbandry and fisheries, these two are important emerging sectors of the state. So in case of fisheries, we find that technical dissemination is almost negligible. Farmers are seeking, very less information, and they're adopting very less information. So when fisheries and livestock, these are the emerging sectors for the other states, and other states like Bihar, they have been able to take maximum advantage of this high growth. Why can't Odisha go ahead and take advantage of such different schemes of Government of India, and along with technological innovations? So this is my last slide. What I would like to highlight that, we have been talking about allocation of resources to high value, high growth sectors, and then we need to focus on efficient value chains and export oriented chains also. And then we need to improve the farmers' access to information and credit to better adoption of technologies and agricultural activities. Technological breakthroughs are very important. We need to see how different innovative technologies can be adopted for tapping the untapped potential and improving the yields. And then we have talked about the role of non-farm sector, which is actually very important. So we have to develop non-farm sector to de-stress agriculture. Actually, there are complementarities between the farm sector and non-farm sector. So these two integrate well with each other. So we need to identify the complementarities and bring the efficiency here. And the infrastructure is important. Another very important thing was highlighted in the morning, that we have Odisha Krashak database, or we have portal. So when we have such a rich database of 50 lakh farmers in the state, why can't we integrate some of the key parameters in the state pertaining to income, participation in government scheme? Then, we don't need to rely on all NSSO database. The state can rely on its own information, its own sources. So this database can be further enriched with introduction of key parameters. We need effective marketing reforms. Previous speakers have highlighted this, and export growth orientation is extremely important. So we need a comprehensive, multi-pronged and targeted approach for enhancing the incomes of farmers in India in general, and particularly in case of Odisha. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Raka.
Thank you.
Very nice presentation. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now this is a question and answer session.
Yeah, friends, we had very good points from all the experts. And I must tell you, because I have some exposure to the policy research in agriculture, they are all very eminent people in their particular domains. Friends, we have half an hour to go before we close, before the lunch. Dr. Devesh Roy from IFPRI, he would make the presentation at the end on all the speakers' observations there. Dr. Chengappa, the co-chair, also will make his remarks. Because I will be the beneficiary of all the recommendations, I'm not going to speak anything. For next 15 to 20 minutes, maybe max 15 minutes, we will take few questions from the audience. But please be very brief. Don't make any longish observations. Just your questions, and then maybe me or Dr. Chengappa would direct it to the concerned speaker. Any question? Yeah, Dr. Ashok Singh.
Excellent panel and excellent input as expected. My question to Professor Chengappa, in fact, more of a clarificatory nature on MSP, which is one of the drivers of consideration because it's an income support kind of mechanism. And it also disincentivizes certain diversification. And it's a covariate even in the income. So how do you tackle that kind of anomaly in the system when we have a covariate? Whether you increase the support price, obviously the income also increases as a factor.
Okay, maybe Dr. Chengappa will speak at the end. Sorry, sir, just to, I would like to point it out to any of the speakers here. Maybe Dr. Ganesh. Dr. Ganesh Kumar would speak about that.
Actually, MSP is being used that way. Okay, what you are saying that, but remember the yum in the MSP. It is supposed to be a minimum support. Okay, meaning that you don't want the prices to go below that level because that's what you think is remunerative to the farmer in terms of cost recovery plus some returns to the farmer. But we forgot the M and we have made it the income support threshold. Okay. But the fundamental problem here is that we don't have a good working agricultural insurance system. What is the thing that we are trying to correct using MSP is an insurance failure. Okay. And agricultural insurance globally is a challenge. Okay. It's not just in India. Okay. The biggest problem in agricultural insurance is that there is a huge covariate risk. And every year, everywhere, someone or the other is going to make a claim. Okay. Which makes insurance business, agricultural insurance not a viable option. That is the biggest problem from the insurance sector's perspective. It's not a viable business for them. But you still have a commercial risk problem. How do we solve it? We actually don't have a clear working model. We are using MSP as she said correctly, it's a blunt instrument which is used to solve multiple problems. Okay, it will seem to be solving, but for one or two commodities. But you cannot use that instrument for all the agricultural product. The state, regardless of which country it is, will go bankrupt.
Okay. Next one, please. Yeah.
Sir, namaskar. ମୁଁ ଜଣେ କୃଷକ ସାର୍.
କୁହନ୍ତୁ.
ସାର୍ ମୁଁ ଟିକେ ଓଡ଼ିଆରେ କହିବି.
କୁହନ୍ତୁ ମୁଁ ପଚାରିବି ଆପଣଙ୍କ କଥା.
ସାର୍ ଆମର ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ବାରମ୍ବାର ସାଇକ୍ଲୋନ୍ ଆସୁଛି. ମୁଁ ଖୋର୍ଦ୍ଧା ଡିଷ୍ଟ୍ରିକ୍ଟ ବାଲିପନ୍ନ ବ୍ଲକର. ମୋ ଏରିଆଟା ମୋ ଯେଉଁ ଲ୍ୟାଣ୍ଡ ଚାଷ ଜମିଟା ଆମର ସମୁଦ୍ର ଉପକୂଳରେ. ଏ ଜାଗାରେ ଆମର ଧାନକୁ ଇନ୍ସୁରାନ୍ସ ଭିତରେ ନିଆଯାଉଛି, ପନିପରିବାକୁ ନିଆଯାଉ ନାହିଁ. ଦୟାକରି ଏଇସବୁ ଉପକୂଳ ଓଡ଼ିଶାର ପନିପରିବା ଚାଷୀମାନଙ୍କୁ ଇନ୍ସୁରାନ୍ସ ଯଦି ପନିପରିବା ଚାଷୀ କରାଯାଆନ୍ତା ତାହେଲେ ଚାଷୀମାନେ ଉପକୃତ ହୁଅନ୍ତି. ସାର୍ ଆଉ ଗୋଟିଏ କଥା ହେଉଛି ସାର୍ ଆମର ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ବହୁତ କୁକୁଡ଼ା ଚାଷୀ ଅଛନ୍ତି ଯେଉଁମାନେ ଇଣ୍ଟିଗ୍ରେଟେଡ୍ ଫାର୍ମିଂ ସହିତ ଟାଇପ୍ରେ କରିକି ଚାଷ କରୁଛନ୍ତି, ଯେଉଁଟାକି ସେମାନଙ୍କର ଦାନା ଛୁଆ ଆଉ ସେମାନେ ତାଙ୍କର ମାର୍କେଟ ଉପରେ କବ୍ଜା କରି ରଖିଛନ୍ତି, ଚାଷୀମାନଙ୍କୁ ଠିକ୍ ସେ ପ୍ରଫିଟ୍ ଦିଆଯାଇପାରୁନି. ସେଇଟାକୁ MSP ଭିତରକୁ ନିଆଯାଇପାରିବ କି ସାର୍?
Okay. I just put this question to each of the panelists there, and the farmer friend says, "Upon na kona?"
Sudarshan Behera.
Miss Subrat Behera.
Sudarshan Behera, sir.
Subhash Chandra Behera.
Sudarshan. Sir, Sudarshan.
Sudarshan Behera. Sorry, I'm Sudarshan Behra is asking that in Odisha, particularly in the coastal belt, the agriculture economy is getting beset by the natural calamities most often. And we need to diversify from the paddy to crops like vegetables. Could there be a mechanism of MSP for the vegetables? Number one. Then he also suggests that we should go for more of integrated farming systems, which I think is a very sound proposition. And he suggests that we go for more of broilers and layers to get more income. And could there be also a minimum support pricing mechanism for the poultry sector, which is almost, I think, not feasible. आमे किंतु सही थिरे सुदर्शन बाबू सेकंड पार्ट रे आमे जेते बेसी प्राइवेट सेक्टर इंटीग्रेटर मान को आनी कि आपनकर चासी मान को सहित जोगाजोग करि परिबा जदरे कि आपण अधिक बेनिफिट पाई परिबे on the MSP for the insurance product for vegetables. I think it is still there. Rajesh, one could go for it. Can you kindly give the mic to Dr. Rajesh Das there, my colleague from the department?
Sir, vegetable pie actually most suitable is the revised weather-based crop insurance scheme, sir. Already we have developed a pilot, sir. We will be implementing that.
Yes, आमे पायलट करिया पे जाउछु सेटा को किनु आपन को उभय प्रस्ताव को आमे ग्रहण करछु एंड वेरी इंटेलिजेंट सजेशन आपन दैछंती जेहेतु आपन निजे फील्ड रे चाष करछंती एवं जानि छंती रियलिटी कोन so we respectfully take that. We have answered his question, so maybe the panelists need not go for that. Any other question, please? Yeah, please. Let me go to the director animal husbandry here. Dr. Bijay is here. Then I will come back to Dr. Sujata Parida there. Kindly give the mic in the front row. 81st de diyantu, 80 de diyantu front row, and then I'll come back to you. Please give the mic to Dr. Bijay there, our Director Animal Husbandry and Veterinary Services. Yes, Dr. Bijay, please.
Yeah, good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Vijay. I'm Director Animal Husbandry. My question, sir, if you permit, sir, I'll direct it to one of the panel members, to Professor Ganesh ji. In your presentation, it has been mentioned that there is a negative correlation between whenever the farmers are interacting with a progressive farmer, it seems that there is a negative correlation is what you have mentioned in terms of the diversification part. So I would like to respond to that one particular thing. And I have one more question to Dr. Mekhala. You have proposed a smart micro mandi system. In your presentation. So, and also there was a price discovery mechanism is what you have spoken of. So when we are decentralizing and we are creating more and more micro level of mandis here, so how can a single price discovery mechanism help in identifying a price, and how can the farmer in fact benefit out of this one? So I would like to
first, Dr. Ganesh Kumar, you can answer that question, and Mekhala, one more thing to you as well on. Yeah, I think Dr. Ranjit Kumar spoke about that. But anyway, Mekhala, you can also speak about your non-FPFC model that you are prescribing to the policy space. But first, Dr. Ganesh.
Yeah, actually, that result when the farmer sources information from progressive farmers, there is a propensity not to diversify. That was baffling initially to us. Why is that so? But when we thought about it, it's also possible that, I mean, here it's only a conjecture. I'm not a person, unlike her, I'm not one who goes to the field. So I'm only guessing here. That it is possible that when a farmer is sourcing information from the progressive farmer, he would tie up with the progressive farmer, even in terms of marketing the commodity and so on and so forth. So to the extent that, therefore, the progressive farmer, what is he deciding upon? That can be the guiding factor. Okay. So if the progressive farmer is choosing to remain with one commodity, then the others who follow him, because I mean it's a neighbor effect, right? It's a neighbor effect, and they may also then follow him, and they may derive some spin-off they may derive some externalities in terms of marketing the commodity and so on. But this is a conjecture, really.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, Dr. Ranjit.
Thank you for getting the attention of this smart macro mandi. What we are suggesting is that when the mandi is smaller and very much distributed, and it is smart in the sense that it is technologically integrated, then the buyer can get information about all the commodities for that mandi itself, right? So it is not necessary that every mandi offering same commodity, same quality of the product will have different price. If all the commodities are same in all the quality parameters, then price may be same. But whoever are nearby, they can offer that price to that mandi. Particularly like A and B and C, 3 mandis are there, and some buyers are very near to mandi A, then he or she will be bidding for this mandi commodity. At least he will be saving transportation cost for purchasing from B and C. So in that way, the price may be different or price may be same. It is not necessary that if we are having macro mandi, then price will be different. So only thing is that it will make all the information available to the prospective buyers for all the mandis. And then if any mandi is having niche product, then also it can be highlighted, and that this particular mandi is having this particular product which has some unique value proposition, and so you can get a better price for that kind of commodities. I hope I answered.
Yeah, I think Dr. Vijay has to say whether he was happy listening to that. Dr. Mekla, about the non-APMC model that you are prescribing to a policy space, I couldn't get more about it. So please explain a little bit.
Let me just take on a little bit from the point that you made, and I think this is very important for policy. Like, what is a mandi, right? A mandi is a regulated agricultural market where buyers and sellers come. And in that sense, it is a marketplace. It is not a market. And the whole market, it's within an agricultural market, right? Now, the problem with, we had an assumption, and this is about the structure of agricultural markets. You have a very large number of sellers who are typically small, large number of farmers. In any regional market or local market, you will have a small number of large buyers. You may have a pretty large number of intermediaries who are tied to these large buyers. But in any agricultural market which has a decent commercial activity, you'll have a relatively small number of serious buyers. So I'm not actually sure you'll even have serious buyers every 5 kilometers or 10 kilometers. It's based on a whole range of commercial factors. So the big problem is we usually set up our mandis based on administrative logic rather than commercial logic, right? And so many APMCs you will find don't really ever take off because nobody came there to buy. We've seen some of these markets where people are like, we're looking for buyers, but they're not coming, right? Because this is not a good location for actual marketing activity. So what was the purpose of agricultural markets or mandis? It was 3 things. That if you have a small number of large buyers, you want to give some transparency to the way in which you do price discovery. And so you were supposed to do price discovery, you were supposed to do standardization of weighment practices, weights and measures, and you were supposed to provide counterparty risk mechanisms so that buyers didn't run away without paying farmers. So that was the original principle. We assumed that the only way to do it was to have large, well-established physical spaces that would be there, because actually you needed physical markets where people would come. Right? Now, in many states, that has worked well. If you look at Karnataka, if you look at Madhya Pradesh, in Western Madhya Pradesh, you'll see exactly that model. In Maharashtra, you have actually got those clusters. When I'm saying a non-APMC centric model, what kind of model can allow you to have the 3 principles? Well-organized price discovery, some standardization and quality of weights and measures, and actually counterparty risk mechanism, right? Where you have settlement. Now, does that have to be a regulated market yard? Can you do that in more, in other alternative market sites? Can you do that through digital platforms, right? But if you don't meet these 3 conditions, then what is the purpose of a regulated market? right? What we found is that when you give farmers price information, but you don't give them buying options, it doesn't make a difference, right? So the most important thing for farmers is actual buyers. It's not just price information.
But in
So,
Odisha context, where paddy is mostly traded in the
Villages,
RMC yards,
yeah.
maybe would it work that way?
so so it is not necessarily a paddy centric model in the sense for paddy. I think
Any commodity could be.
you're quite right that if you're doing a large amount of procurement,
Volume.
but what we found, and this is why actually regulation is important, that where farmers were not strong and farmers organizations were not strong, even in paddy procurement, farmers often got below the MSP.
The Sambalpur versus the Koraput model. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Sujata, please come in.
Hello.
Yeah,
Namaskar, sir. Dr. Sujata Priyamboda, Deputy Director Statistics of Agriculture Department. My observation on the components of the farmer's income, sir. There are two major components from which the farmer's incomes has been estimated. One is production with price. Another is expenses. So one part we have covered production and market leakages as prices. Another part is expenses, sir. We have observed that during 2012-13 to 2018-19, the farmers' income, monthly farmers' incomes, farmers' household income, actually that is agriculture household income, increased from 4,976 to 5,112. And the percentage is really 2.7% during 6 years, and it is annually less than 0.5%. When we'll go to the crop expenses, sir, the annual expenses, I'm taking an example of crop, sir. Crop expenses we have ignored, sir. Sir, the crop expenses side, the annual expenses was 12,000 and it has increased to 19,000 during 6 years, and the expenses, annual expenses increased is 8%. So my submission is to consider to have a proportional observation between expenses and production with market
I think
leakages.
Dr. Alka Singh could come in there because as per the NSSO essay, the situational survey, what could be the improvement there as per the observation?
Actually, what we
Actually,
what we presented, that is net annual receipts. Net households annual receipts. So in NSSO data, basically, they have given the gross value of output and expenses for all the crop production, right? So that's why we have given income from cultivation from crops minus all the expenses. And very rightly you said that from 2012-13 to 18-19, there is some nominal increase. But we have, once we are comparing over a period of time, we have converted at a constant price. So that is 2011-12 prices. So that gave a negative because 6 years gap is there.
Yes, sir. Yes, madam. I am not talking about the negative growth. I am talking about the focus on the expenses side, sir.
Yeah.
Madam, expenses sides, the growth is growth of expenses. We have to minimize the expenses to increase the net receipt.
That should be our strategy from the policy
Yes.
space. Raka, would you like to?
And that input includes the seed, fertilizers, etc. And
Yes.
seed also annual increase of
We
expenses
need to
is
reduce
more than
the cost of the
18%.
Dr. Parida, we take your points and maybe we will go out here and then I come back to Abhinash in the last row.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Parida. That's a very valid point. But before that, I think I wish to request Raka, who has also worked in this particular field, to give her observations on this.
Yeah, I think this is very important point, and we need to have specific studies on input use management. The expenditure has risen significantly if we look in the real terms. So we really need to optimize on the input use pattern, and the resource use efficiency is our agenda on cards.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Your question, please.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Sanat Mishra.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. My question is directed to Dr. Ranjit. In fact, very interesting information about that micro mandi. My small
Smart
query,
mandis.
Smart mandis, a smart micro mandis.
Yeah.
Sir, is there any evidences elsewhere in the country, and especially on the owned by farmers?
Okay.
That's any evidence, specific evidence?
Quickly, please.
No, so
And take the mic to the last row now.
yeah, so what we are suggesting is that like a farmers producer company or farmers producer company federation itself can act like a smart macro mandi, and they themselves can aggregate the commodity, they can add value, and then they can sell in the market. And then the example which I have given, that itself will also become like a outside of APMC Act kind of thing, and that itself can become a smart macro mandi. Not exactly a smart macro mandi as a separate entity is existing.
Yeah, Avinash, quickly,
So
please.
I want to make a quick point on data. This NSS data we are all citing, and by repeated citation, it will acquire it has serious problems. Especially if you look at the livestock side of the data, I think there is something wrong there. If you compare between 2030 and 2019. The second point is, yes, it is representative at the state level, but the sample size is also fairly small. Given Odisha, the kind of heterogeneity that Odisha has, so I think the state government, plus this survey is done every 10 years. It has its uses. I'm not saying we junk it or anything, but I would suggest that there are two other sources of data. One is the state has become very data rich, and you need to collect more high frequency data given how much investment, public investment is being made in agriculture to better track what is the impact happening. Second is there is already one source, which is the cost of cultivation. It doesn't collect data for livestock, etc., but 23 crops are covered. Building upon that, that data should be matched with what NSS is saying, because I am increasingly doubting the Odisha data, especially the livestock part. So
Yes.
before we repeatedly present it, I also have a slide showing the same data. Let's vet the data more carefully and have alternate sources of data, given how much investment the state is making into changing agriculture and how fast things are changing in Odisha in terms of cost of irrigation, irrigated areas, you name it, right? So I think that is something that needed, and OUAT and the department can come together, where OUAT collects the cost of cultivation data, department can come in and help collect similar data for livestock and other things and have a better data system. Otherwise, we are relying on a data that is not that good, that is not that rich to make big statements.
That's
Thank
very
you.
reassuring
Thank
to
you, thank
hear
you.
it from, listen it from a policy researcher, because when you are often bombarded with this fact that Odisha comes from the bottom and we have been doing very well in the recent past. So we will revisit those with some kind of evidences there and from the secondary data sources.
Dr. Pari, sorry,
Yeah.
we have some online participants
Yes,
also.
so we have few online questions. Dr. Mamta, you could
Yeah,
go
so
ahead there.
one is directed to Dr. Alka. Very good insights. Any correlation between agriculture infrastructure, that is road, storage, primary processing, and income district-wise? For Dr. Alka.
Dr. Raka Saxena or Dr. Alka Singh?
Dr. Alka, sorry.
Dr. Alka.
The question is, do you find any correlation between agricultural infrastructure and income district-wise?
And income?
District-wise. District-wise.
Okay. No, in the analysis, actually, we have not done that. That kind of correlation we have not worked out. That because I have not presented about the cold storages or markets kind of things.
Okay. The second is in terms of tackling the climatic impacts in agriculture, how is climate risk information communicated to farmers in Odisha, and what has been the learning on this? I'm not
Yes,
sure.
maybe I could take that
Yeah.
question because that's a policy issue. In fact, as our APC also was telling that we have a very robust digital ag interface now with our farmers. And we are also in the social media platforms. We are directly communicating with the farmers groups, and we reach out to as many as 15 lakh farmers every day. And about 61 lakhs, that is 6 million advisories are sent to a group of about 17 lakh farmers every week. So it's a very huge number, and we are trying to reach out to the people. For example, there could be an impending cyclone after a few days. We are already ready, and we have already sent messages to our farmers that if your crop is in a very ripening stage or harvestable stage, you could please do it through machines and take it to a safer place. So this kind of digital ag advisories are being very well taken care of, and we are trying to reach out to more number of farmers.
There are just two suggestions for you.
Please, please.
Suggest Dr. Pari take few crops and develop the whole value chain, similar to what is currently happening on maize in Nabrangpur.
Yes.
Finding the market is slowly changing the return per unit.
Okay.
There is another suggestion, Dr. Pari, price insurance similar to US may be worth studying.
Okay. Thanks for this suggestion, and we will try to improve upon that. Dr. Rajesh, do you have any quick, because I'm not
Yes.
time come achi.
Just-
Come
just a
quickly.
minute. Sir, since morning, sir, we have been discussing this. Mostly, we are relying on the NSO information, sir. Just I have a submission. NSO information is assessed on the basis of a reference period. The survey is done on the basis of a reference period. When the last report came, Sujata ma'am, she had some insights about the survey. So the reference period, in that reference period, Odisha was hit by two devastating cyclones. One is Titli, other is Fani. So we are at a disadvantage as far as the reference period is concerned, sir. Since morning
That's
we
a
have
very
been
good
discussing
suggestion.
that. So
And it's a-
my
yes.
submission would be that the reference period would be at least for a 3 years period, because
Okay. That's a very good suggestion. In fact, we could give it to the IFPRI researchers there when, as Avinash was suggesting. Dr. Rajesh Das also is the chief statistician of our department. So you have a very valid suggestion there. So
Thank you,
if there is no more questions, I
Thank
would
you, sir.
like to request Devesh to, maybe Dr. Chengappa could make his short remarks, and Devesh would make the presentation on the takeaways. Please. Sir, you have to be very brief again.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. The Chairman will conclude, since I have to leave within, for another meeting. I just requested. Well, friends, I also want to make one or two observations, saying that one thing is, in this whole doubling income, my one suggestion is we give a lot of importance for startups, because the startup ecosystem, for example, is limited to few cities and few states. I think Odisha should also take some lead. Second is, in this morning you were talking about the extension. My suggestion is not, in addition to the crop production or livestock production extension, we must add agribusiness and market extension as an important tool that will help a lot for doubling the income. The third is, for example, we all talk about diversification towards high value crops, because this is but required, because as the consumption is changing, we will have to change our production system. But my concern is, when you talk about fruits, vegetables, the meat, fish, etc., where are the markets? When we say in this country, fish market means the conditions of fish market is the worst. Unless you really develop these markets, diversification doesn't make sense unless you really create good marketing system for this. Then otherwise it will be really a problem. The other one I just wanted to say is, for example, the IFS model, integrated farming system model, is very important. We'll have to see when we add the food, fuel, forest, so many components, for example, then we'll have to come out with different farming system models depending upon the agroclimatic regions, because Odisha has been divided into various climatic zones. Then, of course, we talked about the agri-exports. Certainly, agri-export requires a lot of support. The whole supply chain has to be thought about this. Otherwise, you cannot think about this agri-export taking place. And it was just mentioned somewhere that value chains. Value chain development is a very key. Unless you develop value chain with the appropriate value chain leaders, and all the stakeholders should be part of the value chain. And this is the one way where the farmers can be brought into the value chain, so that they can realize higher. Otherwise, they cannot make any gains just like that. And for many of the friends, for example, we talked about the APMC. See, for example, most of the studies have indicated that the coexistence of APMC is a must, because we have made huge investments, and these are the physical markets. Unless the physical markets are efficient, you cannot think of efficient virtual markets. The existence of a efficient physical market or a spot market is very important. Then only we can move. Then coming to the e-marketing or e-trading, certainly it is not taking much in agriculture, mainly because There is no essaying or grading or standardization. Essaying has to be really thought about. This is where the government has to come out with a lot of schemes, essaying, grading at the farmers level. That's very important. That's not at all happening. So essaying and the warehouse. Without these two, we cannot think of e-trading. So there are a lot of investments it has to go on. The last one is, the Odisha has made good progress in ENAM. Friends, ENAM, though it was started in the year 2016, which, it was mentioned by one of the speakers. But the progress so far is not that good. But even if it happens after 10 years, it's a great achievement for a country of this size and the varied nature of the commodities being handled in those regulated markets. The target is around 600 markets. I think it's going on in many states, and more than all the components of the ENAM cannot be implemented at once. First, start with a good aggregation, then a system of auctioning where many things can be avoided. For example, the Karnataka model was that. In fact, Karnataka, we got money for establishing this e-auction model under the RKVY. That's how Karnataka is a front runner in many ways, and these markets are very vibrant. So these are all some of my thoughts. Kindly excuse me, I have to leave.
Thank you, sir. Devesh, you can come in now, please, with your take-away presentation. Thank you, sir. Very nice. Devesh, you can unmute yourself so that we can hear you. Not yet. यहाँ से करना है क्या? Okay, you can go ahead now, Devesh.
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. No, so just, much had been spoken, so I just have a few comments. I mean, this is kind of a session that, this is a session of my friends. I worked with all of them, actually, more or less. This is what I'm going to do is just go speaker by speaker, but it's not in any pecking order. It just, the way it was presented. So, starting with Ganesh Kumar's presentation, and so my take is, a lot of things that what we had here was basically in terms of agreement, but some bit of qualifications or modification that I can say. So initially, that you'd have to think about if you take diversification is kind of desirable on farm, between farm diversification, off farm diversification. So then the question is, what are the drivers of diversification? And so from a very economic perspective, actually what we're going to look at, and that's where the thinking has changed drastically. And that's what, we grew up traditionally as agriculture economy, though I can't claim to be an agriculture economist, is that basically you are near to a market, you're near to a city. This is the whole, what we call it, the von Thunen model, that, you're near to urban locations, and that's where your market access is. And then and we used to be taught that, you will go towards high value crops, and you will really, and that will lead to diversification. And that was kind of the standard thinking. But, our understanding of market and market access has moved away by leaps and bounds. And now we can understand, market access is a far more complex term. And it may well be, and particularly in India's case, would be like very pro-diversification, like being near to the city or, those. And the idea is that, so there are the fundamentals of diversification when you think about market access, policy, and then agroecology. That these are the, on a broad level that you can think about as the idea of diversification. Because, once we understand the market access, that, when your market access improves, it improves also for your competitors, it improves for everyone else, and then so it can bring in volatility. And, with the kind of farmers that you're dealing in India or in Odisha, you're going to be dealing with really small farmers, and you have this market access bringing in volatility, and then you have the double whammy with the MSP and MSP with procurement for some commodity. So you are basically changing the relative risk profile altogether, and then you evidence more and see that your market access improve, your roads improve. Instead of going towards fruits and vegetables or high value crops or animal source food, you might just end up going towards cereals. And we basically, first the production risk you want to weigh in, and then you combine it with the marketing risk, and it becomes the factor that will determine your diversification. But that really goes to the point of what you're really looking for. It's about when from the point of view of raising farmers' income, is the issue is about the means or the end, right? Because if at all it happens, which has not been looked at, is that if this market access improves, what it does to the non-farm sector, and if that becomes the driver of income growth, then so be it, and that should be desirable. But if you're really with some other objectives through environment and nutrition and other, so you might have different reasons to get diversification, but diversification then from the policy side, you have to think about improve market access, you do the pricing system that is level the playing field, and then you are going to see the crop choices. It's far more complex. The ones which get really crowded out are basically oilseeds and pulses. Because MSP and MSP plus procurement is a very different animal altogether. Our claim is that if your MSP is without procurement, it actually can hurt the farmer. Because I was in Odisha, and I was asking at this was the time of very high pulse prices, and when we just asking what are the prices you're getting, you're saying MSP minus 100 rupees per quintal, because that's for transportation costs. But the price is 220 rupees in per kg of, and why are we getting so less? Because all the traders had colluded on the MSP. So MSP without procurement is actually could be counterproductive. So that's the point that we want to make, that this is again on rural non-farm empowerment. It is important. I mean that every literature shows it very clearly. But then you have to go to the more granular level. What's within the non-farm? Because there's a very different strategy that you'll need for doing what is there on. Because rural India is pretty high on food manufacturing. And it's also very gender friendly. A lot of women are employed in this, but it's not so much on the food services sector. So you have to think about strategy that you want to divide within rural to non-farm. And on Dr. Kumar's presentation, I was really kind of little puzzled by this inverted U shape of diversification. It's reminding me of the Kuznets curve and something like that. So what it means for the strategy, and where can you move the tipping point, and some of the things, and one of the table that was not showing in your presentation, this was the difference between Odisha relative to non-Odisha, I mean the rest of India. And so there was a big difference between Rabi and Kharif. Was it really driven by the irrigation credentials between those two different seasons, both across the states and across seasons? So I'm just curious that, why do you had, it was in absolute terms, it was, cardinally it was still, low diversification, but ordinarily also you were below the India potential. So this is, and now I'm going to so what we are looking at is, agroecological suitability, that, if you look at the IFPRI's contribution to the document that we're looking about raising farmers' income, this actually really combines all these elements from the market access side, from policy side, from agroecological suitability, and then think about the strategies. And so that's now going to the second presentation is And this is about Dr. Ranjit's presentation. So the idea is that, again, as we think about the market access, our understanding of how trade takes place, and there are two things that, we need to be really very particular about, is we just can't, when you think about trade, we always get about international trade. Trade is about this whole general equipment that you can trade with other regions, you can trade with other countries. And so this has to depend on the whole matrix of trade costs. And that's our understanding, that how, the trade economics has evolved. That's how we understand trade now. And that's like when you do this, so you have to look at the whole set of trade costs. Domestic trade versus international trade, that's not the way you should look at. Same way you should not be looking at orthodox opening versus heterodox opening, that you need to be open on the export side but close on the import side, because now you're doing the system of value chains. So this is, and so what we're going to, a lot of the market information system that was mentioned in this presentation in India are basically quality sorting systems. And if you even look at something like an e-Chopal, which has been like really popularized and been talked about at different points, it's basically, at the end of the day, is more than a market information system. It's a quality sorting system. ITC just takes the grade A soybean and then pays you 5 rupees extra. That's the premium for the quality. It's not for exactly so it's the genuine market information systems. I mean, I've seen a lot of literature, but you just read the fine print, what you're going to see is that basically these are mostly working as quality sorting systems. So now we just wanted to little bit on to say that when you look at, there's a lot that is being talked about in value distribution. I mean, we have always, our team at IFPRI, we have been trying to also bring in our strategy document for Odisha, that we are participating collaboratively on that, is that to move to the domain of this value distribution and being excessively focused on that, then go to the idea of value creation. And that requires product differentiation. So, and that could be through geographical indicators, grading, certification, assaying, packaging, whichever, or through delivery mechanisms. But this is where, we think that, you're going to really focus on when we think about, this raising farmer income. And there's a lot of romantic, attachment to farmer organization, given our small farmer situation. But we have to look at the landscape of farmer organizations. There are very few farmer organizations succeed. The farm death is very high. So you have to learn from why this is the case. I mean, that is based on how they are being promoted, how the people are being selected, how the composition, the size is being done. The bigger farmer organizations do not do well. Those homogeneous farmer organizations do not do comparatively well. So these are the nuances that you need to understand in how do you organize, because these are all coming from the way the collective action, you understand collective action, and then you think about how farmer organizations will deliver. So then going to Meka's presentation, I mean, this, it's always very, important to get all this perspective, which is kind of, like a non-economics perspective in some way, but they have worked, and that's why it's a really good work from there. They have all the perspectives in one place. So, I mean, the first thing that whenever, this presentation, I see that the first thing strikes to me that, the way traditionally, again, the agriculture economists have looked at is value chain as something very linear. And, you go from input to this, to the intermediary, to this, but it actually, and so non-linear at such granular level, and varies by commodity, by location. So, I mean, so one of the questions that is there for, from Pekka and team is, if you say value chain promotion, and if the value chain is so granularly distinctive at that level, then I know what is the, the policy or the strategy that one can follow, right? And it is, if you have green chili and red chili in a different district being so different, so because policies, you face the problem that you cannot do things at only a certain level of granularity. right? If you're setting prices, if you're setting the price regulations and all. So what is the policy implication that you can, and that thing we had written a paper for NABARD long time ago, which is before the ENAM had taken place. It was just to say that this is the non-price attributes, is the domain, which is product standards, assaying and all, that will make or break the system. And so to the extent that it varies across commodity, across locations, the idea is that it is basically in the non-price space. And so this is, so anything that in there now, Dr. Singh's presentation, I mean, she referred to the livestock issues which came up in the lot of data queries here. So our idea that, if we look at this, all the discussion that we are having, and we have talked about a lot of convergence. Convergence has been in terms of, those departments work together, which is very important because it's like multimodal effort is needed here. And so that part is fine. But I think, but if you just go from the point of view of raising the income, and looking at the diversity at that granularity level, even in institutions, if you take Mekla's presentation, you require kind of economic convergence in the traditionally growth economics, macroeconomics of growth sense, right? So that is something that, you have to divide strategies which are going to be greater investments in certain areas, in certain domains. And that is because without economic convergence, you're not going to, all this convergence will, at the operational level that is there, but we really require economic conversion, and that will really bear on the strategy. From all these presentations, I mean, one thing is clear, and is that, with all these things, whether you're speaking trade, whether any other arrangements, the crux would be about how do you manage risks. And so this is, that was the thing, is an overarching thing that, COVID taught us is not the supply, it's basically the supply chain, right? So, and now concluding, I just tell you a few things on Rakar's presentation, because that's my occupational hazard. I mean, I'm trained as a trade economist, so whenever people talk about trade, and I have to bring it up in the discussion. So my point is very straightforward in that, globally or anywhere domestically, you want to say, and I mean, this is a challenge statement in that way, that you tell whether any success story has happened without getting the gains from trade. Because trade is structurally just designed to lead to success if it is gains are realized, because it's based on efficiency, about the allocation of resources. And so that's why it's very important that, when we look at this strategy, there are a lot of potential that we need to explore for looking at trade. And again, we are reiterating, trade is not about just international trade. You have to look at the whole ecosystem, which is about domestic trade, international trade, all looked at together. And the other thing, when we tell you the risk is important, because the biggest source of risk sharing in the world is trade. And if you look at just the staples production, the staples production in the world is very stable globally. And all the idiosyncratic countries, you will see, you can look at the historical data, look at the national data, you will find that reality. So how you really deal with trade is going to be very, very key in terms of doing this. So I'll stop here. These are few of my reflections that, I could just get from these presentations. Thank you all. It's been very, very informative and very exciting.
Thank you, Dr. Devesh Roy, for that, for summing off all the presentations. Friends, we have already transgressed the time limit, so I don't want to take any more time. We had few more questions from Professor Mishra, ML and ML Jad and others, but then we don't have time at this particular session. But I wish to thank all my very expert panelists. We would definitely benefit from your recommendations. And as I told in the beginning, the state government is the beneficiary for all your recommendations. Then all recommendations, taking all the recommendations to the policy space is not so easy. When I was on the other side, maybe we used to give recommendations, policy suggestions, but then when I sat this side of the table, then I see it is not so easy. But when it comes from research institutions with evidences, with some science-backed interventions, it is good to take to the policy space for their resolution and implementation. We would definitely take those. But a few takeaways for me is that we need to work on the markets and some kind of imperfections. Those are existing. How do we kind of correct those? That is not my domain again. That's another department. But then we would like to converge there. But I think from presentations of all the speakers, it came out that we need to enhance the farmer's income. In fact, that's which sells to the policy space. If you talk anything, you can talk about any prescription, but if it doesn't enhance the farm income, as you said, Raka, and many others, it would not kind of acceptable to the political executive, to be very frank. So we would like to take all these suggestions, which will aim at enhancing the farmer's income. And also many of you spoke about the insurance products and de-risking the farmers, because the farmer faces a lot of risk, starting from the climate to the price, to the market, to the storage. I mean, risks are many in all this stuff. But then I think climate risk is coming out as the major risk, which is limiting the investments from the farmer side. So how do we take that would be another recommendation that we would like to take to the policy space. And all of you have made very brilliant suggestions from your research work. We would like to take all these suggestions to our policy table. And I wish to again thank Dr. Rashid and his entire team of IFPRI researchers for this opportunity. We are very happy and proud to associate with a very internationally acclaimed research institute like IFPRI for this roundtable. And this will not be limited, we will not limit it to this suggestions or the discussions today. We would, as our Honorable Minister told, we look forward to those policy suggestions coming out of this roundtable. And we would engage more deeply with not only IFPRI and all other partner institutions who are there. In my speech, if you remember, I spoke about few initiatives that we are taking. And one of those would be the Rice Fallow Management, which is just the post-Kharif, which will be a very huge initiative. And then we have the Odisha Millets Mission, the integrated farming system, the APC clusters, then the coffee mission, mushroom, then floriculture, and many others. We are coming out in a big mode. I would also second the observations by my statistician colleagues that our data points need to be sanitized and more credible. I do not know as to how, how credible the data that those are thrown to the policy space. I was just talking to Ranjit, and our agriculture department data and the DES or the Department of Agriculture in Government of India data, they also do not match, even in the paddy coverage figures and many others. So it's also a challenge for us in the policy space to have very credible statistical data, which will kind of help us in the decision support. So there are many points. I'm not going to repeat those, but I wish to thank profusely to all my expert panelists today. And I used to also thank Dr. Chengappa in his absence. In absentia, he has just gone for another meeting, which he was committed to at 1:30. But then I think we had a very good discussion. And I wish to thank each one of you for your kind presence. In the afternoon, we have many more discussions lined up. I would request the same kind of attention that you are having till the lunchtime. So we will break here for lunch. And I wish to thank each one of you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Yes.
Just a request, since we are running a bit late, can we be back in 40 minutes? If that would work for all. Thank you so much.
So my connect to the IR is again I also studied in IR. I know. No, but it was actually really interesting panel because I think the good part of our civil bureaucracy in Odisha is that if you have some domain expertise, our chief minister puts you there. And there is least political input. Yeah. And he is also well informed. He has his own
एक मिनट मेरे को पैड्स चेक करने हैं ये अब अपना ये पेंसिल कहाँ पर वो पैड देख उसको पानी की बॉटल खोल दे No, we just started with lunch. You're not late. Have lunch.
Then I'll have to eat something.
Yes, please. Yes, sir.
ये एमएल को यहाँ भेज दो उसको भेज दो एमएल को जो वहाँ रखना है यहाँ ले
This is fine. Thank you.
But the other process is
मेरा खिलाना उसे कह रहे डिनर को ना 90 करते हैं 80 हाथ डाल दो यार पानी की बॉटल
Good afternoon, everybody. Let us reconvene back for our plenary session 2 on partners' roles and perspectives on transformation. We have a moderator, Dr. Sanjeev Chadda, who is Special Secretary, Department of Agriculture and Farmer Empowerment. May I request the partners, BMGF, may I request Utkarsh, IRI, ICADA, ICRISAT, and WFP to please come on the dais. We'll have EMI, SIP, and Oil Palm Company, and ICAR Siva for the next round for the discussion.
Open the floor for discussion. So I'll first request our representative MGF to please come and make his presentation.
Sir, Dr. Mukund is not. Oh, yes.
Please settle down quickly. We can start this session. Utkarsh, you can start, please.
So I'm just waiting for the presentation.
Presentation.
Excuse
Presentation करो तो ठीक जल्दी load. देरी हो जी. Let them keep all the presentations ready.
Yeah, it's working.
Utkarsh, to please start.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Utkarsh Vijay. I'm a Vice President at Samagra Transforming Governance, which is a mission-driven governance consulting firm. I'm here representing Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So I'll be speaking about the partnership between Government of Odisha and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation since 2017. In terms of content, I'll be covering the partnership footprint, the projects that are underway, and the way forward. If we see the partnership footprint, the various intervention that Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is supporting has footprints across all the districts in the state. There are almost 7 programs right now that are running under this partnership. The partnership started in 2017 with an MOU between Government of Odisha and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. The very first project under this MOU was ADAPT, which is Analytics for Decision Making and Agriculture Policy Transformation, which is being worked upon by my organization, Samagra. The objective of ADAPT was to improve data-backed decision-making culture in the department on 2 pillars: improving the data quality as well as creating an integrated tech system for the department. Throughout the project, there are multiple initiatives, interventions that have been successfully done across 3 buckets: policy, under which we supported the department in creating the agriculture policy Samruddhi; the implementation of Kalia scheme; governance initiatives like performance management program called Dakshata; farmers database, which has been being talked about since morning. Things like operations where scheme data monitoring, crop insurance monitoring, etc., were enabled through decision support system. Owing to the success of the program, it was extended to Fisheries and Animal Resources Department in February 2020. The program was focused and our implementation framework was co-designed with Fisheries and Animal Resources Department. Across scheme implementation, there were certain farmer-centric initiatives, and then there were certain administrative reforms. Some examples across the work in FARD are things like scheme digitization, improving egg production from 78 lakh eggs per day to 100 lakh eggs per day, doing some bit of augmentation in agribusiness through MKUY, fish seed production, and then infrastructure augmentation. Coming to the second important project under the foundation, Amakrushi. So the goal of Amakrushi, and here the implementation partner is PAD, Precision Agriculture Development Foundation. The objective of the program is to improve or reduce the information asymmetry, especially for the smallholder farmer and women farmers. There's a content committee that has been in place in the department, which creates content around various crop value chains, etc., on a weekly basis, and this content is disseminated to almost 31 lakh farmers in the state on a weekly basis. These are IVRS calls that are being received by 31 lakh farmers. The other functionality or the other thing that has been enabled through Amakrushi is a live call center. So a 15533 number has been spread across the state where farmers can call and ask their queries on a real-time basis. It's not only for agriculture, it has also expanded to livestock and fisheries farmers. Almost 10 lakh farmers in livestock sector are also receiving these advisories currently. The next project that I'll be speaking about is Agriculture Production Cluster, where the partner is Pradhan. The program aims at improving the income of more than 2 lakh women farmers in tribal areas through promotion of institutional mechanisms like FPOs, producer groups, etc., and also promotion of high-value crops in these areas. As a success of this program has been running for last 2-3 years, more than 3 years now. And as a success parameter of this program, for the farmers who have been part of this program, there has been a 77% increase in their annual income. Almost more than 30 FPOs have been created, comprising of 932 producer groups. There is a strong thrust on promotion of high-value crops, and there has been increase of 131% increase area under high value crops. Apart from that, there is a strong thrust on private partnership for market linkages as well as technology adoption by these farmers. The next project that I'll be talking about is Mandi. The goal of the Mandi FPOs in the 3 blocks of Navara. The project has been successfully able to create 2 FPOs with an annual turnover of 2.5 crore rupees. It has successfully established market linkages not only within India but outside India in countries like Bangladesh. There has been a significant increase in digital transaction, the payment for the crops that have been done digitally. And it is leveraging the government infrastructure that has been created in Nabrangpur, things like warehouses that have been set up under RMCs, and it is also actively doing business with organizations like IFPRI. The next project, which is PSFPO, Promotion and Stabilization of Farmer Producer Organization, it is being done in partnership with Palladium and Tanager International. The objective is to push the FPOs toward profitability and sustainability through various levers like enabling ecosystem, increasing business for them, gender equity, market linkages, and digital enablement. As part of this project, what has happened is there has been already an assessment done for all the FPOs, 582 FPOs in the state. A scheme around FPOs have been designed. A portal has been launched for digital enablement. There has been a lot of stakeholder convergence that has taken place and knowledge dissemination. Apart from this, few FPOs have been selected for promotion for creating them as a lighthouse FPO, 28 FPOs across districts. The business support has been provided across various commodities, and there have been institutional partnership for market linkages that have been set up.
Please complete in 2 minutes.
Sir, this is the sixth project, which is a short one on which is happening with in partnership with CSAC. And it is around delivering plot level advisories, and this there has been an attempt to integrate this with Ama Krushi project, which is the state level advisory dissemination project. Finally, the Connect project, which is again being done by my organization Samagra. Over here, the aim is to enable private ecosystem participation in the agriculture space in Odisha. There is a Connect stack that is coming up in Odisha, leveraging the Krushak Odisha database to enable, augment the agri-tech startups and institutional players in Odisha. It spans across both agriculture and horticulture, as well as fisheries and animal resources department. The core thesis being increasing the revenue streams for the farmer and reducing the cost for the farmer by delivering better services to them. These are some of the, all these programs have different areas of intervention spread across market, technology, etc. In the way forward, there are three key levers that the foundation is looking at in partnership with the government. One is climate resilient agriculture, how to enable more and more participation of agri-tech startups, and also creating a digital agriculture roadmap as a long-term vision exercise for the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Utkarsh. So now he has given insight into what programs we are doing in partnership with different organizations. So that's how we have created a very strong and robust digital ecosystem in the agriculture sector. So now I'll request our delegate from IFPRI. So kindly stick to the time, 5 to 7 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Bokund Warrior, coordinating activities of IFPRI in Odisha. The IFPRI has been working in Odisha for several years now, and most of the work is related to seed system improvement, particularly because that is the core area where IFPRI has its strength. The work started around 2011 with the Strasa activities going on, the stress-tolerant rice for Asia and Africa. Several drought, submergence-tolerant varieties were introduced, and the purpose was to make available the seeds within a reasonable time of 5 years, during which the government of Odisha suggested that let us have a comprehensive program on not only seed system improvement, but also other areas. Can I have the slides, please? Somebody there? And that was the time around 2016 that we started working on several aspects of So in 2016, we started working on increasing productivity of rice-based cropping systems, not only looking at rice, but also the systems that is associated with, particularly in the rainfed areas, what are the opportunities for increasing cropping intensity after rice harvest. There is another project that is going on now, that is Climate Pro, that is with the Water Resources Department, where the effort is to utilize the water that is made available by repairing the dilapidated water harvesting structures, the tank command areas. And we're working at 3 districts on this. There is another effort on precision DSR, how to use the direct seeding technology to increase the cropping intensity. I will come to that. And there are several proposals under discussion on increasing income and nutrition security, and also activities on carbon farming. So the activities that we have designed is aligned to the Samriddhi agricultural policy that the government of Odisha developed over the period of and released in 2020. So productivity through genomics assisted breeding, the materials coming to contextualized material coming to Odisha, which are mostly climate resilient, and then how to increase the profitability with multiple income sources, catalyzing youth and women power, judicious use of sustainable resources, and then integrated system with a decentralized production system. That is one important area where we have been focusing on increasing the availability of newly released early generation seeds made available to the farmers in remote localities also, with support from OSSC, Odisha State Seed Corporation, and without also that also through the farmer producer organizations. So the goal has been to improve the sustainable and nutritious diversified systems, higher incomes and livelihood resilience. There are several activities in through different projects contributing to the research, development and policy options, and contributing to the several SDGs. I will come to the biophysical factors that were addressed during the last 5 to 6 years. Main focus, as I said, was on improved production systems, improved seed systems to address the gap between varietal development and release and availability. Adoption and availability is delayed by many years when there are no considered efforts. And what we could do was to develop and focus on the dissemination of SDRVs for rain-fed farmers, constrained by drought and submergent soils. So how do we do the rapid varietal turnover to improve the genetic gain in farmers' fields? That was one attempt. And awareness creation through the cluster demonstrations in farmers' fields through engaging many farmers in different districts. And once the crop cafeterias and cluster demonstrations are conducted, it is also linked with the seed increase, so that most of the new varieties that are seen by the farmers are used for seed conversion to seed.
Dr.
Also.
Warrior, I'll just
Yes.
please, when you talk of any intervention which is made by IFPRI, so kindly just focus on the intervention, then what are the inputs and outputs, and what is the roadmap for the coming 3 to 5 years?
Okay.
So quickly, shortage of time.
So that was one intervention where the availability of the new varieties, particularly the seed without borders, varieties released by IFPRI and other organizations across the South and Southeast Asia, made available to Odisha farmers, because some of those geographic conditions are very similar to what we have in Odisha. So there should not be any border for some of those varieties. For example, Bina Dhan 11 was one variety which we brought from Bangladesh, and that was released in India. And within the last 5 years, it has become very popular in Odisha, and the seed availability has increased with the OSSC, linking it with the getting that variety converted into certified seeds in large quantities. 17,000 quintals are now were released in 2020 for farmers. Then the next activity was on improved crop establishment, how to do direct seeding. And also save time, reduce the duration of the rice variety so that there is early harvest, and also mechanization of the seeding process so that immediately after rice harvest, the residual moisture is used by and a second crop is established. That also with an early duration pulse variety, for example, green gram. 2 varieties, Virat and Shikha, were promoted, and they found.
Dr. Warrior, please try to finish in 2 minutes.
Yes. Socio-economic factors were also addressed, because there is a lot of need for decentralized seed production systems. So we established a farmer producer company in Kalahandi, incubated it, and now they are producing seeds for not only rice, they are also diversified into green gram and black gram. A third one, Loisinga Women Farmer Producer Company, was established in 2022 this year, and they are also looking at the opportunities of increasing the seed production in Odisha and making it available for that district, because these varieties differ from district to district in Odisha. Institutional factors were also addressed, the training needs for the extension and advisory services. That was also one area where we focused on. And GIS portal was developed, giving the information on sowing of the rice, leaf area index, and yield prediction, so that whenever there is a problem with floods, there is a near-time information that is made available to the government for contingency planning and also for helping in crop insurance. There was also an attempt to analyze the reasons for low insurance uptake, and there was a study conducted which said that if you include stress-tolerant varieties as a rider for crop insurance, there is a possibility that the crop insurance uptake can be increased. Stress-tolerant varieties plus crop insurance can be a better option than crop insurance alone. There were some other strategic initiatives, mostly based on dietary diversity, where we are trying to improve the rice varieties with fortification for iron and zinc, and also crop gender responsive mechanization, where the effort is to improve the machinery, small machinery particularly, because there is a lot of migration, male out migration, leading to women taking up many of those machines being used, but they may not be that cannot be easily used by women. So what are those gender concerns? Whether it is possible to modify some of those machines to be used by women, and also look at the opportunities of reducing the drudgery, labor, income, and energy expenditure.
So we are running out of time. Please conclude.
Thank you.
Conclude.
We are also looking at the avenues for decarbonizing the rice cultivation system. Our proposal is on the anvil. It's being considered for avenues for decarbonizing the rice systems is also one of the efforts that's being made. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Now, I'll request Dr. Jat from IFPRI-South to please make his presentation. I'll also request, please keep the presentations ready quickly.
Thank you so much, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, my sincere gratitude to the government of Odisha and, of course, IFPRI for this opportunity to put our thoughts together, what we've been doing with government of Odisha and other stakeholders here in Odisha, and what is the way forward. Can you move to... No, this is Icarda. Go to the IFPRI-South one.
सेठी के बसे वाले हो ना, बहुत टाइम वेस्ट हो जाए. हाँ नहीं, he has a call in with US. But
yeah, thank you so much.
Please start.
So if you look at the Odisha, look at this beautiful landscape. And when we talk about those landscapes, I think we need integration of different departments, agencies, institutions, because that's where we need to work on. You need to conserve water, you have to have a crop, you have to have agroforestry, you have to have livestock. That's why I would like to emphasize on the landscape management approaches toward this agri-food systems transformation. I think until we have that integration, it's very difficult to have the agri-food systems transformation. So when we talk about Odisha from the IFPRI-South's perspective, we've been working with the government of Odisha across several districts under different programs, whether livelihood program, OP-LIP, or the state Bhuchetna for the soil mapping, and also the crop improvement, the seed systems of the pulses, groundnut, and millets. So in terms of the landscape-based resource management, coupled with the integration of the climate-resilient agricultural technologies, which can help in us in towards the agri-food systems transformation. So first is how you manage your resources at the landscape level. And in the morning, Madam Garg, the Secretary of Water Resources, mentioned about different techniques for the water conservation. I think there are a whole lot of things around, but we need to see what can be deployed where. And once we have that water, it's not only the water harvesting, but it's how best we can use that water in terms of the economic water productivity, nutritional water productivity, and that needs tools and technique to design your systems in that particular landscape scale. And when we talk about the landscape, also it's a linking to the market, because you are operating at certain scale. So that's why the landscape approach, and that's what we are trying to do, been doing. Also, when we talk about the yield gaps, and again, there was a mention made even by Honorable Minister, there are a whole lot of yield gaps, how to increase the productivity, how to decompose those yield gaps. So in terms of the yield gaps, I think the soil is the basis. So how to build on the soil health. We've been doing under this Bhuchetna program, the digital mapping of the soil. There are digital maps available on the soil. So using the soil health data, how can we put the prescriptions on the nutrients, which helps us in bridging those yield gaps. So under that, we got Atlas of the soil nutrient status in the Odisha state, the capacity strengthening, including the establishing or strengthening the referral labs here, the hands-on training, of course, the new tools using the geospatial techniques, also the mobile-based, technologies or the soil testing laboratory, and of course, using all those things, we could see 10 to 60% yield gap bridging. I think that's a significant one. The another one which was mentioned about the rice fallow, and I think we need to target how to intensify, what to intensify, where to intensify. So targeting for intensification is something important. We have to see what is the window of the growth or particular variety, what is the soil moisture available to intensify, how much supplemental we need. I think we need to design crops and varieties accordingly. So the targeting is something important. That's what we're trying to do using these technologies. So that helps in turning those rice fallows into the pulse bowl, for example. You have all the opportunities for introduction of the pulses, the green gram, black gram, chickpea, lentil or field pea. And there is a whole scope. The experimental evidence says we can harvest a lot of yield out of those rice fallows, and we can intensify the systems, meet the nutritional requirements, so that takes us toward the nutritional security. Also on the regenerative agriculture front, I think we can convert like waste to the wealth. And if I take the example, and that's what is coming from the work what we've been doing here in Odisha, all the water bodies are full of the water hyacinth. So that's a problem. Now, how you translate that problem in, or that waste into the wealth? So systematic mapping of those water bodies, how you collect that, and how you make a compost out of it and translate into the agricultural fields, which not only helps in improving the productivity and also some nutrient replacement values. Now you see the fertilizer crisis, how we generate our own fertilizers or the nutrient sources, but also sequester carbon, and that takes us towards the carbon credits or the carbon farming. So there are ways. In terms of the livelihood improvement, I think we need to have those, value chains, the secondary agriculture, the vertical intensification in the horticultural crops like coconuts and others. So there are a whole lot of work around. So because of the paucity of time, I'm not going to the details of those things, but that's what is being done here.
Yes, please try to complete in 2 minutes.
The food processing, especially, the local food system, for example, millets, take the example of the Koraput. That's what we are trying to do, the millet food processing or millet value chains, which adds value in terms of the livelihood and income of the farmers, and also protecting those. Digital agriculture, a mention was made. I think there's a lot of work around digital agriculture. We need to do more, but this is example from the Sundargarh, how we make use of the secondary data, and we did a lot of discussion around the lunchtime on the data, the secondary data through digital tools, and put them together, and then use the weather and other physical proper, the data sets, and provide the prescriptions for the farmers. Now, in terms of the outputs, sir, we got several of the climate resilient varieties, for the states, for the chickpea, for the groundnut, for the pigeon pea, which are released here. There are 5 innovation pilot clusters developed for regenerating the shifting cultivation in the tribal areas in different districts. At the landscape level, using the landscape resource conservation approach, the soil test-based nutrient recommendations developed at the block level using the digital soil maps. The participatory, the action research conducted on the best management practices over 50,000 hectares, showing the 10 to 60% yield gains. Over 200,000 farmers were trained. The millet-based food processing unit established at the Koraput. And also in terms of the water conservation, I think we need to have the state-of-art instrumentation on capturing how much is the runoff, how much is the operation, all those factors of the water to make better use of it. Finally, the way forward is the last slide one. I think those are the proposed strategies which can maybe some of those can help us towards the food systems transformation. The first one is I think we need to have the landscape-based regenerative farming systems for bundled, the building the resilience, improving the economic and nutritional water productivity and livelihoods while reducing the water, energy, and carbon footprint. So that's one approach I would like to suggest. We integrate everything rather than working in isolation. Harnessing the potential of the spring sets through establishing innovative gravity-based irrigation systems, because water is the focus here. I think there are some good work ongoing. At the same time, decomposing the yield gap through context-specific, locally adapted, climate-smart agriculture practices. A mention was made again. I think we need to have the sustainable intensification of the rice fallows and also the diversification of some of the rice areas and other systems, integrating the agroforestry. But there are a whole lot of opportunities around the sustainable intensification and the cropping systems diversification. Carbon farming, I think once we do all those things, we are reducing a lot of the carbon footprints and sequestering carbon. Why can't we consider carbon as a one additional crop for the farmer? Because there are a whole lot of things, people are talking about payment for the, incentives for the farmers for the carbon credit, I think. But then we need to have little more work in terms of the monitoring, verification, tools, techniques, how we quantify and verify so that farmers can be incentivized through the carbon credits. Of course, the value chains and the other aspects. So these are some of the way forward aspects. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Jha. Now I'll request our delegate from ICADA to please make a presentation and request just to focus on the interventions and what are the outcomes and
Yes,
what
sir.
is the way forward. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, please for ICADA. Good afternoon, Chair, Dr. Sanjeev Chadha, Special Secretary, Department of Agriculture, Farmer Empowerment, and colleagues on dais from ED, BMGF, IFPRI-South, and my CG colleagues from SEEP and IMI, LRI, Director of Soil Conservation and Director of Horticulture, other colleagues. So I am Nigavan Swai from ICADA. I am with my colleague Dr. Kishore joining this meeting. So ICADA is working in Odisha since 2016-17, and we are working in at present 19 districts of Odisha with Director of Soil Conservation for 3 projects, and with Director of Agriculture with 3 projects, and with Soil Conservation 1 project, which concluded last year. So projects are here. I will present very briefly, and for benefit of IFPRI colleagues and Dr. Rashid and others, I can discuss more about the project things later on. Today I will just give a brief output what we are doing in Odisha. So 3 projects with Director of Agriculture is pulses varieties, rice fallow intensification, and with Department of Water Resource we are doing UPECRA project, and with Director of Soil Conservation we have done a fodder cactus project in Odisha. So these are the 3 things I have discussed. I think the slides look very faded here. Okay. So coming to this presence, ICADA is present in 19 districts, as I told. We have our grassroots staff up to panchayat level, around 150 staff at district, block, and panchayat level, working with partners, KBKs, and ADOs and CDOs. So first project we have covered in last 3 years up to 2021 In that project, we have supported material to Odisha University, 927 advanced lines of food legume varieties, food legume material, and that has been tested in different KBKs, and it has been used in university program. And for their improvement and release of varieties, this includes various pulses crops. And in the first project, we also promoted our farmers participatory evaluation clusters, where we evaluated various varieties. And those varieties that did well, we have taken to the village seed hubs. Village seed system is established using various farmers groups, and that includes FPOs, producer groups, and women self-help groups. So under that project, we have connected them to different markets and Odisha State Seed Corporation. We have instituted 126 village seed hub groups in that project. Various equipments were provided to them, including primary grading, cleaning, and other equipments. So these are some of the case studies which I don't want to discuss here now. But important achievements were we had impacts from line sowing that has a higher yield of around 7 to 8 quintals, and we ensured critical irrigations. We measured the impact of critical irrigation that gave around 8.27 quintals of pulses yield compared to 5 to 6 quintals of state average. And we have measured DAP applications efficiency or impact on the yield, and also net profit from the project. We estimated that the rice fallow we covered in our project, it generated an additional income of around 16 crores to the farmers from the rice fallow intensification program. So these are the case studies I will not discuss. I will discuss separately with my colleagues from IFPRI. So coming to the next project, we are now implementing in Odisha. It is incentivizing non-paddy crops with Department of Agriculture and FSM colleagues and CDAOs. Under that project, we have covered 2,000, around more than 29,000 farmers are covered. Kits are there, 29,000 hectares are there, covering 1.5 lakh kits. And in that program, we have instituted an FPO in Kalahandi and more FPOs and groups in villages. And we supplied foundation and certified seeds to them and linked them to seed chain. And OSCC has procured seed from the farmer groups. So that has been a very end-to-end seed-to-seed program we have done with the department. And this is operating in 354 panchayats in Odisha. So coming to the ongoing project with IFPRI, we are implementing. This is in 3 districts, covering 46 minor irrigation projects and 82 villages. Here we are doing the microplan with the farmer groups to map their rice fallows and water scarce regions in the MIP command, and how they can take a second.
Please try to complete in 2 minutes.
Yes, I will finish in time. So we have trained the groups for seed production programs, and we have supplied them, and they are doing it very nicely with market linkage and access. So they have produced this year 41 quintals of seed of green gram and black gram for their own use in the next season. With director of this is about the material supplied to OUAT for crop improvement program. I think we will discuss, but around 45 materials have been screened out of the material supplied to OUAT, and they are taking it for the next level of evaluation and release of varieties. With Director of Soil Conservation, we have done this fodder cactus program, where the feeding trials and cactus intensification in the hills, degraded lands were done, and it has been a good result in the initial pilot stage, which can be taken forward to intensify the agri-food system in the state. And this is the cost benefit of few case studies on cactus mixed cropping with other crops. So coming to the final slide, we have in pulse variety systems with OUAT, And other colleagues, this is the map which we have done in a second core committee meeting with government, how we can ensure crop varieties, pulses varieties trial, variety release and seed system efficient in Odisha. This is a plan done with all colleagues involving State University and IIPR and ICR institutes. This has been submitted to department for next course of action.
Thank you.
So thank you so much.
See, now we have last speaker from World Food Program. I'll request her to please stick to the time. You know, friends, the three presentations, especially from IRI, ICADA and ICRI-SAT, they're very important for the state of Odisha because our main focus is crop diversification. So crop diversification, all their interventions which they have made, they basically fit into that plan which we have. So that also leads to the enhancement of income for the farmers. So please, I request you to start now.
Right. Thank you so much, Chair. I hope the presentation is up. The respected chair and the dignitaries on the dais and fellow colleagues and participants. I would like to really just quickly say that from WFP, I think, we are the youngest to really partner with this particular department. So the first partnership, in fact, was signed in 2020 with Odisha Millet Mission, and then subsequent with the department for implementing a project called PIXA in 2022 itself, so this year itself. So having said that, just to give you a quick background while the presentation is uploading, WFP is the largest humanitarian United Nations food arm and works across the food systems through 80 countries. We actually work in India in multiple states. Our nodal ministry is Ministry of Agriculture, and we have a kind of 5-year plan which is actually agreed with them. So the overall discussion and overall work is around various aspects which range from all the aspects of food security and nutrition, starting from availability to access to absorption and to sustainability. Evidence and gender are, of course, cross-cutting issues. The major work, in fact, in India is guided around providing technical assistance, unlike the food distribution, which happens in other countries where there is a food deficit. So that is a kind of difference that we have, and that's how our work looks a bit different from other countries in India. Is there any problem?
Presentation can there ho chahiye? It's not opening. Okay, you please continue till then. Yeah.
Sure. So, so from the perspective of our work in India, in view of the lot of global disturbances like the climate change and increased frequency of disaster, World Food Program was actually in a way requested by the government of India to really look and start working in this particular area as well. And this was in 2019, and since then we have actually expanded this portfolio. We have been traditionally doing the climate-based or food insecurity analysis with sustainability angle in India since 2000 and 2001, which is quite institutionalized. We have partnered with the governments and the non-government institutions, research institutions, to bring out these atlases, which in fact 2 of such editions were done for Odisha as well. Quickly going for... The PDF is also... Okay.
You can just tell us.
Sure. So in fact, we are talking about 3 main pillars when we talk about WFP's engagement in this particular area. So the first one is around the resilient food systems. And we talk about resilient food systems who essentially deliver the nutritious, sustainable food which is also gender sensitive, and how that actually happens over a kind of entire value chain, and starting from production to consumption, and also, I mean, in a way, assimilation. So we work across all those aspects, and how the resilience elements, how the climate friendly elements, how the use of renewable energy, reducing the carbon footprints and the GHG emissions across the food systems is something which in fact is a focus. The second part which we are working on is resilient livelihoods. And resilient livelihoods, we essentially talk about farm and non-farm, off-farm as well. And so there as well, I mean, how best we can really have integration between the food systems and livelihoods, and then make sure that those parts are functional. So it's opening here. Okay. Thanks. So that is something which in fact is the second pillar I was talking about. And the third one is about the risk reduction and disaster response. So based on those three kind of main pillars, our work in Odisha as well is ongoing. We have a long and very solid partnership with Odisha, which in fact started in 1963. And there are lots of successful initiatives which in fact have gone all across India, which we are proud to be partner with Odisha. More recent ones is like the TPDS transformation, which in fact completely revamped the PDS system, and Odisha was a pioneer where we had implemented one innovative project, followed by that the rice fortification, which also now has become a kind of national scheme where there are directives that it is scaled up through all the food-based safety nets. So using the same model of replication in Odisha for this particular aspect as well. So we have initiated some small projects with the Department of Farmers and the Farmer Empowerment and Agriculture. And these included as the first step, as I said, that it was the association with Odisha Millet Mission to really see the great work that they are doing. And so the first thing was to really undertake an assessment of Odisha Millet Mission, document the successes, highlight the learnings and areas for improvement, and based on that, 6 policy briefs were prepared. These policy briefs actually range from the issues around consumption, demand and supply, the issues around the marketing, MSPs, its integration in the food-based safety nets, to the organic certification and all. So from the perspective of the entire value chain of millets, how that can be strengthened. So the policy briefs talked about it. The idea of actually having this partnership was also to facilitate the knowledge sharing and role of Odisha state government in pioneering these efforts, which in fact can be shared with the other states, where the learning can actually be adopted within India as well as outside India through the South-South cooperation. And for that, we have partnership with Niti Aayog and Ministry of Agriculture as well to facilitate this great work which is being done, not at just the national fora, but international fora as well. The second initiative we have done is something which the minister in the morning talked about, that the information is usually pushed on the climate forecasting and the climate services. So how that information can be tailor-made for the use of farmers and facilitate action. So there is a tool which actually is called as Participatory Integrated Climate Services for Agriculture and Livelihoods, which in fact in collaboration with University of Reading is being piloted, and a demonstration project is being done in Ganjam district. So this in fact will help the farmers to analyze the information on their own and then develop the adaptation plans, which in fact would be resilient to the agriculture, as well as would also look at the options ahead of time. So based on the seasonal forecast, based on the short and long-term forecast, they will have those kinds of planning tools which them. The third initiative, which is actually is being implemented, is the use of solar-based technology for building resilience of smallholder farmers. This is again using mainly two kind of outputs which are really seen. One is increasing the incomes of farmers, reducing the post-harvest losses, reducing the greenhouse gas emission, as well as also increasing the sustainable market linkages. So
Please try to complete in 2 minutes.
sure. So this is something which in fact is adding to the nutritional aspects as well. And so from the perspective of the climate and the nutritional security as well as improved income, this project is expected to bring the results. We are also working on an application which is called as secure fishing. And that in fact is not just to give the alerts, but also to really make the choices where the farmers should really go for potential fishing zone, what is the kind of the size of fish, the variety of fish, and how they can be marketed, and it has the kind of information about the markets as well. Unlike most of the apps where the information again is pushed, it is a two-way application where the complaints as well, the information as well can be sought, the government can be connected, and there is a potential for its further improvement and further rollout in the inland fishing areas as well. The last one which I just want to highlight is about a proposal which in fact has been submitted jointly with Government of India and WFP to the Adaptation Fund under UNFCCC, and that's almost, in the last stages of approval, which again has mainly two objectives where we improve the adaptation planning by the smallholder farmers and then improve the overall cropping practices, which includes the alternative cropping, livelihoods, integrated farming, and various climate resilient farming techniques. So I'd like to stop here, and whenever there is next opportunity, we'll probably have more results coming in the short period. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, friends, we had 5 presentations in this session. Let me first thank all the presenters for being brief, and my apologies for restricting them so far as time is concerned, because we are running behind time. So in these presentations, Utkarsh took us through the development of digital agriculture in Odisha, starting from Adapt and then Connect. Dr. Warrior made a very nice intervention, and what work his organization has done, and their effort to decarbonize the rice cultivation is, I think, is a need of the hour, and state government will work very closely with them. IFPRI said, Dr. Jat is, despite shortage of time, so I'll request all the delegates, they have done wonderful work in Odisha and other parts of the state. So during dinner on the sideline also we can continue our discussions, and during tea time also we can continue. So landscape-based natural resource management is very successful in water stress areas, especially in Bundelkhand or in MP and UP areas. So they have a lot of case studies from Telangana also. So this, I think we can continue our discussions in the later part of the day also, and tomorrow also they are there. ICARDA, they have done very good interventions in pulses, developed new varieties, and then they have worked on the non-paddy crops. Then seed systems also they have worked on. So this is, I think, a good case study for us, so we can take advantage. And WFP, I need not emphasize more because they are here. I've seen them since I joined the state, and wonderful work they have been doing. And just starting in the food grain distribution, now they are into the management part also. I think we look forward to very meaningful participation with WFP also. So once again, I thank all the presenters for this session. So I'll request we'll not break. We'll start the next session straight away because we are behind time. So I'll request the next presenters, IWMI from Mr. Alam M. Mohammed, from CIP, Mr. Mohanty, from Oil Palm Company, Mr. Ashutosh Mukherjee, and ICR, we have Sabita Mishra and Mr. Rajkumar Nair from MPEDA. So I'll request them to come. So we'll start with Mr. Alam Mohammed. I'll request him to come and straight away start. So since I have a very urgent meeting to attend, So I will be here, leave around 5 minutes to 4. I'll request Rohit Lenka, my colleague from Agriculture Department. He will come here and he will be moderating on my behalf when I leave. Thank you. So Mr. Alam, please start.
Yes, I'll just wait for the slides to come.
So we can have question and answers later on also, so because we will try to finish by 4:15, because otherwise it will spill over late.
Okay.
And again, I apologize for that, but we have no option because first session has overrun the time in a big way. So thank you. Please start.
Yeah. Okay. A very good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Faz. I will be presenting the work that IMI is doing in Odisha, but also which have some lessons for the Odisha water management resources. So in the overall transforming agri-food systems, I think water management plays a key role, a key role in this whole process. And the reason is, despite Odisha having abundant natural resources, high rainfall, groundwater, but the supply side, that development of irrigation has lagged behind the national average. Only 30% is irrigated. And even the part which is irrigated, which we have developed, less than 2% is using efficient irrigation practices. And this leads to this mismatch of supply and demand, leading to large rice fallow areas. And the third part, other than the supply demand, is this risk part, both flood and drought part. So whatever we do in transforming agri-food system, we have to manage these three parts: water supply, water demand, and the water risk associated with it. So as part of this, the resilience project, where NRI, Cuttack, and OUAT is partnering with us, we have been basically focusing on how do we upscale water management practices. It's not that we don't know what works, what doesn't work. We already have a good idea of what are these practices are. So for example, the reason upscaling, when we started this project, we did a large survey asking what are the risks faced by farmers. So most of the farmers said drought, flood, these water-related risks scores very high in terms of the risk that farmers face. But when it comes to the coping strategy, these water-specific investments, supplementary irrigation, investment in efficient irrigation practices, hardly any farmer is making these investments. So that's where the lessons, why farmers are not doing it, and that's what has been the focus of this project from the IMI side. We have trialed out setting up the demonstration of multiple irrigation, these efficient water management practices, be micro irrigation, mulching. Okay. I'm pointing there only. Yeah, micro irrigation, including one, then also soil moisture irrigation sensors, which are cheap enough, which are easy enough that farmers can use, not very high tech, where we integrate the information on a dashboard. And then also including with our NRI partners, which are about AWD, DSR, SRI, which are mostly focusing on rice part. Again, the results have been good. We know these interventions are effective. We know from the pilots that we have done, but also in other part of the country. But it doesn't matter, the adoption remains low. And the main barrier that we have found is that farmers are interested, but they are constrained by either the financial resources, they don't have the knowledge gap, the cropping pattern. So we have been carrying out a range of training sessions, capacity building, farmer visits, along with our partners, and MSSRF is also one of the lead partners in that part. And the other part is the financial part. How do we deal? These investment, whether we digging a bore well or taking a micro irrigation, is an investment heavy for farmers. So that's where we have been trying to converge with the government scheme, be it PMKSY or BKVY for deep bore wells. And what we have found, and I think this was done a lot through COVID, is that those schemes are there, awareness is not there, but also once we tried applying it, the process from applying to getting these things on the field takes a long time. So it took us, at least we facilitating farmers, more than 1 year from a farmer applying a micro irrigation to get the micro irrigation getting to his field. And the other barrier was that the farmer was supposed to pay 100% of the whole installation, and the subsidy amount will come after 1 year. So I think the scheme is there, the subsidy is there, but the arrangement, I think, is counterproductive. At least that's what we have found. And again, I said it was through COVID period, so things might have changed. Other than that part, we also worked with the previous, I think in 2018, we developed a climate smart agriculture plan for around 6 districts of Odisha, working with again with Department of Agriculture. And now we identified through stakeholder mapping what are the practices we should be doing. And now I think in coming the other part, which Dr. Jha talks about, we know these practices are, but which should be done. So we have been developing decision support tools. And example of one we will be piloting with GIS and NABARD in one of the watersheds in Odisha, I think, which is something can be upscaled. Karnataka Watershed Authority is using the tool, the decision support tool we have used to basically make decisions at the local scale from the broader suite of practices, which are the practices which can work at a particular watershed. The other thing which in the morning secretary talked about the groundwater development, I think immediate report which we showcase, and we all know that groundwater in large part of the Odisha is abundant, is still safe, but it's not being tapped. Either the resources are not there, the borewell is not there, the wells are not there, or the energy is another part. There is this groundwater irrigation needs energy, so there's an issue of energy. So we have been working on how do we support groundwater irrigation and solar irrigation. I think one component, my colleagues may talk later about it, can play a key role in this journey from taking this abundant resources, developing it to expand the irrigation in Odisha. The second part is she talked about, though we have the resources, we need to make sure that we develop it sustainably. And that's where IMI has been working across India. How do we manage aquifer recharge? How do we recharge activity? I think one part we can try to roll out in Odisha is how do we transfer this mismatch of supply and demand, floods happening in the monsoon season, excess water for use in the later part. IMI has tried this underground transfer of floods for irrigation in Ganges Basin, but based on our suitability assessment, we know there are suitable areas that are in Odisha that we can try it out and could play a big role in making this supply of water in monsoon to post-monsoon season, where it remains an issue. I think this is what I heard from the presentation. Odisha is already doing very good in terms of digital advisory, weather advisory. I think that's also where the IMI Forte also is in part of the group. We also in this project mapping drought and flood, but not just. And we already have a India scale South Asia drought monitoring system, which has been linked to immediate contingency plan. So what we generally have is this monitoring system and this district level contingency plan. What have been focusing on how do we integrate these two in real time, so we don't just go back in a week or 10. How do we keep on daily or weekly integrate this contingency plan with what we are forecasting and what we are monitoring already? And
please try to finish.
Yeah, a couple of slides I have. Now coming from the technical side to the policies and program, we need convergence. I think that everyone has highlighted that part. So we have worked on mapping these policies and programs, specifically agriculture, climate change, and water, to see where they align, where they don't align, what are the actions they are recommending. And what we have observed that though many of those broader alignments are there, but very specific action areas are lacking. So we need to develop these policies together to develop specific action areas around these policies where we can converge it. For example, there is a lack of focus on institutional and infrastructural arrangements, which we see is the main issue that is making the adoption very less. And then focusing on vulnerable farmers, small and marginal farmers in these policies. For example, we can keep on developing these viable and effective convergence policies and programs. This is something we developed for large-scale Indian schemes, which many of them are also in Odisha. But for example, Odisha has these schemes, BKVY, Farm Pond Plus, that goes into water supply part. Sora Jalanidhi goes into the energy smart solar irrigation part. But again, when we are developing 5 lakh plus farm ponds, we need to see how we can converge these with the already existing schemes, be fisheries, be solar scheme, so that we don't end up farm ponds without efficient drip irrigation. So I think that's where we can develop already convergence, effective mapping of policies and programs, and effective convergence models. And this where I will end. I think basically what we are saying is that we keep on focusing on how do we upscale these efficient irrigation water management practices. We know what they are. We need to basically develop strategy and effective convergence model. Climate watershed, again, from this broader suite of practices, how do we make sure that what we are doing at a field scale is appropriate? We need to have decision support tools, simple, at the field. So whatever we do is effective. keep on integrating and strengthening our drought and flood monitoring forecast. With the climate change, we can expect these events will increase, the intensity will increase, the frequency will increase. So how do we strengthen them further? And strengthening not just forecasting, monitoring, but how do we integrate them with contingency plan? And last and very important part, again, groundwater has been termed as one of the main adaptation strategies. How do we do participatory groundwater development with solar irrigation, but at the same time making sure that we are doing it sustainably?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for this nice presentation. Now I'll request Mr. Mohanty from CIP to make his presentation and focus on the interventions made by their organization. Excellent work they have done over these years. And what are the outcomes and what is the way forward?
Sure.
So please focus on this and
Thank
5
you,
to 7 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Chadha. Good afternoon, everybody. We have been here for a while now. SIP has been working in the state for a while, both potato and the sweet potato. But for this presentation, I'll primarily focus on potato. That's what we are going to focus going forward there. Do you have the presentations? So if you look at potato in the state, without wasting any time, the key constraint in the state is the seeds. There are several constraints: seed, market linkages, infrastructure, mechanization, but key is the seed. If you do not address seed, nothing is going to happen. That's the first intervention we're trying to do in the state, is to develop the seed sector in the state there. And it's not a walk in the thing that you can do it overnight, but I'll tell you how you're doing. The second one is that until the seed system is developed, you need to have the farmers, to have the economy of scale to buy seeds. Because potato, if you want to buy quality certified seed, you have to order in the multiple of 25 tons. 25 tons means 25 acres. So that's what we're also doing. Small farmer, large field is a production aggregation model to overcome those diseconomies, school mechanization, market linkages, those things there. So these are two interventions we're doing there. So right now we are developing this 2-track seed system there. If you look at the right, on the right side, the red thing there, basically we are getting early generation seed to our SFLF farmers, the group farmers there. They are producing their tubers, selling, then the small one they're keeping it for seed next season. The first one, this is where we are bringing our own technologies called apical rooted cutting. This is a low-cost technology, starts with the tissue culture material and you multiply it locally. Only way you can develop the potato sector, expand in the state, is to have a locally developed potato seed production system. Right now, seed price is 50 rupees per kg. Per hectare cost is 1.5 lakhs. If you buy 1.5 lakhs worth of seed per hectare, you are bound to lose money at the end of the season. So there is no forward there. So if you look at the current system, which is aeroponic system, the bottom one is the apical rooted cutting, what we have already introduced there. Only difference is there, you don't have that aeroponic high-tech facility, which is very capital intensive. Instead of that, I have a poly house based or net house based, vegetatively propagated apical rooted cutting. You take the tissue culture material, establish the mother bed, then you cut. More you cut, reduce the economics, makes more sense there. The mini tubers you get from the top, which is the current practice, is around 5 rupees per tuber. On the bottom, it's 16 paisa. So that's the game changer in terms of what's going to happen. We are now introducing this particular technology in 11 states now. Odisha is one of the states. In Karnataka right now, in 3 years, this season they have produced 20 lakhs cutting. 20 lakhs cutting is enough to produce 75,000 tons of seed in 3 years. So if you have this mini tubers, which is a low cost, you don't have to multiply several rounds before becoming cost effective to sell to the farmers. So the top one, you get this very, very virus-free, high-tech mini tubers, but you have to multiply several rounds to be cost effective to sell it to farmers for 30 to 40 rupees there. So what we are developing these are the stakeholders in the ARC supply chain. First was the tissue culture. We are tapping into the existing tissue culture lab, OUAT, other things there. Second one is the poly house, the ARC production. We are tapping into the existing nurseries who are already doing pineapple, papaya. We're introducing this tissue culture plantlet and creating demand for the cutting from the FPOs farmers there. The third or fourth were the FPOs farmers groups, other self-help group, they do and multiply it. The second one is a small farmer, large field. It's a production aggregation model. Farmers come together to reduce the cost. So we have achieved quite a bit. I will tell you Just, this is also way also to doubling the farmers' income. That was came in the Indian Express, Financial Express. I can skip. In Odisha, we have been working on the SFLM
Please
model.
just come on the.
Yes, I'm skipping those.
Way forward, yeah.
So this is what we want to achieve. It sounds too ambitious. We want to double potato acreage from 37,000 acres to 75,000 acres in the next 4 years. Only way it's possible if you have the local seed system there. To meet the seed demand, you have to have a 75,000 tons of seed locally produced here and sold locally. And then you have this SFLM model where you connect the farmers. Once you have the quality seed at affordable price, then the area will expand. Odisha used to have 50,000 hectares. Now they have 15,000 hectares in the last 50 years. Only reason it has gone away because other crops are more profitable. This is not because of seed not available, no market linkage is there. So how do I see supply chain in 2027? This is, I don't have to go through it. Who will be doing tissue culture? Where different stakeholders will be involved there?
Okay.
So this is a Hassan, the 27 private nurseries who are moved from vegetables to doing this cutting and selling it to the farmers. And this year's their target, their production is 20 lakhs. This is what we want to achieve in Odisha, 20 lakhs cuttings annual basis, which will result in 75,000 tons of seed in a pipeline there basis. This is our Deras farm. We have already piloted and perfected this technology in the state, which has been,
Please try to conclude.
Yes, sir. Just to give you the example, Odisha is not a place where people from Delhi, the government of India, IFPRI come to see the seed production. That was in Deras farm. This is in where the Joint Secretary seed, IFPRI coming to see the seed production system in Odisha. So these are all the things I can cover the things of this ARC planting. I can, if there's no time there, I can skip it.
Thank you.
So these are the two interventions we want to do. In the SFLM, last 3 years, we have actually covered 20,000 farmers, 6 districts with 4,000 acres. They have done joint seed purchase, mechanizations, and crop management. And they have doubled the yield. Just quality seed, good practices, the yield increased from 12 ton to 25, 26 ton per hectare. Average yield of farmers in the 20,000 farmers around 26 tons per hectare. Okay. Many farmers, the profit have been doubled or tripled.
Thank you.
Yes. The kharif potato, there's one slide here. The kharif potato right now in Agri-Food, I think Dr. Chadha introduced it. We expanded in last 2 years, 3 years. In 2021, 22, there are 5,000 acres of kharif potato. Kharif potato beauty is that there is no other potato available in the country. The farmers are selling for 25 rupees.
Very good rate the farmers are getting right now also. Yes. Very good intervention.
Thank you very much.
I thank you, Mr. Mohanty. So now, friends, I'll request Mr. Ashutosh Mukherjee to make a presentation on the oil palm intervention. So, Odisha is a lot of potential we have for oil palm, but we are lagging behind. So our main partners there are oil palm companies. So we'll see their perspective, what they have to say. And now I'll request our Director of Horticulture to come here and take forward the session, since I have to leave for a meeting, and I'll join back after the meeting. Okay. See, potato presentation is very interesting. So I'll request all of you to please continue your discussions with Mr. Mohanty. They have done wonderful work. And the technology which they are adopting is, we had seen when we had been to their headquarters in Peru. So after that, the project has taken off, and they have covered a long distance. Still a lot of potential for Odisha. So I think Director of Horticulture is there. He is the important stakeholder. So we must take it forward and make Odisha self-sufficient so far as potato is concerned. Thank you. Rohit, you can come, please.
Respected Chair, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, let me introduce me. I am Ashutosh Mukherjee. I am representing Vaidhi Palm Private Limited, and we are working in oil palm sector. My presentation is on farmers' empowerment through oil palm. Just a background of us. We have started the oil palm program in Odisha in 2007 with MOU with Government of Odisha. Our nursery establishment started in 2008, and both districts come to us in our factory zone in 2009. We have started our extension program 2009 and started procurement of FFB, fresh food bonds, in 2014, and we have established our processing unit 2020. This is our factory zone, Nayagarh and both district. Just small district, 11 blocks with 242 gram panchayats. All this thing. Just I am giving our factory zones background. And we have done some plantation around 3,500 hectares and some plantations. And we have 2 nurseries. One is Nayagarh, and we have established our processing unit in Daspalla last year, in 2020. This is the factory processing unit. Just before I am going to that OPDP or Oil Palm Development Program, just a background. This is the edible oil situation in India. Just we have our self-sufficiency value is 47, less than 50%. We have produced our demand of oil, demand of edible oil. And for oil palm, that CPO, the production is in 2020-21, 288,000 metric ton we have produced, but we have imported around 8,000 metric ton of oil palm CPO, crude oil palm. It is told us, and it is we have procured. That's why its importance is that it's so much, because of we have to import almost 95% of our demand in CPO gas. So oil palm development program starts initiated through ISOPOM in Odisha. Then it is come under OPI RKVI scheme, oil palm expansion area. Then NOOP, then NFSM, oil palm. Now it is a mission mode, NMEO, National Mission for Edible Oil Palm. So now it is NMEO is continuing. Some of that intervention in OPDP. This is now this planting, from planting material to new generation of oil palm, new generation planting. It is all covering under the this scheme, NMEO scheme. The mainly objective is increasing the oil palm garden area, as its importance is there, and enhance the farmers' income. It is another objective of this NMEO program, and reduce the import burden of the on edible oil, because oil palm is the base oil of many edible oils. That's why its import is more. And mode of implementation, there are 3 stakeholders: farmers, processor, and the Department of Horticulture. Department is looking after beneficiary selection and release of subsidy and fixing of FFB price. Whereas processors, just as we are doing, the dissemination of technical knowledge, because oil palm is still not a old crop for Odisha, and forward and backward linkage for farmers from nursery to giving the planting materials, fertilizer and irrigation materials, that to buy back the FFB. And next is we are also doing the capacity building of the farmers by giving the exposure visit and giving the training. And farmers are the implement authority, implement agency, that finally they are to implement this program. They are doing the plant garden, they are developing garden, and avail the subsidy from the government. Farmers' income mainly depends upon, to me, it is 3 components. One is FFB yield for oil palm. I am telling about FFB yield, price, and assure marketing. In oil palm, FFB yield is depend upon again three factors. One is the farm infrastructure. Today morning we are also hearing from our APC about the farm infrastructure. Farm infrastructure is basic and very big need of this for oil palm, particularly for irrigation source and energy source. By providing diesel pump set, it is very difficult to get a profit in oil palm garden. So irrigation electricity is highly required for the oil palm. And then the micro irrigation. Oil palm is an irrigated crop in India. In Indonesia, Malaysia, it is a rainfed, but in India it is a irrigated crop. So micro irrigation is basically solve many irrigation problem for the farmers. And agronomical practices, fertilizer application, fertilizer, oil palm is very need for fertilizer, irrigation, regular irrigation in off time, particularly from January to May, is very much required for oil palm for a good yield. Otherwise, this female flower will not flower, only we will get the male flowers. And then weeding and intercrop, it is the basic thing. And another part of this thing is plant protection.
Mr. Mukherjee, please restrict yourself within 2
Yes,
minutes.
sir. Plant protection. Just I am coming to price, then to outcome. And plant protection fencing is very much required, which is also a part of a farm infrastructure. Now another is farmers, this market price, this FFB price, and oil palm is the only crop where price is depending upon the government policies of import duty and from exporter duty. Now I'll just showing this. We have started this farmer price from since 2017. Now it is from fluctuating from 23,000 to 13,000 per ton, because now this import duty has been waived due to inflation last year. Now we are facing this problem. And coming to this farmer income, this is the one slide where the 5 farmers of our factory zone, they have got this much of received this much amount in last 5 years. We can say this, the Vaikunthanath Dalai, one farmer from Ghania, from 12,000 to 2,73,000 with 1.6 hectare of his land. He has got around 2,73,000. You can see the growth, all those things. And similarly, another thing is here it is, we are receiving the FAB round the year. Maybe plus minus October is the highest, my February is the lowest, but it is we are getting the round the year FAB. So farmer is getting income around the year, not once. It is also a very good thing. It is our what our factory zones area last 5 years the data.
Finish it within a minute. Huh? Please finish it within a minute.
Okay. This is the FAB procurement last. Our crop value is around 4 crores. We have in 20 and 22. This is what we are doing. Going to way forward. We are trying to achieve 100 hectares of fruiting garden. Just now we have around 300 hectares. And increasing our crushing unit capacity utilization. From now we are within 10% utilization to 50%. And to help the farmers to increase their farm income at least twice in the next 5 years. And some suggestion, as Mr. FEC has told, credit linkage is highly required for this oil palm, which will help the farmers. It is basically need, but it is capital investment need. And its gestation period is 4 years. That is also a problem for this crop. Otherwise, in our farmer income, oil palm will be very useful. And this is all the photographs. I am not going to this. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now then I would request Ma'am Savita.
Very good afternoon, everybody. Respected chair, co-chair, and esteemed delegates. I welcome all of you to my presentation about brief activities and achievement of ICAR SIVA. Myself, Dr. Savita Misra, Principal Scientist and today Acting Director, SIVA. So all the presentations are in one side and my presentations will be in other side. That is unique because my institute is a unique institute and all our focus is on social engineering. So we are developing the research outputs, achievements, we are treating it as a technology. Those are models, methodologies, approaches, and how to reach the farm women because our focus is farm women and as about 50% women are workforce in our agriculture. Please my presentation. So ICAR SIVA was established in 1996 as National Research Center for Women in Agriculture and it was upgraded to DRWA in 2008 and again upgraded to Central Institute in 2014 and it has 10 all India coordinated research projects on women in agriculture throughout the country. This is our mission, vision and mandate. So this is okay. So this institute has unique features because we are 15 scientists and with 12 disciplines. So there is a multidisciplinary research. All other institutes, they are focusing on only one commodity, maybe that rice, maybe fish, but we are integrating all the commodities with farm women. So it is very difficult to deal with the human being and that is to rural women. And we are doing multidisciplinary research and we are doing research on gender issues. We are also imparting training programs to train for the trainers and there is a facility for the students for their internship and PhD. Next. And all our research programs we are doing under 5 programs that is database creation of a gender database and livelihood analysis and also entrepreneurship development and drudgery reduction. 5th one is popularization of gender friendly technology. Next. This is the Agri-Food women in agriculture. Previously it was 13 centers in 12 states. Now this year we have added another 6 centers. Total it will be 19 centers. Next. This is another ACRIP, All India Coordinated Research project is there that is on ergonomics and safety in agriculture to reduce the drudgery of farm women and to increase their efficiency and minimize their health hazards in workplace. Next. We have some demonstration units in our campus like goatry unit, the fodder unit and poultry unit. Next. During COVID-19 period, we have developed some horticulture-based cropping models like our coconut, ginger, coconut, cowpea, coconut, guava, like that. Next. As I told, we are developing the approaches models because that is the how to disseminate our technology, how to reach the farm women, the methodology, what should be our methodology. So this is one of the models that is gender sensitive extension model, that is the para extension worker model. So in our traditional system, we are supervisor at block level, then VLW, then we are reaching to farmers. But here in between, we have incorporated one para worker and we have designed and tested in Odisha. It is very successful, sir. We can implement and replicate this model. And another is gender and agriculture research and development. That is GARD framework model. Here, both the men and women integrated in our research and developmental process. Next. This is another model which we are discussing since our morning session. That's the doubling farmers' income. We have developed this gender sensitive model for doubling farmers' income, tested with farm women, and we have seen that when there is gender integration, yield enhancement is there, gender integration is there, and crop cost reduction is there, and there is a possibility of doubling the farmers' income. It is tested, and we have seen it is very much successful. Next. This is multi-agency. We are also discussing about partnership. So when, for example, when we are introducing some improved variety in case of a backward poultry, for example, after completion of the project, again the farm women, they go for the local variety because there is no sustainability, because they don't know where to go, whom to approach, how to get the inputs. Here, through this model, they are able to know about the multi-agencies like IFPRI-South, the Opal Fair, Animal Husbandry Department, and CPDO. These are the agencies required for sustainability of backward poultry by farm women. Next. For livelihood enhancement and doubling farmers' income, we have also established some custom hiring centers for the women. There, spice grinding machines we have established, and also oil extraction machines we have established in 4 locations. It is very successful, and women are a group of women, more than 500 everywhere. We are organized, and they are producing and also marketing. Here, Mahindra initiative through Prerana Yojana, drudgery reducing efficient ergonomic farm tools and machines. One customer hiring center was established in 58 villages. About 200 farm women were benefited, and partners were Mahindra, NGO Pradhan, and IFPRI-South Women SSC. Next. Value addition is another option for livelihood improvement or doubling farmers' income. In this case, we have standardized the product of a fish or a prawn product, and we have upgraded the skill of farm women. We have facilitated in marketing, also branding, and getting FSSAI license and also trade license like fish like. We have linked them with Falcon Press in Bhubaneswar. It is also good. Next. Gender knowledge system in agriculture, one portal.
Kindly finish it within 1 minute.
We have developed, and all types of gender related knowledge is available there for policy recommendation. Next. NutriSmart Village. This is an initiative by Agriculture Minister in 2021 in November. We have implemented this in 75 villages across India, and this is a very successful model. Every village we have introduced nutrition garden and value-added product, and it may be replicated throughout the country. Next. This is we have done commercialization of maize DS grand seller. Next. This is very important. Today, the transformative approach. As I told you, we have developed the approaches, gender accommodative approach. Here, we are able to identify the root causes of gender inequality, but we are not able to weed out the causes on the inequality. But gender transformative approach is very successful, where we are able to identify the causes of inequality and weed out the inequality. So that will take. Next. These are some of the programs we have adopted. Next. This is the collaboration. Last. This is the possible areas for collaboration: women-friendly technology for drudgery reduction, women entrepreneurship development, and also gender database creation for policy recommendation, and homestay nutrition garden, gender sensitization program for all levels of stakeholders. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Then we'll have Mr. Rajkumar Naik.
Good evening. If permit, then I will complete within 7 minutes exactly. So that without making you to wait for tea, I will complete fast. Everybody spoken about enhancing farmer income. Good evening all, dignitaries at the dais and off the dais. I am Rajkumar Naik, Deputy Director, MPEDA. Sir, doubling the income is like one way we can reduce the input cost, or we can double the production. When we are doubling the production, then we should find the market for that also. MPEDA is focusing on the exports, and the mandate is of MPEDA is to promote the export of marine product. And this is to show the coast of the Odisha. All of you know. Odisha is having a rich marine brackish water as well as freshwater resources, and there is enough scope of development. From capture fisheries, 1.8 lakh metric ton fishes has been harvested, and from aquaculture point, 506 lakhs tons has been harvested last year. And this state is having 54 seafood processing plant, and total export earning from the state during 2021-22 is 636.7 million US dollar, and seafood export from the state has shown steady increase over the last 5 years. Frozen shrimps is a major item here, and 99% of the exports is frozen shrimps only. This is a culture shrimps from the Odisha. It is a steadily grown, and last year we have harvested nearly 50,000 metric ton of shrimps. And from exports point of view, last year we have exhibited 47% of growth in the exports of seafood, particularly shrimps, that is comprising 97%. And it has shown steady growth for last 5 years. The data is shown in last 5 years only. So to enhance the production and exports, what all are measures we have to take? These points only I will focus mainly. A marine sector, we have to have a cold chain facility in the fishing vessel. Because of the post-harvest losses and the quality degradation during the catch and transportation till the landing centers, we are losing a lot of revenue there. And income to the boat owner also we are losing. So we have to develop a mechanism so that we can establish onboard ice plants, so that based on the catch and whatever they are getting, they can preserve it and bring it. Otherwise, what is happening is boat owners are taking some ice, and when they are getting more catches, it is not enough for their catch to preserve. When they are going with more ice, and that time they are not getting, then the ice is got lost, and the fuel cost of the transportation also getting increases. So this kind of balance to maintain that one, ice production unit on the boat is a ideal one. How to go back? Just okay, thank you. And after reaching harbor, we have to upgrade fishing harbor. In Odisha, we are having 3 major harbors. One is Paradip, another is Damra and Balramgadi. Out of that, Paradip is bit better than all other harbors in Odisha. And international standards facilities should be created in these harbors, all 3 harbors. We have to develop further more harbors here based on the boat operated here. Otherwise, once fish is contaminated or spoiled, we cannot reverse it and make it by having a state-of-art processing unit. Our processing unit infrastructure developed 5-star level, but the harbor is a weakest linkage in our process, and it is causing the spoilage of the fishes and contamination, and because of that, rejections are increasing. And we can permit deep sea fishing in the model of farmer producing organization or farmer producing company. In other way, we can call it as a fisherman producer, fisheries production producer organization or fisheries producer companies. And we can permit them for the deep sea fish resource utilization, exploitation. And formation of marine enforcement wing and strict implementation of MFR Act. This is a very much important, sir, because now there is no implementation of the mesh size regulation, and enforcement of force is not there. Because of that, small fishes has been harvested, and because of that, lot of resources is exploited, and responsible fishing is totally not there. And we are compelled to comply to the European Union IUU, illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing, and where they want that fishing should be made responsibly with a legal way and in the sustainable manner. And for that, we have to have a marine enforcement wing, and we have to maintain it, implement it strictly.
Rajaji, only 2 minutes.
Is it so? In culture fisheries sector, we can whatever area is there, out of 31,600, 12,000 we have utilized, remaining 20,000 yet to bring it to the aquaculture. And that leasing policy should be in proper way so that it can be leased out to the farmers and given for their activities. Promotion of aqua park, so we can, the way seafood park or food park we are making, similar way we can have aqua parks where only aquaculture activities can happen with all facilities, road connectivity, electricity connectivity. And see, back to the slide. Okay. Then enhancing the productivity. Right now, Odisha is having a 4.3 metric ton per hectare, and we can go up to 7 metric ton by subsidizing the inputs, by giving the electricity, because electricity now in Odisha, most of the farmers are using diesel generator, and the electricity production cost is, what I understood, is 18 rupees per unit, and government is giving at 1.6 rupees per unit. So this is a lot, a big gap is there. So if electricity connection is given, then that much input cost can be reduced, and so that farmers' income definitely double with this. Ban on use of antibiotics, ensuring the biosecurity. And now use of antibiotic is rampantly happening, and a lot of rejections are there from Odisha. So strict action should be taken. Already Odisha government has formed a task force, and it is an act. A better connectivity in the farming area, that already I have told that road connectivity and the electricity connectivity, everything is required, and electricity in the farming area. And we are now depending on only one species, that is a Lutopenis monami.
Actually, see,
So we have
break
to-
for tea. Before that, we should have some at least 5 to 6 minute interaction with the audience, right?
Okay. So roadmap to improve aquaculture productivity, adoption of advanced technology such as biofloc, recirculatory aquaculture system, multiple cycles of culture and partial harvesting, adoption of better management practices, and practice better institutional financing and insurance support. Most of the agriculture are having the same problem, and this is also, aquaculture is also having same. So with this, I will close. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Now then we'll respond to some of the queries if at all. Any questions? See, after launch, this is the first session, I think second one. But unfortunately, nobody is responding. And these are the key areas of interventions which will actually have direct impact on doubling of farmers' income. We talk of many things regarding doubling of farmers' income, but these are the key interventions which will really make the farmers to double or multiply the incomes. So then I would expect some of you to respond. Any queries or any suggestions if can be provided in the field of potato CIP. Potato is a challenge, and everybody knows we used to get the potato that we eat every day from our neighboring states. And production of sweet potato is still a challenge for us. And then oil palm equally also. Government of India is means thrashing like anything to get this area, means multiplied over acreage and acreage. They want to stop these imports of palm olive oils and others. So then this is one key area which will really have a direct impact on income of farmers. So I think you understand the importance of this session. And before we break for tea, we should have some questions from your end.
So,
If there is no question, then we'll break for tea.
So I am just asking a question.
Right.
It is for SIP regarding the potato project in Koraput. They have done some project. So are the farmers organizations they are taking up the initiative of their own, or is there any constraint for that? And other question goes to rightly shared about palm. Is there a strategy for palm in Odisha? Because I have been working in various states in Odisha since 1994. So what is the strategy for oil palm in Odisha? So first is to Dr.
Okay, Mr. Mahanti will respond.
So the small farmer large field aggregation model we had started in 2021 We had 7,000 farmers in 2021 who participated. This year, we are not there yet. But still, they have around 300-400 acres on their own. It has gone down a little bit because we are not present, but still they're doing it without our initiative. So after our project is approved, then we probably will wrap it up again. No, 4,000 acres, that was with the department there. Ours was 1,200, department has 2,000, more than 2,000. This year, we are not present, so it has gone down to 300, the one, the Kharif I'm talking about. You really need to have hand-holding for 2 to 3 years. Just 1 year not enough. That was our problem because we didn't have the money this year to continue it this year. So the second one is we have around 11 women self-help group who have done in Polyhouse, who have done the ARC multiplication there. This season is going on there. So they are expected to produce around 5 lakhs ARC cuttings in next couple of months, which will be distributed in the coastal belt for the multiplication there. But thing is, the initiative there, but they really need hand-holding and technical support for a couple of years, creating the demand for the cuttings. They're willing to produce cutting, but who is going to buy the cutting? So that's initial things in hand-holding needs to be done. No, the department role is very minimal. We are establishing one tissue culture lab either in OUAT or in Deras Farm, who will maintain the mother culture of the new varieties. Then we have already recruited 3 tissue culture lab outside, private lab, who will be purchasing the mother cultures and doing the multiplication there, producing tissue culture plantlet, which they will be selling it to the nurseries or FPOs there. You can have everything. There is no constraint on the varietal constraint there. So we are introducing one biofortified UC map, which is SIP line released last year there. But Kufri Jyoti is still the most preferred varieties there. So when you enter a sector, you don't want to disrupt everything. So we are now focusing on Kufri Jyoti, which is well accepted. I have some potato tubers there. Yes, exactly. So we want to create the demand of apical in the Kufri Jyoti. Then you bring on the new varieties there. So we have, Ashok Mishra is not there for OUAT. We have done a lot of trial and PBS trials to find out the preference of the farmers. One of the things we are trying to introduce is the red skin variety, which is preferred by the Odisha consumers there. We are willing to pay a premium for the red skin varieties. Just another example, I'm giving the new potato. What is the last point? The Agri-Food, the 4,000 acres we had last year with the department there. Most of the new potatoes, they went to UP or other states because there is no demand for new potato in terms of premium. We Odia people, we don't like the fresh potato because it makes the watery, I don't know, understand the logic. So it's sold as a premium in other states. Yesterday, that 4 truckloads of potato went to West Bengal. So those Agri-Food potato actually mostly primarily going to outside the state. But that's still okay. Farmers still making a lot of money. That's what we think. That's what we think.
We have this Kharif Agri-Food grown potato here only. You will have a look to better appreciate the efforts made by CIP. Then the second query has to be responded by Mr. Asutosh. Oil palm. Oh, Odisha. Right. Can you repeat the question? No, see, strategy, right. See, for years together, so we had attempted to expand the areas, and as per records, it is around. No, we have never failed in anything. Let us be very frank.
Like
we have not been failed.
Let me.
Still, you have
let me repeat the question. Let us be very frank about Kaju board, different boards we have. But so far as oil palm goes, the kind of intervention, its results, as a person from Odisha, we have not seen substantially something going on. Maybe it is happening, we don't know. So that is my question. So what is happening and how it is planned for?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. We have never failed and will never fail also in future. Only thing is that what was supposed to be done during those years, we didn't do the interventions as per requirement. So that's why you are saying that we have failed. But see, as on date, we have around 15 to 20,000 hectares covered under this oil palms. In the areas like, see, previously we had 6 companies who had signed MOU with us for area expansion of oil palms in different, I think around in 8 districts, 6 districts. So they are keeping this potential in target with respect to potential areas. We have further identified around 8 more companies who will be signing MOU with us. But thing is that rightly you have pointed out, yes, the pace with which you could have marched ahead, we could not. But now we have potentials. We have identified the company, those who are interested. See, alone itself, see, oil palm means the basic like potato. Why potato program? We can say that potato program has failed in Odisha. It's only because we do not have sufficient seed material in Odisha. The cost of seed potato is too high as compared to other states. That's why area expansion has not reached to a level as per our expectation. Similar case is with oil palms. We don't have any seedlings of oil palms. And now again, we have to depend on imports only. So unless otherwise you import seedlings, you can't expand your area. But that issue has to be addressed over years. Over 5 years, we have target to keep at least to achieve around 40,000 hectares, 20 plus existing 20 plus another 20 over 5 years. And during that period also, what we thought of in 2015 to have a seed garden for oil palms, now we are going to establish on a big scale. So after 2 to 3 years, you will never feel that we don't have any saplings for that. Once you have sapling quality seedlings with us, then naturally we'll go on expanding, right? Sir,
I am Bhavani Shankar Kallu, Project Director, Watershed, Maurvanch. Sir, the agro-climatic zone for cultivation of kharif potato is suitable in Koraput. The agro-climatic zone is suitable for taking of kharif potato is suitable. Whether it will be grown all in entire state also. In all agro-climatic zone of the Odisha, it will be suitable in kharif season.
Means agroclimate is means adaptability during this
adaptability right? Throughout the states.
Okay. I will respond. See, even if they are the experts, but I will respond based on our field experience. In 2020-21, we tried to go for this kharif area expansion for potato. Then 21-22 also we did the same experiment. We went to this demonstration activities, but unfortunately, most of the districts where demonstration program for kharif expansion of potato was taken up was a failure. Then based on that experience, this year for kharif program, we have only selected 4 districts like Gajpati, Rayagada, Koraput and Kandhamal. Were successful even in Koraput itself, Rayagada itself or Gajpati. You want get this potato, kharif potato all over that districts. There are few selected pockets where temperature used to be in the range of 15 to 20 for tuberization. So only those areas can be targeted for kharif expansion. But then out of this 4 only I am taking. And then rest of the districts where this temperature very substantial cannot be advised for kharif expansion of potato. Right.
Can I just add one more thing? Apart from temperature, what Lenka told, Kalahandi also bacterial wilt problem is very high. Bacterial wilt is a very high huge problem in Kalahandi there. In Koraput, we can increase it to more than 20,000 acres. There is a suitability in Koraput with more than 20,000 acres. So that's pretty good size of kharif potato actually. We should not do hundreds of thousands of hectares of kharif potato there.
Actually, that's why I told Nancy, we have Koraput kharif potato here only. So if you see the size of this potato, it is no less than the size of rabi potato. So those who are not seen the size of kharif potato will never appreciate. That's right.
Sell for 30 rupees per kg at the farm gate. This is premature harvested because the price is so high, just 75 days. So another 15 days, the skin will become mature. Please, I am in the lobby and you help yourself.
Yes. Then, okay, thank you. I think you didn't get any questions. What man said? Okay, fine. So this was the second sessions following launch, and it was really a good sessions because we have most of the interventions which we discussed was direct impact on our doubling of farmers' income strategy. So I thank all the esteemed panelists for their considered views, and also the audience who put their queries in a very beautiful way to get answers from our panelists. Thank you. And we will break for tea probably. Okay. Ma'am? Okay, there also, as sir suggested, you can have interactions there also. Thank you.
May I request everybody to please reconvene by 4:45, please? Thank you so much. वो MTS का, हाँ.
Sunil? ठीक है, अब चेयर हटवाओ। ममता, चेयर हटवाओ। इसमें खाली 4 ही मेरा लास्ट बाकी ऑनलाइन बाकी ऑनलाइन है ना, बाकी ऑनलाइन है। ममता, ममता, ये 4 चेयर्स बहुत ज्यादा
सुनील सुनील मेरा प्रेजेंटेशन लोड ही करवा दो हर बार लेकर फर्स्ट वन एंड द ओनली वन आई डोंट क्योंकि इसमें डेजिग्नेशन है, नाम नहीं है। रश्मि रंजन So, आगे पढ़ने वाला but I'll give you the last review. Africa's का world domination. सुबह में क्या ढाले थे? Oh, I love this. हाँ ठीक है। कितना लेट चल रहे हैं? We have this drafting this time. So we practice this session. जल्दी कर देंगे। अगले भी ये ऑर्डर and no one has a presentation. Right? That's the best one. This one. हाँ मेरा है। I have also practiced this. So इशारा करना है तो translation है। Hello sir. नोट कर दो स्क्रीन पे दिखना चाहिए नहीं every presenter is losing time there is an issue what is that I don't have any details on it so I can because that's the problem Sorry? There. ठीक है I can use other side very good it's okay एक चल रहा है have a quick introduction I will. Are you ready to start? Dr. Shikha said you can hear us, right? Shilp and Dr. Shikha, you can hear us, right? Dr. Sikka, you may be muted. Their voices are not coming. Shilpa and Dr. Sikka, can you just mic test? No, still not there. शिल्प यहाँ कह रहे हैं कि प्रॉब्लम उस साइड है. How can there be problem with both of them? So there, it's not on their side because they're using three different systems. The problem is here. This is again from US. You can't hear you. Shell, someone please try to speak. Shell. कुछ बोलो तो.
यार ये जो इनका हाँ बेकार इनका तो डिले हो गया ना तो मैं अब क्या तो पहले जा.
Okay, shall we start? Thanks everyone.
Am I audible as well as the share?
You are audible, Dr. Sikka. There's a little bit of echo, but I guess it's on that side. So may I invite the four panelists on the dais, and then we start right away. We are a little late, so one of the goals for us in this session, apart from sharing knowledge, is also to wrap it up on time, so that we bring everyone the whole session, the whole day back onto the clock. So may I request Dr. Rashmi Ranjan Nayak, Dr. Rohit Lenka, Dr. R.K. Panda, and Dr. Hemant Panda to come and take their seats. From here onwards, we have 2 or 3 sessions. We have 3 panels, and we are going to talk about water, energy, and how to use water and energy judiciously to increase farmers' income, have more equity, have more resilient farming. So without further ado, I'll hand over to Dr. Sikka, who will make a short intervention, and then we'll get going with the session. Over to you, Dr. Sikka.
All right, thank you, Vinas, thank you very much. me this opportunity, and thanks to IFPRI and the government of Odisha, Department of Agriculture, for having given us the opportunity for conducting this session jointly with IFPRI and the department on water and energy policies for transforming agriculture. Because as we know that we have been all talking about for many years on the water, energy, food nexus. Because one cannot manage water unless you manage the policies and the actions on the other side, particularly for food and the energy, because there are intricate relationships and connectedness amongst all these things. So I think there could not have been anything better and more apt than this particular topic for the organizers to have selected. And as we have also seen that I was there in the inaugural and the opening session, the Principal Secretary, Water Resources, or the Additional Chief Secretary, she was talking about, and I think she made few relevant points, which I would kind of make it that, yes, it is important to have an enhanced water productivity, crop water productivity, more crop per drop, but I think we have to live beyond the crop also. And in the multiple water use system, in the integrated farming systems, so I may put it more food per drop and more income per drop, and also in terms of other thing is in terms of the energy productivity. Because I think we have to also see along with the water productivity, we have also look into the energy productivity. Because particularly when you are talking into the resilience and the mitigations, so the energy really comes into pretty importance. And as was told even in the morning session that in Odisha, I think about 40% of the groundwater is still being utilized, and there is still a lot of scope, and there are ways forward that they are really looking into that. And as we move on that, particularly we will have to see that how we can look into the energy aspects as well. So I think so the entire gamut of the things which is there and which the speakers are there, and also very able our panelists starting with Mahinder, Nilanjan, and Neha and others are there, which I can see on the screen. So I will not take much of the time, and I'll just invite Avinash and Shiv to go ahead with their keynote presentation, and then after that, I think we will get into this thing. And let me also give my apology that because there was a pre-arranged meeting, because this session got delayed, so I will be attending another meeting for half an hour, then I'll come back and I'll request Shiv to please take this forward. Shiv, over to you.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Sikka. Over to you, Avinash. We can start with the initial keynote presentation.
Thanks, Sil. Can we go to the slides, please? So just if you look at the agenda, this is the opening session for plenary 3. During this session and the presentation that I am going to make, it will be a really short one, I promise, is about it will cover all the 3 themes. There are 3 themes that we are going to discuss. The first one is irrigation itself and how irrigation and energy are connected. The second one will talk more specifically about solar pumps, decentralized solar pumps. And the third one will talk about the issue of more crop per drop, specifically focusing on promoting micro irrigation, which is an important goal for the state. So we'll be talking about energy and irrigation, including renewable energy sources as a joint thing. So if you look at it in Odisha, we all through the day we saw that NSS chart that Odisha's farmers have one of the lowest incomes. It's not just that; they also face very high risks of drought and cyclones. So agriculture essentially in this state is a very high risk and rather low returns profession. And if you look at the regions, the numbers are small. A very high percentage of farmers report drought or moisture stress as a reason why they experienced crop loss in the year that this survey, the NSS survey, was done. If you do a survey in another year too, you will see that the same numbers or similar numbers would come. So water is a major limiting thing. And not only that, a few years ago, this data is already slightly dated, Tata Water Policy Program, they did a district level mapping of where are the most irrigation deprived districts of India. By irrigation deprived, they meant where the highest percentage of plots do not get even single watering. And you'll see there's a central belt that extends from eastern Gujarat all the way to the Jharkhand part of West Bengal. So there are 112 districts that they identified. Many of them are there in the state of Odisha, where you see that very high percentage of land was not under any irrigation till recently. ये आप वीडियो हटा देंगे उनको just PowerPoint को पूरा कर दीजिए. Thank you. Slides को पूरा कीजिए. So the point and the next. So the next one that I want to show is, move to the next one. इसको पूरा बड़ा कीजिए. Yes, thank you. So what this one shows, and this has been updated by IMI recently to bring in more thing, is that a lot of irrigation deprived districts, you will see the 112 most irrigation deprived districts are in this belt, and Odisha is one. It's a part of a whole sort of ecosystem. And many of these districts are water surplus. That's what something showed, as Madam Anu Garg also talked about in the morning. And a lot of the districts in Odisha and neighboring states of Jharkhand, one of the reasons is they have water. What farmers still recently lacked in was access to cheaper sources of energy to pump. It was exclusively dependent on, till recently, the most recent minor irrigation census, India counts its human being every 10 years, but it wells every 5 years. That's a colonial legacy. So the most recent one that we have data for was 13-14. Majority of farmers in Odisha were using not even diesel, but muscle power, animal or human muscle power to lift water till 13-14. And then diesel was the next. Very few farmers had irrigation. Both muscle power and diesel are very expensive to irrigate with. But what has happened, as you heard this morning, that in the last 10 years, Odisha has done a spectacular job of electrifying its pumps. The total energy used, so the total energy used for irrigation in the state has increased almost 5-6 times over just last 10 years. So a lot of pumps. I'm guessing, I don't have the data on the number of thousands upon thousands of pumps have been electrified, which means, and electricity is 1.5 rupees a unit in Odisha. So you move from 90 rupees an hour energy cost to around 4 to 5 rupees an hour energy cost that you are paying for irrigation. This is a big change that the state has done, apart from expansion in surface irrigation, which you also heard about in the morning. That's the grid electricity. Then the state is also very rich, gets year-round, almost year-round solar power, and can leverage solar power also to expand access to affordable irrigation. The question that we want to discuss this session and the subsequent 2 sessions is, how do we use this? How do we use the expansion and access to affordable irrigation in the state? How can Odisha make the most of it, right? And that's the problem that we are dealing with. Now, 2 things. One is when it comes to solar, and I'll come to electrification too. There is a big scheme that Government of India has. Odisha has its own scheme that uses money from that scheme, but OREDA, which is the Renewable Energy Development Authority here, and Agriculture Department also contributes to the thing. You have a lot of solar pumps being installed. Odisha is not the leading state, but still the efforts are going. The challenge there is that installing solar pumps alone is not enough. Recently, KPMG did a study of installed solar pumps for irrigation in several states, and you'll see the 2 districts in Odisha that they surveyed had the lowest usage rate. These systems were being used less than 40 days a year. Okay, so these are high capacity, high capital cost machines with very low variable costs. Such machines should be used a lot for them to be economically viable. These are proving to be like non-functional canal irrigation systems, where a lot of public money is going in with not a whole lot of results. And then dysfunctional or non-functioning systems were also among the highest in the Odisha state. So installing the systems alone is not enough. There is more that needs to be done. And there are opportunities here, which in the solar session we'll talk about more, is that you can create business out of it. You can give smallholders who have less land, give them these technologies, turn them into solar water provision enterprises, and you can try different business models, institutional models, to make them more effective. We'll discuss those things later in the second session. So what are some of the key messages that I have called? We haven't done detailed analysis. We propose to do is one is that improved access to irrigation anywhere in India. Even in areas where you have a fabled canal irrigation systems like Punjab and Haryana, you need affordable access to water. Not free, but affordable access to energy is needed. Nowadays, you have two options. One is grid electricity, which is, of course, the dominant option, and second is the solar too. But the way you manage it, the way you supply it, the way you structure the pricing and the supply system matters for fiscal sustainability, water use sustainability, and equity between pump owners and water buyers. Not everyone will own a pump. They will be renting in. All machines in South Asia work through rental markets. So how you devise your energy policy, how you devise well subsidy policies, those two policies will have a say in how water gets used and what. But there's a big question. So in the morning, you heard there's a massive expansion in irrigated area in the state through groundwater, through lift and canal irrigation, but it's not showing up in the ag GDP area. Over last 10 years, 1.5 million hectares have been added to irrigated area. I don't know, tens of thousands of electric pumps have been there. But if you look at CSO, Central Statistical, even if you ignore NSS number, Central Statistical Organization's number, Odisha doesn't have a standout performance. When similar changes happened in Saurashtra in Gujarat or Madhya Pradesh a few years ago, where both canal and well irrigation system happened, Madhya Pradesh's agriculture grew at 20% year on year for 3, 4, 5 years. When is Odisha going to have that moment? Why is Odisha not having that moment? That's something that we have to grapple with. And I hope that today, over the next few hours, we will discuss this question. Is like, we are making this public investment, we are providing services to farmers. How do we leverage it to irrigate, to increase the irrigation surplus? As of now, if you just go by the secondary data, it seems the irrigation surplus is not growing as much as it should. What is missing? We do not know. And that's something that IFPRI, in partnership with everyone here, would like to explore. Is it that you don't have water markets, pump owners keep the services to themselves? Is it that complementary inputs and access to markets are not there, like product markets? Or is it that the data itself themselves are bad? We are not doing a good job of keeping track. I doubt that that is the problem alone of measuring agriculture GDP or irrigation surplus that is being created. So that's the broad overarching picture that I want to set for our discussions in this session and the subsequent two sessions. Like all this public investment subsidy that we are putting in, how do we make the best use of it? I'll stop here. If there are any questions on this presentation, I'll come to that. I would really like, we have a really distinguished panel, which can talk about different aspects of this problem, this broader problem that we have talked about. In this session, we'll talk more about water itself and a little bit about electricity, if possible. In the subsequent sessions, we'll talk about solar pumps and the last session on micro irrigation and using water more usefully. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Over to Shilp. Can we transfer to Shilp? He was going to moderate the session. Yeah, like ask the question. Okay, sorry. So what we are going now, we have no more presentation in this panel. We'll have this distinguished panel comment on what their sense is that what are the ways, what are the possible reasons that irrigation surplus is not showing up in the GDP numbers, ag GDP, agriculture GDP, or value of agricultural creation, agriculture produce. And the second part that we want each one of you to talk based on your own specialization is what are the efforts that are being made in the state to change this picture. So Shilp, do you have any specific questions? Otherwise, we start with Dr. Panda. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think we should stick with this central question, and I would request each of the panel members to do two things. One is try and address the central question that Avinash has just highlighted, and two, we are already going to have two more panel discussions, one on energy, which will include grid as well as solar, and one on micro irrigation. In addition to that, if there are any aspects you think that we should cover, then please feel free to highlight those.
Thanks, Shilp. So Shilp, what he said is we are going to have a session on energy and micro irrigation. So keep your point limited to irrigation and water parts too. We'll start with Dr. Panda. Oh, he seems to be on.
No, so that discussion will be held in the other session.
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, friends. This is R.K. Panda, Rabindra K. Panda. I am from Indian Institute of Water Management under ICAR, Indian Council of Agriculture Research. Friends, while we are working in agricultural water management, we work in canal commands, canal water management. We work for rainwater management. We work for groundwater management, and we do some kind of on-farm management system also, dissemination of whatever technologies we generate through programs we disseminate in farmers community, in farming community. While we are talking since morning, we are talking for Odisha context, how to double the farm income. We at our institute, we have seen in canal command, as it is extensively discussed, that its efficiency, canal efficiency is hardly 35 to 40%. What we have observed in canal system while working through different collaborative research projects, we have a collaborative research project with the IMI, International Water Management Institute, Colombo, stationed at the headquarters in Delhi itself. Dr. Sika is heading that institute. Our institute is collaborating with that. What we have seen, our canal, especially in Odisha context, canals are running during monsoon season. And when there is ample amount of rainfall from is there, around 1400 millimeter rainfall is there, and our canal runs during monsoon season, when our farmers do not require mostly rainwater or canal water during that time. But during post-monsoon season, during Rabi season or summer season, when our farmers really require to bring diversification in cropping system, paddy, fallow, against paddy, some diversification like vegetables or some remunerative crops, that time our farmers are not getting canal water. So our intervention is, and this is a very promising intervention, what we say, when canal is running during monsoon season, water is there and rain is coming, why can't we go for auxiliary structures all along the canal side? Wherever there is a possibility, we should have canal systems. Pond-based systems. Several ponds we can have, and we can store the water there, then and there when it falls, where it falls. So once water is available in ponds, those things can be utilized through pipe conveyance system based irrigation system, and there after that pipe conveyance can take to pressurized irrigation system like sprinkler irrigation and drip irrigation system. In Odisha context, what we have seen, even if we all know that drip irrigation is more remunerative, more cost, it gives more efficiency, water productivity is more, all these things. But our farmers of Odisha, they are not accepting drip irrigation against sprinkler irrigation because inherent management issues are there in drip irrigation system, because sprinkler irrigation system is works in under pressure, little more pressure, so that clogging and other things are not encountered in sprinkler irrigation system. So our experience says sprinkler irrigation against drip irrigation, sprinkler is adopted by our farming community. But again, just the previous speaker was emphasizing on solar system. You see, when we are diverting from conventional energies to renewable energy system, it is coming, our solar system is coming to picture. So we have here in our state, literature is there, and since morning we are talking, we have schemes for solar system on singular basis. We have schemes for micro irrigation on singular basis, but we need to have in toto a combined subsidy scheme for solar based pressurized irrigation system, be it drip irrigation, I don't know, sprinkler, how far that much pressure can be created. Dr. Dil Bahadur is there, while he'll be talking, he'll light more detail into that particular aspect. But my perception says that we should have a combined subsidy scheme for our fragmented, low, small farmers of our state. Because ours, as we know that ours is a small farming, it is marginal to small farmers, they have fragmented lands. So we should have solar-based systems, small-scale solar-based subsidy systems, incentivized system, so that our farmers can be literated to some extent how to use that, how to adopt these things, so that crop diversification can be thought of in our state. Then when we talk of farm pond plus scheme, we have a very good scheme we have here, farm pond plus scheme. And micro irrigation scheme also, we have a very promising layout actually for 2020 to 23. Odisha government has put a action plan putting a outlay of 531 crores. And for 2021-22, we have spent 62 crores. We have invested in micro irrigation for the state, and the outcome is 31,038 hectare area have come under micro irrigation. These are all good things happening in our state. We are optimistic, quite optimistic, that we are in a right direction. Our state is moving in a right direction, thinking in right perspective. Another one thing is coming to my mind, I should speak here. Now the clarion call given by our Honorable Prime Minister for Jal Shakti Abhijan, which is given by this National Water Mission. Jal Shakti Abhijan, mostly in our state, what I have seen, in many other parts of the country, they are going for aggressive creation of water bodies, renovation of existing water bodies. But in our state, what we have seen, mostly we are addressing this Jal Shakti Abhijan program during this monsoon period, because since last 2-3 years we are on this particular line. But our focus is limited to the capacity building or our awareness creation type of things. But my submission will be, we should create as many number of farm ponds as possible under this farm ponds plus scheme, and let us make in a revolutionized manner to incentivize in block wise, in block level. We should create, incentivize how many blocks, which block is creating how many more number of farm ponds during a particular monsoon period, so that lot of water can be stored in the structures, created structures or innovated structures. If our farmers, I'll just conclude. Our farmers are here. मोर ये कृषक भाई माने अछंती, जेतेबेले आमे सेमानक पाखु जाउछु, हमर कृषक भाई मानकु, सेमाने दे आर वेरी इंटेलिजेंट इन अडॉप्टिंग क्रॉप्स, डाइवर्सिफाइंग क्रॉप्स. गोटे कथा से कहती सर आमको आम जमी पानी टिके क्रिएशन कर दिंतु, पानी फैसिलिटी कर दिंतु. जो स्टेट रे आमे बसिचंती 1400 मिलीमीटर वर्षा होची, सेठी आमे पोस्ट मॉनसून सीजन पे हमर पानी नाही. व्हाट इज द प्रॉब्लम? प्रॉब्लम इज दैट वी आर नॉट एबल टू harvest the water when it is coming. So the slogan is, where it falls, rainwater, where it falls or when it falls, it should be conserved there, then and there, and it should be utilized during post-monsoon season, Rabi season, summer season, to see diversification,
Thank you, Dr. Panda.
Diversification in crops in our state. Thank you, sir.
I'll just ask Dr. Hemant Panda to build upon that, because he looks after soil conservation. Could you talk a little bit about two things? One, like, how do we get real benefit out of irrigation infrastructure that the state is creating in a mission mode?
Yeah, so actually whatever I wanted to speak, many things have been covered by Dr. R.K. Panda. And the most important today morning also, our APC sir has highlighted the farm pond, construction of farm ponds and farm pond plus. So farm pond plus, if you take up actually what Dr. Panda also told and what has been highlighted by our APC sir in the morning session, and he has seen the benefit. If you take up farm pond and link these the farm ponds with the farm pond plus, that is, if we converge the ongoing schemes of agriculture, horticulture, fisheries, and animal resource development, along with the soil and water conservation, that is soil conservation and water development. So many things, the farmers' income will not only be doubled, it will be manifold, it will be multiplied. So we have to construct a lot of water harvesting structures or farm ponds, as the case may be. And of course, during this current year, we are also constructing Amrit Sarovar. Amrit Sarovar is a new intervention, and it is at least 75 structures, Amrit Sarovar are to be constructed per district, which is having the capacity in the plain areas of 10,000 CUM, and in hilly areas, it will be about 5,000 CUM.
and it will have multiple benefits. It will not only give protective irrigation, it will also have a balanced ecosystem in the surrounding area, and it will be also utilized for recreation and many celebration, many observations, many occasions can be celebrated in and around the Amrit Sarovar. So we should have the motto, we are getting maximum rainfall about 1500 millimeter annually, but whatever we have seen, we have analyzed for the last few years, the total rainfall, annual rainfall remaining almost same, about 1400 to 1500 millimeter annually, but the rainy days are reducing. So that is a concern. At the time of need, we are not getting rainfall, that is causing dry spell, drought-like situation, and when there is no need, there is heavy rainfall. So that is going to flood. The farmers are getting lost from both sides. So we have to think of catch the rain when it falls and where it falls by adopting different measures, maybe in situ soil and water conservation measures or ex situ structures. So we have to think of that, and not only constructing these water harvesting structures, as the case may be, it depends upon the nomenclature varies as per the situation, but we have to link all the water harvesting structures with the livelihoods, that is farm pond or water bodies plus pisciculture, farm bond cultivation. Then the surrounding area should be covered with low duty crops rather high duty crops. So we have to take up that vegetables, pulses, oil seeds and millets instead of paddy and sugarcane. So that should be our motto. That will also ensure per drop more crop and will also increase the efficient utilization of water, efficiency of water. So that should be our motto. We have to conserve maximum rainwater when it falls and where it falls. That should be the motto. And also we should, whatever my previous speakers have told, we should also we should ensure the utilization of non-conventional method of energy for reducing the cost of irrigation.
Thank you, Dr. Pan. Thanks a lot. Over to Dr. Naik. Would you just talk a little bit about how do we go beyond engineering approaches itself? We heard about creating more structures, and those are of course essential. They're the starting point. But how do we go beyond them? What else is missing probably so that we are not getting as much value out of it as how do we increase the value that we get out of all these public investments in irrigation infrastructure of various kind? Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Naik.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, my co-panelists, guests. Good evening all. So today we've had our Principal Secretary SES talking about the reasons for low productivity, limited diversification, limited involvement of stakeholders in water governance, coordination among stakeholders, gender equity, etc. So she also explained about the irrigation potential that we've created, and particularly in the last 15 years, 10 years, we've created about 1.5 million. We've covered 1.5 million lakh hectares through irrigation. So we are aware of the optimal and equitable distribution of water issues of gap in IPC and irrigation potential utilized. And but what is the way forward is that the water that is getting supplied has to be optimally used through irrigation, for irrigation purposes. You are aware that these are the two key departments when it comes to water management and optimal production of crops. And in this context, let me explain that I am currently project director for a project called Odisha Integrated Irrigation Project for Climate Resilient Agriculture, that is IFPRI. And there we are into these aspects. This is a project that centers around tank-based planning of water management, conveyance of water through various means, through open field channels or through UGPLs, or through micro irrigation, etc., to the farmers, and for increasing productivity, utilization of high yielding crops, the best quality seeds, so that productivity increases and their remuneration also increases. So in IFPRI, we are seeking for improved crop productivity, farmers' adoption of resilient agricultural practices and technologies, diversification of crops and adaptation to climate change, reliability of irrigation service delivery, efficient water use, better framework for more efficient and sustainable management of water and groundwater, support to Pani Panchayats, and piloting various technologies that would entail optimal and smart use of water for more productivity. So in nutshell, I would say that Odisha is known for a state that is not suffering from water deficit. What it requires, that we need to be aware about areas where there is water surplus and areas which are water deficit, and how to use water efficiently through participatory irrigation management and through awareness of the Pani Panchayats and the stakeholders, the farmers, so that they are also aware of what kind of crops they need to take, how do they intensify crops or resort to crop diversification in a very smart manner, so that water is optimally used, whether it is in sufficient areas or in deficient areas. So this is in nutshell what
Thank
that
you.
I
Thanks a
sought
lot.
to see. Thank you.
I'll now hand over to Dr. Lenka. Dr. Lenka runs the horticulture department, which it's one sector that can offer the highest return on both energy and water that gets used for irrigation. So just Dr. Lenka, if you can talk briefly about what are the ways your department is looking at using water to increase greater value from irrigation. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Basically, Directorate of Horticulture is looking into the MI component of PMKSY, and since its inception in the late 2003-4 till 2020, our state had covered around say 1,15,000 hectares under MI systems. But then 2021-22 was the exceptional year where we could achieve around more than 30,000 hectares in 1 year. That was never happened in the past. The cumulative achievement under MI for the state over 15 to 16 years was around 1,15,000. And based on the achievement of last year, this year we have kept an ambitious target of achieving around 1 lakh hectares under MI. And then for coming 5 years, prospective plan has been approved by the department, wherein we have target to achieve around 8,50,000 hectares. So this may be looking somewhat ambitious, not achievable, but yes, we can do it. Why I will tell you. See, those system manufacturers who are being empaneled with us, who are working with us, there are issues, and I think most of my friends are here also. So there were issues, but we can't look forward by looking back into the issues of the past. Once you want to have MI, you want to have your crops or fields saturated with MI systems, then we have to look forward. And then at the same time also the issues of the past has to be addressed. So that way we have planned this prospective plans. And see, up to 2018-19, our state government used to provide up to 90% subsidy for this. And this, as rightly told, the sprinkler systems, drip was never be accepted by the farmers of Odisha as they used to accept this sprinkler. But again, last year it was drip which could surpass this sprinkler, particularly in Western Belt. And why I'm telling, see, people's and year 2021 was a dark year for us. We could not achieve anything under PMKSY MI system. Then 21-22 means government was pleased to provide again subsidy under different 3 slabs of 60, 70, and 80% under different categories of farmers. So that way we have targeted. And see, previously we only used to focus to cover our horticultural crops under MI. Never we thought of covering this agricultural field crops or any activity, plantation related activity that is being taken up by our Directorate of Soil Conservation. So this year it is not only to cover the to bring those horticultural plantations under MI. So this 1 lakh target has to be achieved means in convergence of the activities of the three different directorates of the department. So that's why I'm saying even 1 lakh hectare is not a big target for our state. Neighboring state like Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, they're achieving like anything. But yes, they're supporting 100% under this PMKSY. We cannot. But we are providing to the extent of 60, 70, 80%, but still this assistance is means acceptable. But only thing is that we lacked in the past is that our extension work, extension activities could not reach to the field, and we could not identify the intended beneficiaries. We didn't bring all concerned departments like water resource department. They have created water sources, but we have never thought of saturating those means fields with our MI systems. But this year we have targeted that one also. MI lift irrigations, like Madam told in the morning, the mega lift areas. Those areas means farmers, those who have been covered under that IGOT area, will be targeted under our system also. We have also means taking up this activity in convergence with Mission Jivika, ITTA. So all those ongoing activities of the state government will be converged and will be saturated under PMKSY MI systems. And there were some technical issues with respect to this management of this particular scheme, as rightly told. So those things has also been hammered out, and now we will have a dedicated portal from our side. We will never depend on the problematic portals. So that way also we are working. But yes, as system manufacturers, they understand. And fortunately, unlike other years, this prospective plan has been prepared based on water availability. As Director Water Source said, water scarce area, even block up to block levels, we have gone with the information received from the Department of Water Sources. We have formulated this our annual action plans focusing on water scarce blocks. So that way we will be saturating all crops, both including agricultural field crops as well as horticulture crops, and activities taken up by different departments, particularly livelihood aspects under PMKSY MI systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. We have a whole another panel where we'll go in greater detail, and I hope that you will be in the room to answer any questions or to supplement the points that panelists have. We're already over time. So as researchers from IFPRI and IMI and CGIAR centers, we'll continue to be engaged with this problem or with this question. Like with all this supply being created, Odisha is such an exciting place to be because so much is happening. What is the impact and how can we increase the impact on farmers' livelihoods, farmers' welfare, and overall agriculture produce? We'll continue to keep asking those questions and try to bring evidence to the policymakers so that they can implement their programs better. Thanks a lot. We'll move to the next panel. Thanks. I extend thanks to all my panelists. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Is Neha's presentation loaded?
Thanks, Avinash. Can I start sharing my screen till the time other panelists take their seats?
Go ahead, Neha. So we now have a session which will focus on energy issues in agriculture. We will talk about grid-connected electricity supply to farmers, as well as decentralized renewable energy options. We'll start with a presentation from my colleague Neha, and then we'll have a panel to talk about some of the issues that will come up in the last slide. Over to you, Neha.
Is my screen visible to everyone?
I can see it. Avinash? Avinash, can you confirm that everyone in the room can see the slides?
Yes, we can see the slide. Meanwhile, may I invite the panelists for this session on the dais? Actually, it's better if they see from the bottom and then come back. So go ahead, Neha.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'll call them.
Yeah, so welcome all. I welcome all the panelists who are there present in the event and also panelists who are there with us online. I'll briefly talk about the two dominant pathways of energizing irrigation and also briefly what are the key these are not either or, but how they can work in tandem with each other to maximize the impact. So largely the two dominant pathways and their impact individually, and also how they are contextually relevant to different contexts in Odisha. Is my, yeah. So just to briefly give an overview about the farm power supply in Odisha, the electricity consumption in Odisha has increased, but is still less compared to the general overview consumption in electricity in India. It's only 3.48%, and but it has increased, as it was mentioned in the last presentation. Over the last 4-5 years, there's been significant improvement in the electricity supply situation in Odisha. The subsidy by the state government for per unit of electricity is close to 4.37 rupees per unit. And this basically is a major component of the average cost to supply. Basically, the average cost to supply is rupees 5.87 per unit, and this is covered majorly through the subsidy by the government. The total electricity connections for irrigation are only 78,200. That's a number which has improved over the last 5 years, but it's still less compared to the other regions. But there's there is significant there are ways and there are plans to improve access farm power connections in the coming years. But still, if you see the electricity consumption per kilowatt hour is significantly high because there are less number of connections and they are running they're trying to utilize the maximum they can. Therefore, the electricity connection or the electricity consumption per connection seems to be high. AT&C losses, the aggregate technical and commercial losses are also on a higher end, but hopefully in the future they'll increase as the grid density increases and there are more opportunities to reduce the AT&C losses. But still, as already discussed this morning, that this region has surplus groundwater available which can be leveraged to improve the irrigation access and also the impacts on farmers' income. I move to the next slide. So comparing the two options, the grid connection or the subsidized grid electricity versus solar farms, if we do the life cycle cost analysis, we see that the grid connection, given the high cost of electricity supply, is slightly expensive than the standalone of the off-grid solar farm. But if we just compare the annualized cost of or annualized life cycle cost, given that the life cycle of grid connection is 30 to 40 years, and life cycle of a solar farm is maximum 25 years, considering it to be 20 years, we see that the average or the annual cost is somewhat similar. In fact, the grid connection comes out to be cheaper. The only point I want to make to this analysis is that either ways is fine. It's not that solar pumps are more expensive or grid connection is more expensive. Right now, we are at a point where actually both the systems or both the pathways are more or less in tandem or equal in the state of Odisha. Going further, it might change. But right now, if the objective is just to supply affordable energy for irrigation, we can select either of the two options. Given that the cost of solar is declining at a rapid rate, in future would see that the cost of the solar pump will decline further. Just to see that what will happen in the grid connection or what will happen to the subsidized grid electricity in future, we did a sensitivity analysis to see that what contributes to the life cycle cost analysis of a grid electricity. And we see that the major component is the average cost of supply. That impacts the life cycle cost, apart from the pumping hours, the pump size, and also the capital cost of expanding grid. So we see that the major component which basically determines that what would be the life cycle cost of grid electricity is the average cost of supply. And given that the manpower cost is increasing, the other costs are increasing due to inflation and other factors, the average cost of supply would increase. In this analysis, we take that it's increasing 1% per year, but the average one is that it increases 4 to 5% per year. So it will actually the impact of pieces would increase even more. But yes, the grid electricity will become more expensive. But at this point of time, it is given our numbers, both of them are sort of similar to each other. If we just compare the prices or the cost of solar pump for different pump sizes, because we have seen that the pump size also contributes to an important factor, given that how these costs or the economics of the two pathways would differ. We see that the smaller smaller pump sizes for grid electricity are more expensive. So the smaller the size, solar pumps makes more sense. But as we go further, we increase the size of the pump. At lower pumping hours, grid pump and solar pumps are sort of similar. But at higher consumption or at higher number of pumping hours, grid pumps or subsidized pumps become more expensive. This is sort of very intuitive because the cost of supply, the cost of electricity is expensive, and as more pumping happens, they become more expensive. But we see that currently we are at a stage where the pumping hours are relatively very less in Odisha, and there is a need to expand irrigation access. So therefore, we'll be in the range where the pumping hours are less, and there should be incentives so that farmers irrigate more and they expand their irrigation to increase their area and their irrigation, and also diversify to different high value crops. But given that Odisha is so diverse, it's not just these two ways or these two pathways. They can be diverse number of pathways which can be adopted to expand irrigation access and expand energy opportunities. And there's a market for smaller sizes, even smaller, less than 1 HP pumps. So in Odisha, given the diversity, even one farmer could have different contexts. So it's not that there are different contexts in one state, but even one farmer would have his land in lowland areas or in highland areas or in midland areas. So even single farmer would need more than one options for energizing irrigation. So if we see that what is there for a farmer to decide when he or she has to compare an off-grid solar pump versus a grid-connected solar pump, what are the big significant decision points? As far as acquiring is concerned, the subsidized grid-connected pumps, there might be a waiting period which is there for solar pumps also, but then there's a size capping on solar pumps, which is not there in terms of grid-connected pumps. Similarly, the requirements in terms of there should be an existing grid, which is not there with solar pumps. Grid expansion is time-consuming, but solar pumps off-grid installation is very quick. So you can just quickly install these pumps and they can run. If you just assume that the processing time or the annual processing time is sort of similar for both the pathways, then the daytime functioning, it is difficult to provide subsidized electricity in the daytime because there are other high-paying consumers in electricity. But solar pumps definitely provide daytime electricity, which is though sensitive to clouding, which is an important factor because farmers might need electricity in the morning or the evening hours depending on the crop. So this is a drawback with solar, which is not there with grid electricity because it is usually supplied in the evening hours or in the night hours. So the water table fluctuation is there in both the systems, but solar pumps, given that there's a limited energy available, they are a little more sensitive to water table fluctuation. Then the troubleshooting support, which is very, very important, which is very poor with solar. We have seen and there is significant evidence available that the after-sales support for solar pumps is very poor, whereas the after installation support for grid is very, very good. There are subdivisions at every small region. So if there is a problem, farmers can reach out to the junior engineers who are available at the subdivisions and they can quickly resolve the issues. And also if they want to upgrade their pumps, if they want to increase the size, they can go out and talk to the subdivision officers and increase the size of the pump, which is not currently even an option with solar pumps. Then again, the other very important factor is prone to theft. Solar pumps are prone to theft, but there is no way you can steal a grid electricity connection. So therefore, grid electricity basically becomes a more, I would say, reliable option over the time. And then the surplus energy, which can be utilized in case of solar, which is not an option in the grid-connected pumps. So these are relatively, some things are good in solar pumps, the other are good in grid-connected pumps. But the idea is that both of them are not either or, but they can actually work in tandem, and there is a complementarity which they can offer if both the options are sort of played together. So the recent survey by GIZ and KPMG, which Avinash also referred to, where 110 solar pump farmers were surveyed in Sundargarh and Pionjor districts of Odisha, it was seen that only 76% of the pumps were operational, 14% of pumps were not operational because of the breakdown, and 5% were not operational because of the poor water table. And there's some percentage which was stolen. But still, there is significant number of 76% is actually a good number given the larger range of pumps which are not operational on the ground. But we see that the impacts of these solar pumps have been huge. There have been a significant increase in the irrigated area of these 110 solar farmers. They're from and also therefore an increase in their energy use also. We see that from 2000 kilowatt hour per acre of area, they have increased the energy use to close to 8,500 units. So basically, and also this energy use is not just in area but also in intensity, because they're cropping more variety of crops, they're increasing their area, and also that has basically resulted in significant impact on their profits as well. And profit intensity, therefore, as expected, has increased from 1.1 to 1.3 in the sample. So largely the major takeaways which is from this presentation we want to make is that there are spectrum farm power options, whether grid or whether solar and off-grid pumps or sub-HP pumps. The idea is to expand irrigation access to the farmers who are there in Odisha, who can basically leverage this opportunity of energy transition to have access to affordable energy and clean energy, basically, to increase their incomes, to increase and have the that moment which Avinash was talking about. There are a lot of key decision parameters, and also there's a timeline and goals. There's a hierarchy of needs. Once you need to have accessible and you need to have available energy, then only you can talk about reliability. So first idea is to have to have this energy available and then affordable and then reliable, and then we can talk about multiple options or hedging options between the two options of energy which are there. So there's a need that more experiments are done, more institutional, technical, and financial models are tested, so that we can see that what works in which context. Whether a particular technical model or financial model can work in one of the regions of Odisha that might not work in other regions. So there needs to be more innovative thinking around how these models can sort of complement each other and give we can sort of discover the models which can sort of lead to this change or desired change on the ground. Then, as I already mentioned, that there is a need to expand grid as well as promote solar. It's not an either or option. They have to go hand in hand. Given the costs are sort of so now competitive for both the systems, that there is no way we can just have to pick one. The idea is to promote both of them aggressively so that the access is provided as soon as possible. And also, as in the morning, we were discussing about this cluster approach, that it's cluster approach comes automatic with grid expansion because it happens from one region to the other. That can also be done with solar irrigation, and that would have very good that can have a very good sort of impact, because the after sales services can be improved if solar irrigation is also sort of promoted in a clustered approach. We'll hear from our panelists more about this experience where this clustered approach with solar pumps and decentralized energy is being adopted in Jharkhand and in Odisha. And also there are some schemes which can be leveraged and which are actually being leveraged in Odisha. For example, Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana, PM Kusum schemes for expanding solar irrigation. But there is more to do. There can be a conversion between these two schemes and multiple schemes, as was earlier discussed, in order to basically accelerate the impact on the ground. So I'll stop here, but largely I would like to say that the idea is that the irrigation has to be expanded and the energy has to be sort of given to the farmers in order to expand irrigation. We cannot just ask or expect the irrigation to expand without providing affordable and reliable energy for irrigation.
Thank you, Neha. I would just now request our panelists to come on board. We have 3 panelists who are joining online, and there are 4 of us who are in the room. So first of all, Mr. Trilochan Panda, who leads the Odisha Gridco, sir, please. Then we have the CEO of OREDA. So if he's in the room, please come on over. CEO of OREDA. He's not here? Okay. Who else? Then we have Gaurav Mehto. He leads an innovative company that sells sub-HP, less than 1 HP solar pumps in the state, and their company is doing quite well. So we want him to be here. Is there anyone else who is in the room? Otherwise, we have 2 people who work very closely with farmers. Ganesh Neelam, he represents Tata Trust and leads a project called CINI, which works in the Central India area. And we have Dr. Nilanjan Ghosh from GIZ. GIZ is a German firm, foreign aid agency, and they support a lot of work on clean energy for irrigation and other purposes in agriculture. So are Nilanjan and Ganesh already on board? Okay.
And also we have Mr. Mohinder Gulati. Yeah.
We also have Dr. Mohinder Gulati. He is with World Bank and has done some of the most innovative work on how to turn the energy irrigation nexus, which is perverse in India, to a more positive nexus using solar pumps and other approaches too. So we have a really rich panel, and Neha has already shared some questions that are there on the screen.
Probably Shilp can take it further, and if he needs to, Shilp, if you want to add to the presentation also, otherwise we can.
No, I don't want to add anything. I just want, Avinash, if I am not audible, can you go through the questions for the panel? I will just tell you which question is meant for which panelist.
So Shilp, you can remove this, close this slide, and we can just run it from here and come in if you think some important question is missing, okay?
Okay.
Yeah. So why don't we start with Dr. Panda? He leads the grid, and we know that grid electricity will continue to be the dominant form of energy that farmers use for irrigation. So sir, if you can update us about Odisha's experience of connecting more farmers to grid, and what are the challenges that you have faced in that endeavor. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Good evening, everyone. And in fact, actually, when I got this invitation, actually, I read the background paper. Actually, I found that it's very encouraging to know that how our energy consumption in the agriculture sector has improved over the last 20 years. In fact, I was there in the distribution sector up to 2014 or so, I think 2015. Then after that, I went back. So I have seen actually over a period of last 20 years from about 100 million units consumption, it has gone up to about 800 million units last year. So it's a good jump in agriculture sector actually. So when you talk in the power sector, when you talk about energy conservation, so conservation is one side, the growth of consumption shows that actually our lifestyle has increased. Similarly, in our case, in the agriculture sector also, when the consumption goes up, we are very happy that our state is consuming more electricity in the agricultural sector. But there is a lop side to that as well actually. So having worked in the T&D sector, in fact, I am in the at Gridco, we are the congregator and we are the mother of the companies, distribution companies. So under us, there are 4 distribution companies owned by Tata Power. So actually the distribution companies clearly struggle with the agricultural consumption. And Odisha is a very unique state in the country. When I go to Delhi to attend the RPM meetings, once I told the minister, Honorable Minister of Power, Government of India, that actually our Kusum scheme is not workable in Odisha because of the reason that actually Odisha's agriculture tariff is the lowest in the country. Our tariff in the last 20 years has come only from 1 rupee to 1 rupee 40 paisa in ST and 1 rupee 50 paisa in LT. So it's one of the lowest in the country. Our average power purchase cost is also lowest, but it is around 3 rupees. So half of the power cost, for procurement of power, we buy power at 3 rupees. The delivery of power, as Neha was telling, actually it is around 5 rupees 50 paisa. But we are delivering to our agriculture farmers at 1 rupee 50 paisa. That is one of the reasons Kusum C is not taking off in Odisha. But when I was discussing this thing at the national level, Rajasthan, actually, there is a lot of solar potential over there. Odisha's CUF is not much better actually compared to Rajasthan or Gujarat. But there, why Kusum C is not taking off is because of the fact that most of the bankers, the financial institutions, they are not able to support the Kusum C program. And that is one of the reasons actually we have discussed at length among the distribution companies and found that actually we'll have to come out with a unique way. So recently, in the last 2-3 months, we have deliberated quite a lot and found that actually that we have devised a model which is a win-win model both for the farmers as well as for the distribution companies. And for the whole agricultural community and the state as a whole, there's a very good module actually we have come up with, and we have submitted it to the commission also. And of late, actually, it will be another month or so, it will be approved by the commission, and we'll go ahead with it. The uniqueness of this unique model is that 1 rupee 50 paisa remains as the agricultural tariff. There will be, so the statistics I'll say is, I'll also talk about the statistics which Neha was presenting actually. There is not 75,000 consumers. As of now, we know about 150,000 consumers are there in the state. 50% of that consumer is coming, about 75,000 consumers are then TPWDL area, Western Odisha. And about 20,000, 25,000 will be there in NESCO, TP-NODL area, Northern Odisha. And about 20,000 will be in South, and about another 20,000 will be in Central Odisha. So if you look at the consumption side also, the consumption about 50-55% the consumption goes to TP Western Odisha. So because the water level is low over there. So one of the reasons, so actually TPWDL is particularly driving this force. And if you look at 150,000 to 160,000 consumer base, we have got a sanction from MNRE. Now MNRE is very much interested to push this module, to push this project for us, is because of the fact that out of 150,000 consumer base, we have got an approval for 10,000 consumers, which is very minuscule. You can say not even 10% of that. So if you are pushing that, why distribution companies are also interested for that is because this is a pocket where the losses are happening. So in fact, as all of us know, agriculture consumer normally takes supply at one point, but he shifts his the pump set from one place to other place, and he keeps on renting out, as Mr. Kishore was telling. The water he sells to others also. He calls it Jaldan. So it is a very unique experience I had when I was heading a distribution company. So the politicians come and tell you, actually, why are you obstructing this? Why are you putting penalty on those guys? Actually, he is only gifting water, and gifting water by stealing electricity. So distribution companies are very at their receiving end, when they know that actually how much energy is going into that. So I'll tell you the background actually. 10 years back, actually, Government of India has gone in a very massive scheme of segregating agricultural feeders. But I must tell you that actually not only in Odisha, but also other states actually, that real segregation has not happened. So recently, the Government of India, also the Honorable Minister was also telling, now instead of segregating feeders, we will have a virtual segregation. For example, actually, let the feeder be there. There will be some distribution transformer from where we can have a hour of supply, like when the power is cheaper, actually we can supply on hourly basis. So in fact, there is a TOD tariff is there. So that is beneficial for the distribution company also. So anyway, I'm coming to that module actually. That module, that model which I've submitted to the commission, the 4 distribution companies together has submitted a commission. Actually, as I was looking at the Neha's numbers you are saying, so a representative 3 HP consumer, agriculture consumer will be spending around, so the Kusumsi says that actually you can have the double the capacity of the solarization, isn't it? So for a 3 HP consumer, they can have about 5 kilowatt solar panel actually. So 5 kilowatt solar panel actually, the MNRE allows about 47,000 rupees per kilowatt or something. Now the actual cost will be about 55,000. So to about 2.7, this petition is there available in the commission site also, Odisha Electricity Regulatory Commission site, you can see. So 2.75 lakhs will be spent. So out of 2.75 lakhs, 30% will be given by the government of Odisha and 30% will be given by the central government. Rest 40% have to be funded by the farmer. But in this case, how much it comes about? 1,40,000, about 1,25,000 or 1,20,000 will be funded by the farmers. Farmers say, I don't have money. So farmers will be requested to give only 10,000 rupees. The rest will be funded by a mechanism where actually we have deliberated with the finance banks, financial institutions. They will fund it through an escrow arrangement. So this arrangement is foolproof. For example, a person takes a personal loan, a government employee takes a personal loan, he takes a certificate from the DDO that my salary will be credited to this account, from which actually the EMI can be appropriated. So this is the model actually where the farmer will also work. Farmer will open an account where this loan will be also charged on that. So you are calculating for a 5 kilowatt load actually where the HP size is about 2.5 to 3 HP. So in a repayment period of 12 years, the whole loan will be repaid and along with the interest, and there is a charge on this electricity which will be, so this electricity which will be generated, that will not come to Gridco. In fact, all the distribution companies buy power from us, from Gridco as a single bar model, but this power will be distributed generation. So this power will be technically be told that this power is consumed or purchased by the distribution companies. So that is why the regulatory approval is required. And we have calculated in per annum actually, so we will generate about 18,000 rupees of electricity at a feed-in tariff of 3 rupees 12 paisa per unit. Presently, the feed-in tariff is 3 rupees 8. The discoms have asked for 3 rupees 12 paisa. So out of this 18,000 rupees, about 4,600 rupees or 4,800 rupees will be deducted. The balance amount will be paid to the financier or banks. So in a period of 12 years, along with interest, all these repayments will be done. And considering the fact that actually the life of the solar panel is 25 years or even 20 years, for another 8 years to or 13 years, the farmers will be benefited out of this. And the biggest benefit which will come to the distribution companies also equally well. Actually, distribution companies will not grapple with the problem that my agricultural feeders are having huge losses, 80%. For example, I will tell you in Osco, TPWDL area, when I was working somewhere in 2015, the losses in Bargad area used to be 87%. AT&C loss, which Neha was showing 29%. The overall AT&C loss last year was, of the 4 distribution companies together, was 26%. When they took over pre-COVID area, pre-COVID time, it was about 30%. So now it has come down to about 26%. This year, they are expecting it will come around 22%. So there is drastic reduction, but they are grappling with this agricultural consumption. But by and large, all of us agree. Last year actually was a very unique year. There was scanty rainfall. Chief Secretary has called several times to us, and we had taken a number of meetings. Actually, a lot of agriculture consumption has, new consumers have been added. So this is a very unique model, and we are all contributing to see that actually this model works, and it will be a kind of eye-opener for all other states as well. So this is, again, I must compliment that actually this kind of deliberations. In fact, had I known this, I would have called some of the distribution companies CEOs also. They would have
We
participated.
will be in touch with you because we are very interested in this topic.
Yes.
And your brief intervention has been fascinating. Thanks a
Yeah.
lot. Thanks a lot for
Thank-
enlightening
thank
us on a lot of the new changes that are happening. I'll now move over to Mr. Mahinder Gulati with a very specific question. Mahinder, if you can keep it short, like 3-4 minutes, is what are the basic minimum requirements to have a grid connected solar system going? What are the basic minimum requirement in terms of infrastructure and institutional capacity to run a grid connected solar system in an Indian state? Thank you. Over to you, Mohinder. Mohinder is with World Bank and has experimented with these systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's wonderful to be in this workshop in 2 ways. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We just are requesting to
Okay.
raise your volume on this side. Please go ahead.
Okay. One, because I worked in Odisha many years ago, and I recall when we were starting our power sector reform and restructuring work in 93, 94, the losses, the back of the envelope losses that we had calculated at that time were 49%, which was an underestimate. And I'm glad to see that it has come down to 28%. And there is tremendous progress, and also the access to electricity has increased quite significantly. And the second, that I see lots of friends on the screen with whom all the innovative work that you are attributing to me is actually a joint effort that many of the people on the screen were a part of that, and therefore this has been a journey of learning, learning what happens in the field. Some of the things that the question that you have raised, what are the minimum requirements for a grid-connected solar scheme to be successful? We have limited experience, to be frank. Shilp and Neha have and Tushar have much more experience of having worked with strike scheme in Gujarat. But given what we have learned so far from our analytical work, the small experiments that have happened, and also the learning by doing experiments that we have done, not only in Rajasthan but also in Punjab, the biggest problem that the solar schemes face is the payment risk. Fortunately, in case of Odisha, that is not that big a problem because most of the distribution companies are privatized. Therefore, their ability to meet their obligation for payment of for the surplus electricity that is generated by solar, that is much more credible, and the banks would also find them more financeable. But in rest of the rest of the states, the state owned distribution companies, their payment track record or their credibility of paying on time to the farmers for surplus energy, that is something which is an issue. And therefore, that's one major risk that needs to be mitigated, which is the payment risk by the distribution company for sale of surplus energy. The escrow account that previous speaker was talking about, that escrow account would be useful or relevant only when there is an amount being paid by the DISCOM into the escrow account for the surplus energy that the farmer sells. So therefore, payment risk is one major issue which helps not only in getting the investment but also getting the banks to finance. Margin by the farmer, 10% that the Kusum scheme requires. Very innovative experiments. So Gujarat has done 5%, and Odisha is doing now saying 10,000 rupees per system, which is great. That means that the margin of the farmer is being financed by the banks, and it could be financed in other ways as well, and that is to be paid out of escrow account. So therefore, we have to find innovative ways of financing the margin of the farmer, which is not only the loan but also the equity that they have to contribute. But there has to be some stake with the farmer, because if the farmer doesn't have a stake in the system, their interest in maintaining it, running it well, and protecting it would be much lower. So therefore, we do have to have some skin in the game for the farmer, but also at the same time find ways to finance something which they otherwise cannot afford to invest, because their ability to finance 10% margin for this scheme would be very, very limited. One elephant in the room is the engagement with the farmers. If we do not have an organization that can go to the field, sit down with the farmers, talk to them, consult them, engage them, overcome their apprehension, and do a lot of hand holding, the kind of extension services that are provided in agriculture, that hand holding is very important to help them overcome their apprehensions, and also to facilitate their raising of finance, and also interaction with the
Thanks, Mohinder.
So let's stop there.
Yes, thanks a lot. That gives me a great segue to go to the next speaker. But before that, I'm just using my privileges as a moderator. We won't have the bio break. Please go ahead and go to the bathroom or whatever you need to do one by one. I hope it won't lead to a mass exodus. We'll straightway move to the next session so that we can have our dinner on the time. So over to Ganesh. Ganesh leads, works with Tata Trust and has been active in CINI, which works in Central India. So Ganesh, can you talk about some of your own experiences, CINI's and Tata Trust experience on engaging with farmers that Mahinder was talking about? And also, since morning, we have talked about the Odisha state's emphasis on group-based approaches to manage irrigation assets and other aspects of agriculture. So if you can talk briefly, just 3-4 minutes, about your experience and what will work in Odisha, what can work in Odisha from your experience across the region.
If you don't mind, I need to switch off because I need to disconnect because
Thanks a lot, Mohinder. Thanks a lot. Ganesh, over to you. Yeah.
Thanks, Avinash. So we'll go with some practical experiences that we have seen on the ground. So we work as an organization very intensively in Keonjhar and Mayurbhanj districts with small and marginal farmers, tribal farmers. Gaurav sitting here is one of our partners in that program. So what our learning, Avinash, has been, if you have to work with small and marginal farmers, you need to basically engage with them. And I think what Professor Gulati mentioned is that engagement is very important. You need to build that trust with these farmers. And while building the trust, you are also then able to bring in new technologies for them to accept those technologies and also scale at their end. I think the learning for us has been that engagement is fairly intensive good in the initial years. You are able to bring in new technologies. There is surely an adoption. This myth that farmers do not adopt technologies is something which is, we saw it is not there. The farmers do adopt these technologies mainly from renewable energy perspective. And the farmers, even small and marginal farmers, looking at the benefits from vegetable cultivation, have been ready to put in nearly 30 to 40% of the investment required for those systems. So if it's a 2 HP or a 3 HP or even a sub HP system, we have seen that level of investment coming from the smallholder as well. The main point here, I think, Avinash, to emphasize is if the farmer sees a benefit in that particular technology or that particular service in the larger ecosystem, then he or she is ready to make that investment. And that's what we have seen as part of the Lakpati Kisan program, which we are doing in Keonjhar and Mayurbanj. One important point also, just to add on Avinash here, is to not look at solar pumps as individual interventions. They are only one of the enablers in the overall agriculture ecosystem. So one is to look at the quality inputs that the farmers can get, the advisory, the support system in terms of new technologies and other pieces, and renewable energy coming as an again one more important enabler. And finally market, which again we are also struggling at this moment. But finally market also, how all of them play an important role in this production hub or production cluster, as we have been talking since morning. But we have seen renewable energy playing a very important role for a small and marginal farmer. They have been accepting it, and they have also been ready to pay on an additional basis for taking these technologies and expanding their agriculture on vegetables. So that's broadly from my perspective, Avinash, practically that we are seeing from a small and marginal farmers' experiences on ground.
Thanks a lot, Ganesh. Ganesh made two very important points. One is that small farmers are investing. I just did a rough calculation, and I feel like just in electric pumps, they would have invested about 1,500 million rupees of their own money over the last 5-7 years. And the second is that when then they have to pay for energy, they are willing to pay for renewable energy. I'll now move to Gaurav, whose company, Khet Works, does very interesting work. They promote sub HP, less than 1 HP solar pumps that are portable. So Gaurav, can you tell us more about what segment in Odisha's farm economy is your company serving, or this technology serving, and how? Just keep it brief. Thank you.
Hello, yeah. So basically we actually work with small and marginal farmers so the target segment for us is farmers who have actually small and marginal farmers who have land size of less than 1 acre. And they have an access to shallow water. Maybe it can be pond, it can be rechargeable wells, it can be any source of water where pump can fit in, and then we can use that. So the thing is, and they have an aspiration of vegetable cropping. So because we deal with small farmers and also the pump is sub HP pump, it is very important for us that we cannot accept them to the pump doesn't have a capacity of water requirement for rice and all, but if they are interested in vegetables, then it is good enough for them to earn income as a whole. And also and many pockets in Odisha also, we have seen that farmers are still using kerosene and petrol pump, supported pumps, and they have the availability, and of course the reach is very limited, and because of that there is an issue and they don't even know the cost, but it is around 10,000 rupees per acre if you see one crop, in terms of kerosene and diesel that they are using. So as a sub HP pump, when we talk to farmers, what they say is that if with solar pumps, they don't have to think about all those things, and they can only concentrate on their farms, and that would be good for them to do that. And in terms of if we talk about the push that we need to do to put sub HP markets so we need awareness and marketing activities, which includes that for these small farmers, it's not that one pump fits all farmers. It's like somebody needs only water, somebody needs water with drip, someone needs water with sprinklers. So it's not that our pump can mitigate problems for all of them, but then for most of them, if they get water, they know how to use water. This is the feedback from most of our farmers, that give me water, I know what to do with the water. So this is off-grid small sub HP pumps.
So just
Yeah. So the thing is, one thing is this, and the second thing that we face is of course, the thing of de-risking and sharing risk. So the problem, so the thing is that because this is a new technology, we cannot accept farmers to pay or to like try this directly. And we cannot also accept the like manufacturers to pay for, because this is a difficult market, so we cannot do that risk. But this can be mitigated through if we can do some sort of like maybe community like renting model, through maybe we can do some demonstration along with the already existing like agricultural system that is exist here in Odisha and other parts of India. So these things, these factors can be like mitigate those risks, and then we can actually go ahead with that. And of course, like since like there are many small and marginal farmers, subsidy cannot be the only variant which can, like we cannot cover through subsidy the like we cannot give subsidy to all these farmers for solar irrigations. So then coming up with the like financing, some sort of end user financing for these farmers, because we have seen in Odisha only that there are interest, like they have been using our pumps since more than a year, and now they have the return, so that can be actually, and they are willing to pay, like what Ganesh said, that in Mayurbhanj only we had a case where like there were around 14 farmers like had an income of more than 9 lakh rupees, like on an so on an average there was around 67 to 70,000 rupees they earned, not per month, but they earned in around 9 months, and the cost of the pump is 47,000 rupees. So it's like, if you're talking about that, like the payback is not more than 2 years or 1.5 years if we talk about like these micro pumps. So if there can be a better financial systems, because NBFCs and MFIs, they charge huge interest rate. So if we can test these kind of model where we have some sort of like for microfinance or NBFCs, or even for like Grameen banks and other banks, if we have a model in which there is a like what we believe that solar pump should be an income generating device, it should not be something that that is just taking income. Like we saw from the presentation of like Neha, that there are pumps which with large pumps that has been stolen, like even if the percentage was somewhere around 5%, I guess. And also this also makes one important point is repairs. So the thing is that repairing of these pumps is also one of the major challenge, and because of that, like in that case, I think 16% was the repair thing. So which means if out of 100 even if we are with all these new pumps, if 21% of farmers are unable to use, which means this will not create confidence among farmers community. This is very bad for, like even if solar pumps company want to pitch in, want to go in a normal market where it is subsidy, less subsidy, or where it is more financing kind of model, it actually creates a problem. So yeah, I mean, creating an like a pool of people who can actually repair and maintain the solar pumps is also very important aspect in this.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Gaurav. Now we'll go to Nilanjan. Nilanjan, you and your agency have supported grid and non-grid, off-grid solar pumps, not only in India, but in neighboring countries too. So what's your experience of what is it? What kind of strategy Odisha can adopt to further accelerate the spread of both types of solar irrigation in the state? Thank you. Over to you, Nilanjan.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kishore, and for Government of Odisha, IFPRI and INI for inviting me. I think I would first highlight that, of course, grid connectivity would be the long-term strategy, and that should be something which should be, of course, favored, and that should be the pathway. But as the presentation that Neha highlighted, that there are opportunities while you connect different parts of the state with grid. There can be options of looking at decentralized renewable energy. I think, of course, the grid connected part allows us with much more versatility in terms of how you use energy. And this brings me to the point, the presentation or the report that both you and Neha referred to in terms of utilization. You highlighted that, in that part of the report, which highlights that only 40 days have been used as far as Odisha is concerned. But in fact, if you go deeper, the users have been, the cropping intensity has gone up. Both the gross crop area and the net crop area has also increased. the use of diesel pump has reduced. So which means that even with 40 days of irrigation, the farmers could fulfill what they needed. Now, in the survey, it covered 4 states, and this was Odisha was the least utilized. The highest was in Tamil Nadu, which was 203 days, and followed by Rajasthan, which was 182 days. So we are in different levels, but this definitely highlights and brings into the question of utilization. And I would stick to that part because whether it's a grid connected part or a decentralized part, utilization of the energy becomes the central part. And what you also highlighted in your presentation is who funds that. Now, if government is funding this infrastructure, then somewhere the use of the energy becomes very important. And that's where I would like to highlight that if we are talking about agro-food transformation, then the energy can be used much more beyond irrigation. There are needs, irrigation needs is definitely the first part. Then there are processing needs where there can be dehusking or pressing and other things. Then there are needs for cooling and chilling. And then subsequently there are needs for value addition. Dairy, solar dryers, packaging. And all these have potentials for increasing income of farmers. So therefore, I think we need to look at much more of a holistic way. If we take transportation of agri machineries, transportation of fruit, vegetables from the field to the nearest mandis, there are potentials for e-vehicles also. So one needs to look at beyond irrigation and look at how the energy can be transformative as far as the entire agro-food value chain is concerned. So I stop at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Nilanjan. Thanks a lot to all the panelists who are there online and here offline. We can move straight to the next session because we are back on time almost. We are late by 1 minute now. Thanks to the audience indulgence. You truly indulge us and forwent the 15 minutes break that we had planned for. So we can have a few questions because there has been very rich discussion and maybe start the next session in 5 minutes. So if there are any burning question on energy, water in Odisha and the solar pumps, you heard this array of opinion, please go ahead. So Mr. Chadha. And just let us know who your question is addressed to.
Good evening. It's a general question. I will I joined late in this session. We have an issue in implementation of the solar pumps. We have a scheme called Saura Jal Nidhi where we got more than 5,000 applications from the farmers. They deposited their money, but it took us over 2 years. Still, we have not covered even 2,500 pumps also. So there are so many companies empaneled with us, but they are unable to supply. So in order to reduce our dependence on diesel pumps and reduce our carbon footprint in this very important sector, so unless our companies who are supplying pumps and solar panels and all, so they gear up and they supply on time. A farmer cannot wait for 1 year after depositing money to get his pump installed. So this is an area I think I'll request those who are representing the manufacturers. So please, in the interest of the farmers, expedite supplies so that we can generate more applications. There are very large number of farmers waiting to apply. We are virtually not taking new applications. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a really interesting point. I didn't know about it. Thanks a lot, Mr. Chad. Any other questions? Yes, please go ahead. Quick, keep it short. Okay. There should be a question mark at the end of it.
Sir, myself, Dr. Girish Kumar Mahanti, Chief District Veterinary Officer, Gajpati. Sir, one question. When we were thinking of doubling of farmer income, I had some doubt and some suggestion and some submission. In farming sector, when we were doing some projects under MKY, the tariff for electricity is not commercialized. It is coming under agriculture and allied sector. Now, state government in F and ARD department has implemented so many livelihood schemes under this sector, so many livelihood projects.
Please come to the question.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
But the agriculture, the electricity tariff is charged commercially in those small sector state government schemes instead of local cost. It is charged commercially.
Could you please answer that? Yeah.
So this matter I have been listening for last about 5-6 years. So this is not a matter of this is a regulatory commission is there. Actually, it's a matter of the regulatory system. So, but at the same time, actually, Odisha government, I mean, the regulator presently is subsidizing the allied agricultural sector. For example, cold storages and all this. Anything which is beyond agriculture, like processing, agricultural processing, the regulator is not listening. Actually, it is as good as any commercial activity. So that is the reason. Actually, you have to convince the regulator. Maybe government can chip in and government can give some subsidy. But presently, government doesn't give any subsidy to any sector right now.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. If there is
Hello.
one last question.
Yes, last question, not
Yes,
a question. So this is for to Gaurav, that we have installed various IoT devices under precision agriculture project in different states. And there are two things we are facing. One is solar panels. It is being stolen in the night, okay? As well as the devices from the groundwater sensor, all these things. So is there any technology you are thinking of, like SIM-based things, so that the panel who can steal, but he cannot use it? Is there any IoT devices linked to that?
Right now, for our organization, like the problem of stealing is not there because it is a portable pump. So basically, farmer carries it with them in the
I'm
in
telling
their
about the solar panels.
Yeah.
Panels fixed, so panels are taken away for battery charging, mobile charging. So can it be SIM-based so that anyone can steal, but it cannot use it? So if it is SIM-based,
There may be some technologies like which but for our company, it's like everything they can take it, like including solar panels. So right now we are not facing this concern.
Speak to the mic, sir. We are recording.
Mr. Nilanjan's suggestions are also pretty good in a sense. Actually, we have to not only look at irrigation, we have to look beyond irrigation as well, actually, to improve the farmers' income, isn't it?
Thank you. Thanks to all the panelists, the audience members for their indulgence. Mr. Chadha, thank you. Thank you. We will move to the next session. It has my name as co-moderator, but Garima, my colleague Garima Taneja, she will be moderating the session, and she's going to make a short presentation also. This one would be on more car per drop, which Odisha is quite serious about. I'll get away from here now. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
Garima, please start.
Sure. Good evening, everyone, and I'm Garima from IMI. I'll be making a presentation on micro-irrigation adoption, along with my colleague Samarnika from IMI as well. So starting from the adoption of micro-irrigation in Odisha, we can see that the state has reached around 1.75 hectares coverage, and we see that area in drip and sprinkler irrigation. As far as drip is concerned, it is around 2,900, and sprinkler it is around 28,000. And total area which we have the coverage is on 31,000 hectare. I'll just have some evidence from IMI's recent work in Odisha, and I would like Samarnika to just make that slides.
Thanks, Garima. So I am Smarnika Mahapatra from IMI. So I'll be just presenting the IMI's like field work from that we are doing in Odisha in 2 districts. Under resilience project, which my colleague Faiz has already mentioned in previous session, we are doing the demonstration and upscaling of the many water interventions, including micro irrigation in Odisha. So the data we have generated in 3 seasons from 2019 to 2022. Then the data clearly shows that there is a lot of water saving, that is 35 to 60% water saving because of using drip irrigation. And also that because of drip irrigation, there is not this is not bound by water saving only. There is also increase in yield, and the farmers were able to increase they were able to increase the economic return from using drip irrigation. They were able to get 2 to 4 times increase in economic benefit by using drip irrigation. And also they have already realized that they are not only saving water, they are also able to like they are reducing cost through labor and other things like fertilizer, and also they are realizing that they are also reducing the energy cost. So apart from demonstrating, we are also involved in upscaling. The farmers, the nearby farmers, they are interested in like they are more interested in adopting drip irrigation, but they are facing some constraints, like they are limited by the crop choices they have, and they are limited by they don't have the awareness. And also for that we tried to upscale through using we created we tried to demonstrate in field, and also we did farmers field training, and also you utilize the schemes like the ongoing schemes in Odisha. But we experienced that there while applying through subsidy, there is subsidy program in Odisha, but through that we realized that from applying for subsidy to getting subsidy, there is a lot of delays, and that is very complex process, that because of pandemic it took almost 1 year for us to get the subsidy. But on an average it generally takes almost 6 months to get the subsidy, which is a major constraint in terms of farmers. They are very poor, so those issues they are facing. And other than that also farmers have expressed that there is a lack of energy sources and water sources, therefore they are not going for they are not adopting drip irrigation. So we'll be discussing those issues in the session with the respected panel members. So I give it back to Garima.
Next slide, please. Just before discussing the issues, we have some lessons from other states, and the 2 major models, the special purpose vehicle set up by Gujarat, GGRC, as well as the APMIP. I think some of the lessons which we can learn from those states is they have given higher power to the farmers itself in terms of choosing the supplier. There is a flexibility to the implementing agencies in terms of doing the systems, operational systems really faster, as well as the implementing agencies are able to choose the in terms of land holding as well as the regional variations for better subsidy assurance. Also, apart from the more decentralized approach should be followed, so that more specific districts at the district level, all the operational and administrative procedures should be taken care of, and at the central level, the flowing of the funds as well as payments to the suppliers should be taken care of. So with this lessons, can I get the next slide? I would like the panel to discuss largely from the models from other states. What is Odisha also planning some kind of a similar models? Apart from that, which all are the specific to Jain irrigation? Their questions largely is on what are their experience in Odisha as well as compared to the other states. And to other department members, largely I would like to focus what are the success stories in Odisha which they would like to tell us about. And apart from that, I'll be ending how we need to upscale in Odisha the adoption of micro irrigation systems. Thank you.
So, being the moderator, I take this opportunity to have the using my intervention as first speaker. Uh, the questions which have been raised in the last slide by Garima, I'll share with you that in Odisha we have been implementing micro irrigation for now over a decade. And when I was working in horticulture sector for 4 years, so we had started a mission. In a big way, we introduced micro irrigation. Now, of late, we have been having some challenges. So from policy point of view, I'll just share my thoughts with you. We are focusing on crop diversification from paddy to non-paddy. So there, the role of micro irrigation and water use efficiency is immense. So that we are going to focus. So first decision which we have taken is that all the plantations, fruit plantations which we are doing under the department, they will be done only with drip. So if the drip irrigation is provided, only then the plantation to the beneficiaries will be done. Otherwise, it will not be done. So that has been as a policy. My colleague, Director Horticulture, Rohit Lenka, will also dwell on this aspect. We are discouraging flow irrigation in the where we have cluster bore wells. So no paddy is allowed to be done there in those areas. Saura Jal Nidhi is a focus area, as I said in the previous session also. There we need a lot of help from different stakeholders who provide solar panels and pumps. So integrating that with micro irrigation is one of our objectives. Similarly, Mr. Panda is there, my colleague, Soil Conservation Department. He will tell you, we have a very successful scheme of Farm Pond Plus. So there we're making it a point that from the farm, whatever irrigation will be done, that will be done through micro irrigation. So if you see some of the very interesting case studies across the state. Last year, whatever has been reflected in the presentation. Now this year, we have taken a challenge. Last year it was 33,000 hectares. This year our target is 1 lakh hectares. And I'm sure that we are going to exceed this target. Our team is working in mission mode. We have some challenges. The portal on which the farmers apply directly, so that is under now, we are changing it and it's under, you can say it's under construction, so it's being done. So it should take another 1 or 2 months and we should be ready with that. But nevertheless, we will achieve this target. System manufacturers, we have, Dil Bahadur will speak from Jan irrigation perspective, but I will share the experience that the system manufacturers have to be honest. They're honest with their working and honest with the farmer. Many of the fly-by-night system manufacturers, they enter into business, they get impaneled, they muddy the waters, and they supply poor quality material. They do not provide AMP and the services after installation services to the farmers. Farmers, they get disgusted when there is a problem with the drip irrigation systems because they need to be maintained. And if the maintenance, and they just give it to the dealers and dealers are only responsible. They don't take care. So that is an issue. We have taken a decision last week that all the billing for micro irrigation will be done in the name of the company, not in the name of the dealers. So that dealers do not get away with whatever they are doing in the field. So this model of Gujarat I have studied and Andhra also I have been. But we are not there as of now. I think maybe coming few years, Rohit will also dwell on this. We can think of having a separate SPV. But right now we have a PMKSY which is being done in mission mode. I agree that we need to have a separate cell, separate vertical for implementing micro irrigation. But from our point of view in government, it is a focus area for us because every drop of water, every capacity which is being done for irrigation, that has to be used prudently so that water is used in a way that we get more production in the state. With this, I'll stop here. And 3-4 questions which I have raised, I think panel will come out with some of the replies. We'll save around 10 to 15 minutes towards the end for by the time dinner is ready, we'll have for questions. So I'll request all the panelists to restrict to 5 to 6 minutes. Thank you. Soil Conservation Director, Mr. Rohit Lenka.
Thank you, sir. The slide. Can you have that slide?
Do you have a presentation?
No, sir. No, sir. What is the slide? Can we have a question? Yes. Already, sir has responded to most of the questions, and I will start from the last one. Odisha specific opportunities and challenges in MI adoptions. Till 2019-20, state government, as I told in the earlier session, used to provide around 80 to 90% subsidy for adoption of this MI system in the state. Then during 2021, state government didn't provide any top-up assistance apart from the scheme assistance. Then from 21-22, state government allowed around 60%, 70% and 80%, including the central assistance under the schemes for this MI, PM-KSY MI. And for SC/ST communities, this assistance is around 80%. And then for small and marginal farmers, it is around 70%. And for other categories, it is 60%. So this 60, 70 and 80 is good enough for adoption of this PM-KSY MI system in our state. As sir told, I also told in the earlier occasion that we have kept a target of 1 lakh hectare to be covered, achieved this year. Why? Because we used to achieve around 20 to 25,000 hectares under plantation crops since 2019-20. And then we have we have come down from this 20,000 hectares per annum, but rather we have increased the target, and now we have achieved around 22,000 hectares under different schematic interventions like NREGS and our NHM. So plantations, orchard developments under different scheme assistance is on the move. So then for coming 5 years, we have also targeted to make the state self-sufficient in respect of at least 3 fruits that government has decided. Minimum within 2 to 3 years, the state should be self-sufficient in production of banana, papaya and guava. And you won't believe, we have large chunk of lands which have been developed under this cluster mode. Even afternoon, sir was telling about these clusters, how these clusters in Odisha are performing. We have clusters for vegetables, we have clusters for fruits, but never we have identified those clusters. This year, with instruction from sir, we started an in-house exercise to identify those clusters, whether in reality these clusters exist or not. Then we found out, yes, we have very good clusters like banana clusters in Angul district. So won't believe, the cluster size is around 400 to 500 acres. Vegetable cluster size in Ganjam is around 1,500 to 2,000 hectares. Like that, we have identified 95 vegetable clusters in our state. And for coming 2 to 3 years, we are making attempts to make the state self-sufficient in production of this banana, papaya and guava. Like that, over 5 years also, we have kept a target of making the state self-sufficient again in production of 5 vegetables like potato, onion, cauliflower, cabbage and tomato. So with this target being in positions, we are in a comfortable position to achieve the target under MI. As sir told, it's not only the plantation that will be covered during a financial year will be covered under MI. It's not like that. We have plantations for a current year. Then at the same time, we have plantations rest prior to that this year. So then all plantations under creation and maintenance will be around 60 to 65,000 hectares. So that is one aspect. Then vegetables, you won't believe this means we cover around more than 7.5 lakh hectares during Kharif. Then this acreage goes beyond 9.8 lakh hectares during Rabi. So then vegetable coverage in the state is more than around the average. If you take, it is more than 8 lakh hectares. Then this area also will be covered as per farmers' preference under MI. Then plantation also used to be taken up by Directorate of Soil Conservation. Then we have agriculture field crops like pulses and oil seeds that covers around 20 to 30,000 hectares. So put together, if you put all these plantations, vegetables, field crops and everything in,
then you will go, means this will be more than 1 lakh hectares. That's why I told this year it is 1 lakh hectares. Then for coming 5 years, we have kept a target of 8 lakh and 50,000 hectares. Like Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, they used to achieve around 3 lakhs, 4 lakh hectares per annum. And this is not a big target for Odisha to achieve. In the coming years, as I told, we have some issues with the portal that has been addressed, and within 2 or 3 months that will be in position. Then the model adopted by Chhattisgarh, Andhra Pradesh, or for that matter Gujarat will be thought up. We thought up, means we also looked into those aspects, how that corporation is means making this PMKSY MI system workable in that state, and why can't we also adopt those things will be also thought up. So we are just in a kick-up mood, means once we just march ahead, then next year or then we'll check out the best suitable solution for MI system in our state. With this, I think the first question is covered. Then most of the questions Sarah has already answers, and if there will be any query, then we'll answer. Right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rohit. Now I'll request my colleague Hemant Panda, our Director, Soil Conservation and Watershed Development, to make his intervention.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and the dais, we have discussed a lot from the morning about construction of farm ponds and farm pond plus or water bodies or water body plus. So to ensure per drop more crop, we have to popularize integrated farming system as acceptable to the local community, so that the farmers' income can be multiplied. And we have to also take up measures that how can the water use efficiency be enhanced. So we have to take up that micro irrigation, whatever as per the feasibility and the acceptability of the beneficiaries. The micro irrigation should be taken up. But we have discussed also about the limitations, why it is not expanded in Odisha, while it is much more in Maharashtra and Andhra Pradesh. Of course, I want to speak one thing. Micro irrigation is not confined to horticultural plantation. It is also equally, it is more in case of agriculture crops. In the states of Maharashtra or Andhra Pradesh, the total micro irrigation area covered under agriculture crop is more than that of horticulture crops. So we have to also think of popularizing micro irrigation in agriculture crops as well as horticulture crops. So as our Secretary Cooperation has already highlighted that all the plantation crops will be covered under micro irrigation, and whosoever does not opt for micro irrigation, they will not be selected a beneficiary for plantations. So we have now, time has come, we have to concentrate on low duty crops, and we have to demotivate the farmers for adopting the high duty crops, so that the per drop more crops will be ensured. I don't want to speak more, but we have already discussed that catch the rain when it falls and where it falls, and it should be on cluster basis to have the better eco-climate, as well as to enhance the groundwater recharge in the surrounding areas. Moreover, also Amrit Sarovar, as I have already discussed, about 10,000 CUM in the plain areas, the storage capacity, and in case of hilly areas, 5,000 CUM in Amrit Sarovar should be also given emphasis, along with linking the same with the integrated farming system as well as micro irrigation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Panda. Now next speaker is our Additional Secretary who looks after a very important project called OPICARA. So we'll be giving you at least 2 minutes more, given the importance of the project and the objectives it has. So I'll now request Rashmi you can go to the dais and speak. Thank you.
Here we are again at the fag end of the spell. So, sir, thank you very much. So as far as this topic is concerned, and when it comes to the Water Resources Department, what matters most is water use efficiency. So in the context of the department, let me say that there's been a lot of focus about UZPL. We're creating, We've completed 0.41 lakh hectares covered under major and medium, 1.6 lakh hectares in is in progress. Under MIPs, 34 are in progress and 50 more are getting proposed. And also we are taking off UGPL under mega lift. As far as command area is concerned, that is for, conveying water to the tail ends. We've built 1,780 kilometers of field channels covering 1.37 lakh hectares and 370 kilometers of field channels reconstructed covering about 4,000 defunct LIPs in the process. So when it comes to IFPRI that I had already dwelled on in my earlier, deliberations, it is a project that aims to intensify and diversify agricultural production and enhance climate resilience in 15 districts of the state. The districts have been selected because of poverty, vulnerability, droughts, and not so good, reliability of irrigation services. The components which this project hinges on primarily are climate smart intensification and diversion of production, improving access to irrigation and water productivity, and capacity building. So we've selected the districts in such a manner that they're the ones who are at the center of our focus on efficient water use. They are two districts from the northern central plateau, three from the northeastern coastal plain, two from the east and southeast coastal plain, three from northeastern Ghat, and one from the eastern Ghat highland, two from the west undulating zone, and four from the west central tableland. So what we are ultimately seeking by efficient water use is that we seek to say improve the share of non-PD products percentage-wise, and have farmers adopt improved agricultural technology. So this is in short how the outlook of the Water Resources Department is positioned, and we are also in the process of seeing to it that water conveyance mechanism, either through open channels, canals, or through field channels, or through UGPLs, or micro irrigation. We've also started taking it up it in some measure, not to the extent we would like it to, but we are in the process of ensuring that transmission loss, conveyance loss is reduced to the maximum, and that we deliver water during Kharif and Rabi as per the requirement of the farmers community. At the same time, there has been a lot of focus about activating, energizing the Pani Panchayats. Barely a year back, we had about 12,000 of 36,000 Pani Panchayats functional. Now we've activated another 12,000 over the last 6 months. So 2/3 of our Pani Panchayats are functional, and we're seeking to see that all Pani Panchayats get activated by the end of this calendar year. At the same time, why Pani Panchayat? Because it is ultimately participatory irrigation management that would be very, pivotal in water sharing, water management, and also bringing in equity into the system, and are bringing in women into water governance. Tomorrow, sir, we have a cabinet about Pani Panchayat, Amendment Act, where we are also bringing mega lift into the ambit of the act, so that farmers could constitute Pani Panchayats on the mega lift as well. At the same time, we're also seeing to it that more women get represented in Pani Panchayats, so that they are also a very critical, stakeholder in water governance, and they are also, very key to water management, operations management, etc. And obviously, ultimately, they will be instrumental in efficient water use as well. So these are my remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rashmi. Now, I'll request Tushar Shah, is there? Okay, so I'll request Mr. Shantanu now to come and make his intervention.
Yeah, thanks a lot for giving us the opportunity to share our experience in drip irrigation adoption. I'll be sharing our experience of the Lakpati Kisan program, which is implemented in Mayurbhanj and Keonjhar district. So largely the small farmers are seen as technology averse and they are not keen to take drip irrigation. And mostly the benefit of drip irrigation has been taken by large and medium farmers. So when we started this program, Lakpati Kisan, the idea was to increase income, and that is through vegetable cultivation. So we took some of the farmers of Keonjhar and Mayurbhanj district to Chhattisgarh, adjacent state. And there, the farmers who are practicing drip, they have a coverage of around not less than 10 acres of land individually. And here are the farmers who are thinking of adopting drip in 1/4 of an acre. So the contrast was quite visible and challenging. But the experience during the last 5 years was quite encouraging because right now, if you take one block, Harichandanpur, which is in Keonjhar district, almost 500 small farmers, mostly women farmers, they have adopted drip irrigation in a big way. And that is too, not the entire block, only concentrated in 6 gram panchayats. So every alternate hamlet, you can see adoption of drip irrigation. And most importantly, taking up drip in less than half an acre of land, they're earning about 60 to 70,000 income per year through vegetable cultivation. So in our experience, it is not only the drip system that has brought this change, but it is a lot of other enablers which actually help the small farmers to gain the benefit of drip irrigation. When I say adoption is just not taking the scheme and taking the drip system, but how exactly these farmers are continuing this drip irrigation over the years. So we have experienced that the farmers who have adopted the drip irrigation in 2016, they are still continuing drip irrigation. That shows that they have got a big value add through drip irrigation. Now, talking about the enablers, I think the most important thing that we try to ensure is we took the drip irrigation technology in total, not, customizing it or taking it in a very lower version. Drip always give maximum benefit when it is accompanied with mulch shades, especially for vegetable cultivation, because drip not only save water, it save labor in a big way, which is a big concern for small farmers because they don't want to hire labor for their as it increase their cost of cultivation. Secondly, and also the selection of filters, selection of pumps, these are very nuanced things which we need to emphasize on, and many times these are not properly looked at, and which leads to clogging, and then the blame come to the drip irrigation technology. Second important thing which we ensure as part of this program is access to grant, which already sir mentioned. There is a good amount of subsidy available for small farmers, especially tribal farmers, so that we ensure that the grant is received. Many of the times the existing doesn't help the actual interested farmer to take up drip irrigation. Those who are very much well linked with the block department, they get access to these services, and who are eventually not that much interested in commercial vegetable farming. So the identification was done quite accurately in this program. And also regarding the contribution part, we also linked with some of the NVFCs, the COVID assistance fund of the district administration during the COVID period, that also helped some of the farmers to ensure that the contribution amount come from them. Third important thing, apart from the system and the grant and contribution part, is the market linkage. Because whenever a farmer adopt drip irrigation, the biggest question that she has is, where exactly do I sell my produce? So in this case, the local farmer level farmer producer company has been set up, again with the support of district administration and OLM and ORMAS, which is essentially ensure the market information reaches to these drip farmers, and also they can easily sell their produce. And last but not the least is access to irrigation is also ensured, and also the initial capacity development of the participant farmers. All the enablers are attended at one time. It is not you're missing out one or the other. If you miss out any one of them, then the ultimate return to the farmers is not attended. So, I mean, that convergence of all this point is pretty important that we found in our program. Going forward, I mean, some of the insight that I like to share in this platform is, one is most of the small tribal farmers, they use they normally use a group-based irrigation system. It is not always individually run irrigation system. So whenever is, again, if you talk about solar-based irrigation models, that cost of individual asset is pretty high. And whenever our current the drip irrigation subsidy scheme, it is mostly individual oriented. The online processing of group-based irrigation, group-based drip farming is not there. So any changes in this regard would definitely help small farmers, especially tribal farmers who tend to use group-based irrigation system. Second important point is initial, if this service provider or the companies who are providing drip irrigation, if they are asked to, I mean, create awareness in the, I mean, hinterland, who are mostly interested farmers, so that they can also show their interest and come up. Because in Harichandanpur block, currently, I mean, any small organization has limited reach. But if these companies are asked to create awareness and create demand for this, where already some sort of awareness has happened, that would also help to attain scale. And most importantly, the market linkage part has to be ensured and integrated with the drip irrigation farmers, those who are adopting drip. If that kind of linkages can be established, I strongly feel that drip irrigation can help the farmers not only double their income, but they easily can become Lakpati farmers. And last, one important point that I want to highlight here is the initial, I mean, drip irrigation, farming with drip irrigation is a totally needs some sort of behavioral change. That for decades they were practicing open field farming, and now you're taking them to drip irrigation. So that initial behavioral change, there has to be initial handholding for at least 1 or 2 years. So in that case, if in some sort of resource agency can come handy and can share their experience to initial behavioral change and help them take up what to do and what not to do, then probably the blame will not come to drip irrigation or the micro irrigation, and they will definitely get the benefit. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Shantanu. I'll just inform you that in tribal districts, so whenever marginal farmers, small tribal farmers, they apply for drip irrigation, even farmers' share is also paid in many cases by the district administration out of either ITDA funds or OPCRA funds or district mineral funds. So that is also a priority for us. So, but nevertheless, the point which you have made is very important, that marginal and small farmers have not taken advantage of this scheme to the extent they should have taken. Only it is by marginal and large farmers they have been taking advantage. So this is a, I think, good point which Director of Horticulture should note. Now, friends, next speaker will be Amulya. So Amulya represents an organization named Pradhan, which is a very important partner organization for us. So they are working in the field of FPOs, not only in Odisha, in other states also, but their very important program is APC clusters, agriculture production clusters. In that scheme, they are our partner organization. So I'll now request Amulya to please share his thoughts on this subject.
Good evening.
Thank you.
So when we look at Odisha condition, the annual rainfall is fairly good, more than 1400 annual rainfall we receive, but in many areas we see irrigation development is less. So because the distribution there is issue, and with respect to micro irrigation, more than 1 lakh hectare has already been covered, and there is perspective plan around this to cover in the state. And when we look at land condition, around 50% is upland and 25% medium land. So there is high potential we can take off vegetables and fruits, which has more income and also can get the income throughout the year. So with respect to doubling farmers' income, the farmer has to take the crop round the year, not that only Kharif, Rabi and summer. For that, irrigation is very critical. And Another thing is creation of irrigation source. Small sources is required for this small and micro irrigation kind of thing. We need to go for creating small sources, which can be done from MG energy, as also it was discussed. And another is in situ water harvesting. Not that only we'll going for micro irrigation system, but developing some irrigation source is also critical. And in Odisha context, two scenarios are there. One is where already some areas irrigation source is there, where we can go for micro irrigation system. And the area where irrigation source issue is there, we can go for creating irrigation source and with micro irrigation system. When I come to the experience of APC, as I was sharing, so last 2 to 3 years in APC areas, agriculture production cluster areas, people are showing interest and many people have adopted drip and sprinkler. The main positive thing which we are looking at, it requires less water, also less energy and less labor, and also weed growth, disease pest also less, which ultimately reduces the cost of production. And also we see it results in more productivity and also income. And we have seen drip irrigation with mulching, it also has more advantage. So this is also, we can say, more climate resilient. And some of the systems, like though farmers are very much excited to take this micro irrigation system, there are some areas which we can also focus. Like with a perspective plan, with a mission mode, we can take this. And as already and last panelist was sharing, creating awareness among the farmers about the micro irrigation system and the processes how to get the scheme. People should know about that, and involvement of all the all departments, private players, CSOs is required. And another thing is, for this kind of thing, uninterrupted power supply is required. One is electricity through grid and also solar system. We can think of going for, already we are discussing going for solar based lifting device. Another point is in local areas, for repairing and maintenance of that micro irrigation system and solar pumps, we need to groom more entrepreneurs in the local area so that farmer can access the service at the local level. That is a serious challenge we have seen. And another, currently the micro irrigation system, how we can think of catering to need of small farmers, particularly 50 decimal patch. Now we can think of how a small patch we can also develop this system. And last but not the least, also we can think of, besides open field micro irrigation system, we can also go for greenhouses where we can take floriculture or high value vegetables. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the last speaker for this session is represent very important stakeholder in this whole micro irrigation value chain. Dil Bahadur, he represents Jan Irrigation. So it's very important to see the perspective from the system manufacturer's point of view also. So I'll request Dil Bahadur to please come and make his intervention.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, the dignitaries present in the dais and in the hall. I'm Dil Bahadur, the state head of Jain Irrigation System Limited, the largest manufacturer of micro irrigation system and also the solar pumping system. We are involved in the micro irrigation since 1993, and for solar pumping system, we are also involved in this program, different government-related program from 2011-12. So now I'm the entire this discussion was only based on the how to double the income of farmers. So a lot of reference has been also made in the micro irrigation. So I think the benefit of the micro irrigation, why it is necessary, what is the micro irrigation scenario in Odisha, it is many times it has been already discussed. So I'm just skipping the slides from this. I'm going directly going to, please. Yes, these are the points, but yes. So next. Next. So next, yes. So I'm coming to the directly to this point because a lot of discussion has been made because, regarding the advantage of the micro irrigation, why it is necessary. So, but the coverage of micro irrigation in Odisha, if you see in last 10 years, then it is 1,15,000 hectares. I have taken from 2012-13 to 2021-22 because I have taken 10 years here only. The average my life cycle of the micro irrigation is 10 years. So after 10 years, farmers go for another system, and he can also avail the subsidy for the same system. Though now it is reduced to 7 years, but the average life is 10 years. So if you see the achievement in the last 10 years, it is 1,15,000, and it is 85, more than 85% is the sprinkler irrigation. So the main advantage of the micro irrigation is not achieved by the achievement of sprinkler irrigation only, because in Odisha, in my experience, I have seen the sprinkler, even though farmers are taking sprinkler set, they are not using 100% the sprinkler system. They are mainly used for the piping, water carrying purpose. Only about 50% are being used for sprinkler irrigation. So if we want to achieve the advantage, the purpose of the micro irrigation system, then I will urge the Department of Horticulture, the more focus should be given on the micro drip irrigation. And next, and against the potential micro irrigation in Odisha, it can be more than 38,000 hectares. As per this is the statistic of agriculture of Odisha 2018. The gross cropped area is 83 lakhs hectares. So if we can, 51% is the considered as a rainfed, and so if we see the actual irrigation potential, it is almost 38 lakhs hectares. So if we want to achieve this figure, then it will take centuries to achieve this potential area. If we go with this pace, though the horticulture department has taken ambitious targets of 1 lakh hectare this year, and we are also thankful to the director of horticulture and the special secretary. They have taken stringent steps to streamline the ongoing problems in the implementation process. And last year we have achieved around 30,000 hectares. So we can think that we can near to the, but there is also some challenges we are facing for this adoption of micro irrigation. Next. These are the some constraint in slow adoption of micro irrigation system. These are the low awareness level, then low runtime of subsidy schemes, delay in subsidy payments, large number resource poor farmers, and agronomical supports. And failure stories also, they are due to the faulty design of the system, poor quality materials coupled with the poor after sale service from the and these things are to be needed. And for creating awareness in Jain irrigation, we are taking different steps for the creating awareness, like organizing farmers meeting, demo, field demo, and but these are not sufficient, because farmers used to listen or follow the advice of department people. Even though we are organizing a lot of farmers meeting, but ultimately they go for advice of the horticulture department people. So I as the director of horticulture also, the similar training program also maybe organized in the district level, block level from the department, and with the collaboration of this system manufacturer, then there is the more effect of this organizing this extension program. Another this for to mitigate the problem of this farmers, because the major farmers are low resource and poor farmers. So for them, this farmers share is also a very high amount. So to bridge this gap, we have also tried to collaborate with different banks. We have tried with the state banks. We also try with the IDBI bank also for financing the farmers' share of the micro irrigation component. So they initially they show the interest, but when the subsidy payment got delayed, and so they did not give the much attention for financing this micro irrigation scheme. So as today in the inaugural session, the APC Saab has told that there will be a meeting for this agriculture financing matter. So my submission to the Chada sir and director sir, that there should be some specific measures should be taken for this financing the micro irrigation scheme also. Next.
Dilwadir, you can conclude quickly.
And we are also collaborating with different NGOs like Tata Trust. We have collaborated for promotion of micro irrigation in also with the Hausa Trust Foundation, Pradhan, and but their participation is required more. Then another problem of micro irrigation, adoption of micro irrigation, is a lack of agronomical support. Because if there is agronomical support is if not provided properly, then farmers the adoption they don't know how to use the fertilizer with the micro irrigation. So normally we provide the fertigation system with the micro irrigation. So this is the important aspect of that with every drip irrigation there should be provided the micro irrigation system, so fertigation system also. Next. So I'm concluding. So it is so let's think water is deficit, and water is the most critical input in the agricultural production, and micro irrigation system is the most water use efficiency. So our responsibility is the large scale adoption of micro irrigation technology need to be encouraged by the key government policy, and all stakeholders, include government, farmers, bankers, and industry should be involved while framing the policy for the promotion of the micro irrigation. And the role of the industry is also significant. So in large scale promotion of the micro irrigation should be the main motto of the system manufacturer. They should not be like only a trader or hardware manufacturer. And I'm responding to the question they have raised, the last question. What kind of customization is needed in the tribal context? So I would like to inform that for the tribal farmers, we have also devised one system with this small farmers like 1000 square meter or 500 square meter with the gravity based drip irrigation, because they are getting the pressure is the main issue in the tribal related farmers. So we have devised the gravity based drip irrigation system, which is also very less cost, very economical, and also it is a portable type of system that can be very much useful for the small and marginal farmers. They are up to 500 square meter or 1000 square meter also.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, well, friends, we had this is last speaker for this session. So, some of the points which have been highlighted are by the speakers that as a policy, the state government has kept 60, 70, 80% of the subsidy for different sets of farmers. Area enhancement has to be there because Odisha is such a big state and there's huge potential for that. And I think what Director Horticulture has said, coming 2 to 3 years, we should be reaching around 3 lakh hectares and coming after 2 or 3 years. So far as focus is concerned, I agree with Dilbahadur that if we have to take real advantage of micro irrigation, so it's in drip irrigation, not in the sprinkler. So here, the system manufacturers, some of the system manufacturers, they push the farmers, even if its crop doesn't suit the sprinkler irrigation. So they take the application that he wants to do sprinkler. So I think horticulture department also has to be very strict now. They have to see the crop is doing, only then the sanction has to be there. So we have to discourage the sprinkler and micro irrigation in the form of drip irrigation has to be promoted. So far as IEC activities are concerned, I'll request that system manufacturers can closely, it is one of their mandates when they sign MOU with the department. So they can closely work with the district administration, district team, horticulture team, agriculture team, and organize training programs. Our officers will always go there, and this will have more impact, as Dilbahadur has rightly pointed out. Now, small and marginal farmers, that as I earlier said, there is a dispensation. If they are unable to pay farmer's share and there is a focus, so district administration can always pay for the farmer's share also. That scheme is also there. So far as loans are concerned, I had the cooperative bank. Small and marginal farmers, 60-70% of the credit is given by this bank, cooperative bank. We are present everywhere. So I will request system manufacturers, in case the farmers are keen, they should go to PACs, they should go to district banks and take that loan. We can have a separate scheme for micro irrigation in the bank. So this can be done, and on priority we will sanction this, because in any case those small and marginal farmers, they are our loany farmers. The portal is being done. I'll request the director to expedite it so that the scheme implementation, that gap is not there. Payment, sometimes it takes 4 months, 5 months, 6 months. So under no circumstances it should take more than 1 month. It should be done. So this, I think, this is an area where department has to work on. Water use efficiency, as our friend from OPCAR has said. So this Pani Panchayat Act has been amended by state government. So this is a very important area because wherever water is being shared, so there's some kind of discipline has to be there. We always get complaints that tail end farmers are not getting water. So if we have this groups being formed and they function democratically, then this area can be addressed. Solar pumps and micro irrigation mixing is a very important area for us, and we would like as many solar pumps to be distributed in coming years. So only thing is that the companies whom we have impaneled, they are unable to supply to the applicant farmers. So that's why I'll request the system manufacturers and suppliers, Jain Irrigation is one of the suppliers, to look into this. Group-based irrigation system has not taken off in Odisha. Now, large number of FPOs and self-help groups are being formed. I think this is also one of the areas where Department Director Horticulture can look after this suggestion which has come from one of the panelists. So with this, we come to end of this session. We are on time. We have 10 minutes if any comments and observations are there. Tomorrow, the session will be moderated and chaired by our former secretary, Shri T. Nandkumar ji. He is here. So I'll request all of you to be here on time. The session would end by lunchtime. And whatever takeaways are there for these 2 days workshop, which we roundtable, which we have had, so we'll also sum it up tomorrow by lunchtime. So I'll request all the participants to be present on time so that we can start on time. So we have 10 minutes. Any observations or comments we can have? Otherwise, we will have dinner from 7:30. So please. So please raise your hand, identify yourself and.
Sir, good evening, Namaskar. I am from ICADA. Thank you all the experts and dignitaries on the dais. It's a very important topic as far as, it's a very critical topic as far as critical irrigation is concerned. And as we are working with the Government of Odisha and Department of Agriculture, that too PICRA project and also these non-paddy crops like arahar crops. And sometimes we struggle for actually life-saving, providing life-saving irrigation to the basically seed production plots in case of arahar and in case of also pulses like black gram, green gram. Sir, what I am trying to say, we are talking about so many hectares or coverages we are making on pilot basis or whatever. It's a good thing for our state because government, as sir was sharing, Chada sir, he said he was sharing so many things from the government side, schemes and other facilities government has created, and farmers also taking advantage. Also from the farmer side also, just I am thinking and wondering, they must have some sets of challenges, or they need some kind of environment actually to adopt this kind of technology of micro irrigation and drip irrigation. And like sir was sharing, all the crops may not be best suited for micro irrigation, or some of the crops may not be suited for drip irrigation. From that angle, just I would like to know whether any assessment or study that has been made on the adoption by the small and marginal farmers on large scale basis for this kind of micro and drip irrigation. Is there any study, because that will be helpful, or that would give some insights to us.
Thank you. I think Director of Horticulture will respond after we go to the second question.
Good evening. My question is not on micro irrigation at all. In the morning also it was mentioned, and sometime in the sessions it was mentioned that you are building canals through pipelines. Okay, which is in fact to me a very interesting concept. The question that I have in mind is, have you thought of using control systems to ensure that the distribution of water across different levels of the head, that from whether at the head of the canal or at the tail end of the canal? With pipelines, you should have better control. Has the government thought of some mechanisms for ensuring this control?
Okay, thank you for your question. If any more observation question is there, please, you can raise your hand and Otherwise, yeah, in the back.
Good evening all. Myself Mamta Mahapatra from fisheries sector. Actually, in the morning we have sessions, and there we found that in order to conserve the water, the rainwater and all, we are having the farm pond and the farm pond plus programs. From the fisheries sector, just I am giving an example of our Kendrapada district. In Kendrapada district, in last year we have 138 farm pond with an area of only 5 hectares, whereas from fisheries sector, we have excavated in the farmers area about 100 hectares of fish pond. So those farmers, those who are having fish pond, they are also having a crop around that particular pond, and they are also very much interested for irrigation, that micro irrigation purpose, and from their own pond. So this can also be a possibility, because 100 hectares is a possible area from a small district, and in our fisheries sector every year we are adding almost 2000 hectares of fish pond. So this can be a possible, this can also increase if the farmers are interested, that they can convert a small piece of their own farm to fish pond. Thereby they can increase the income also, from the farmers' income can be enhanced. Along with that, the purpose of storage of conservation of water along with the irrigation can be solved. So thank you very much.
Thank
This
you.
is just
Thank you for your observation. So now I'll request, if there is no other question, yeah, on this side, Sanat. Both of you can take the mic one by one. These are two last questions.
Sir, allow me a minute. I'll finish in 1 minute. I have taking a cue from ma'am with respect to plenary session 3, when we were discussing about the water triggered value that is created in the system. We have been talking about crops. We have been talking about agri and horti. Can we include livestock and fishery? Water triggered value created through livestock as well as fishery. So that can be one cue. Second, I believe we have been talking about collectives, collectivization of small and marginal farmer in terms of groups, farmers organization, producer company, and so on. But taking cue from the presentation by Sini as well as from Pradhan, one point that comes to my mind is connectivity. Engaging the small farmer in with market can be one area of intervention, sir. So collective and connectives can be the future direction for smaller marginal farmer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Quickly.
Sir, myself Sankleshwar Mahanti from Godrej Agrovet Limited, oil palm business. So I heard, sir, many of the speakers talk about all the crops apart from oil palm. But as of now, the National Mission for Edible Oil already that launched with the signed the MOU with the government of Odisha. But sir, this two thing is very important for the oil palm business. Whereas Godrej is concerned, we are planning 5,000 hectare to be in the next 3 years, 2025-26. And this year already we planned 3 lakh sprouts imported from the Thailand. But the major two concern to the oil palm business is the drip as well as the fencing, because it's a long gestation period. It's around 4 years. So for that, any schemes and any initiative has taken by the government of Odisha to make a successful
Thank you.
oil palm
So
business?
I think Director Horticulture has noted down. We'll respond to this. Last.
The point is about GN irrigation and Director Horticulture also. About a small scale greenhouse, polyhouse. In Odisha coastal climate, there is a cyclone and damage to the greenhouses. Is there any new technology for collapsible polyhouses, so that during cyclone they can adjust it and use it? And
That technology is there. That technology is there. We have seen in some of the states they are using collapsible. Whether they are using or not, Rohit. So I'll now first request Rohit to respond to first 2 points and then this collapsible thing. And please. Any assessment or study has been done for small and marginal farmers? That was one. Second was on the oil palm mission. Third one on this.
Yes, sir. For the first time this year, we have engaged one third party for evaluating this implemented impact of this PM KSY MI system in our state, and they have been assigned with the task of looking at the impact of this particular scheme. Number one, number two. At the same time, also they will come up with recommendations regarding the preference of farmers, whether it is sprinkler or drip. So that work is being undertaken, and it will be most probably completed by end of November. Then number two, when I told that we have planned to cover 1 lakh hectares or 2 lakh hectares in the coming years. So these plantations covers also our oil palm, because oil palm, that scheme is being implemented in convergence with our NREGs. Labor component used to provide from NREGs, then material and other components used to be met from this NMEO oil palm. So as fencing is one of the important aspect of this particular activity, then we have sufficient provisions under the schemes. In addition to that, if required, then we'll think of providing top-up assistance for this particular scheme next year, not this year, because already we have taken up this activity. So for next year, we can think of. Then regarding cyclone resistance, this polyhouse structures and using, I would request on, and you will appreciate that when Sir was director, and you might have gone to DRAS, our Center of Excellence, and you will find very good structures have been erected, even despite having been damaged by the cyclone. Now we have revived those structures, and the micro irrigation facility that has been provided. Just 2 days back, I was visiting that Center of Excellence, and you won't believe that even in our states, we have such structures. So yes, we can have this cyclone resistant structures, and I would request those who are interested to have a look at least tomorrow morning or today, if permissible, then to have a look on Center of Excellence. Thank you.
So the last thing which was there was on the linking collectives with the market. I think it's a very good suggestion, and unless we link production centers with the market efficiently, the price realization will not be achieved. So this is a point, whether it is fisheries or veterinary or agriculture sector, so it's crop sector, it's true for everything. Now friends, now we are on time, 7:30. So yes, one point is left, I think, which is CEO of Opikara.
So the question on control system, in the context of UZPL, let me tell you that the department is introducing technologies such as SCADA and Hydromet. So SCADA is actually supervisory control and data acquisition for gathering data in real time from remote locations in order to control equipment and conditions. We have trialed this in their project recently that was launched by the Honorable CM. Another is Hydromet, that is for hydrometeorological information system. We are working on it, and we've also trial run it. So the objective is that we need to quantify water. Sometimes water is going to be scarcer only, and in the context of climate change, it is we need at some point of time we need to work out the cost of water. So water that is getting free as of now in a way to the farmers, that at some point of time has to be cost has to be worked out, and we need to be frugal in its use. So this is a way forward, and this is sticking our mind, going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So I thank all the panelists for their interventions in this session, and other panelists in previous sessions who have participated, and all the delegates who are in the audience for their patience. We had a long day today, and now I think we close. Any closing remarks are there? I'll request Mamta ji to please make any announcement. Otherwise, we break for dinner after this. Thank you.
Yeah, let's join us for dinner. It's being arranged. I think you can take a 15 minutes bio break and then join us for dinner. That should be okay. Thank you.
On time.